dust from the mid-season cut has settled, and a new chapter has begun. Relegated surfers refocus their sights on requalification, while rising stars seek to claim their own spot for the 2025 WSL Championship Tour.
That came down to the wire.
80 men and 48 women from various paths convene, all chasing the common pursuit to take on the world's best surfers next season.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series.
Every round's an elimination round.
For these challengers, the journey to reach surfing's highest level begins here, on Australia's Gold Coast, home to world-class waves.
Oh, wow.
The 2024 Challenger Series begins now.
This is game on.
At the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Good morning. Welcome to another day here at the Gold Coast. It's beautiful, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, and eyes on the water already for the men. Looks like we're going to get going. Now we know we're going to get going. Jackson Bunch suiting up. Men's round of 32. And the action continues here from Snapper Rocks. Just another beautiful day. Levi Slauson, he's getting ready to do battle in the first heat. The round of 32, of course, 4-man heat in the round of 32 with 50% advancement. Top two advance on to the round of 16, where we go man on man. I'm Kai Pagura, along with the fabulous Flick, this is Felicity Palmentier, and the radical Rick Love. Richie Love, it started with you, Rich. Hey,
Morning, Cots.
Good morning, good morning. I'm still hoping, hey, when we're going to have an off day, but you know what? Snapper just keeps on providing.
It really does. You know, we woke up to a little surprise this morning. You know, looking at the charts, we were like, it was a bit of a question mark, but we were surprised, and waves look really good. There's some exciting matchups today in the men's. You know, we're going to see some of those relegated championship tour surfers and some of these kids on the rise that are going to start stealing points. Excited to see Caius King and Oscar Berry. They seem like they're in good form. The girls went off yesterday too, so a great day of competition. And it's Groundhog Day. We're going to do it all again, I think.
Yeah, reflecting on yesterday, some excellent scores. Like, standing out in my mind were surfers like Bronte McCauley, as well as Sally Fitzgibbons, really taking it to the bank.
Yesterday was incredible. I think we were also surprised yesterday just at how good the waves were. It just keeps on showing up. Snapper keeps providing, but the women went off. I mean, I think about Luana Silva, I think about Bronte McCauley, Vahine Fierro, and Kobe Enro, and those four have actually, they were in the informed surfers of that round, and they've actually ended up matching up against each other in the round of 16. So, yeah, lots of good heats to look forward to on the women's, but today I'm looking forward to getting into this round of 32 of the men. Yeah,
so we do have the women's round of 16 on standby right now. We know we are running these 8 heats of the men's round of 32. I'm going to send it down to the beach to Stace Galbraith. What do you got for us this morning, Stace?
Thanks, Kipes. Cruising in the Bonsoy athlete area with Hiroto-san. Ohayou gozaimasu.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
That's the extent of my Japanese. Hiroto, what are you seeing out there?
Yes, I've seen some average wave, but I've seen some perfect waves. So, there's for sure there's an opportunity. Yes.
You've already surfed 2 heats in this event so far. You're starting to find your rhythm.
I think so. Yes. I think I'm choosing right wave, right time. So that's what I'm gonna try to do next heat.
Thank you so much for your time. Good luck today. Thank you, Kaipo.
All right, yeah, so there we go. Men's round of 32, 8 heats. We know we're doing those 35-minute heats, so extend them for 5 minutes. The women's round of 16, when we go to head-to-head competition, that's on standby for this afternoon. Really swell and weather dependent, but right now we got beautiful conditions. Richie, I didn't expect the waves to still be around, and it was a pleasant surprise this morning.
Yeah, so what's happened is the swell that we had even if you sort of taken a couple of phone calls from crew down the coast, there was still solid head-high waves down there. So that swell has actually come around to the east a little bit more, which means the direction's coming into Snapper Rocks a bit more. It's not that pure south direction where it has to wrap right around the corner. It's coming a little straighter, which is good news because, even when you're looking at the lineup, the whitewash is dragging down the point a bit more. There's more movement in the water, and that just indicates that there's more swell.
Yeah, perhaps just a little bit of a different personality to Snapper today, Flick.
Yeah, it definitely looks a little bit different. But this morning, just before we sat down in the booth, Richie and I were both looking at Snapper, and we just saw probably one of the biggest sets that we've seen all week come through the lineup. It was absolutely cooking. I think I'm genuinely surprised this morning that we rocked up and the waves were as good as what they were. But I mean, surprised, but I'm also happy about it. I mean, we're going to get another great day of competition underway, and we're going to get further and further into this draw, and we're seeing some big names and some really big heats up and coming in this round. I mean, heat 5 and 6, they're looking so good. This second heat of the day, they're all good. So yeah, today is going to be a beautiful day of action, and I'm just so happy that the swell has showed up and it's continuing to keep pulsing through.
Yeah, well, opening up heat with this heat, in the red jersey, we have Josh Berkey. Josh Burke coming from Barbados, 27 years old, 4th year actually on this Challenger Series. Taking a look like here, we're going to have some activation down the line. Oh. Kick stall there, and just a little pit ride there for our French competitor. This is Thiago Carrick, the 22-year-old out of Biarritz. Now he's going to go to turns, and he's going to swing through a couple of backhand re-entries for Thiago. Sat wide on the bank, and he's going to get the first number in this matchup, Rich. Yeah,
that was an interesting choice for him to sit really wide of the other competitors. The three surfers that were behind the rock, all too deep. So Thiago goes, yep, I'll have a look at this, and just have a look at that crystal barrel. If he'd been a little deeper, perhaps he could have started the day off with a tube. But this wave just laid down a little bit, and then it went again as it hit the bank down the line. This is that easterly swell direction, standing up down the point. Got some good work done on the backhand here, a couple of vertical hits. But, in the scale of what we saw in the free surf and the warm-up, still this will be a marginal score, and the judges will keep the scale down somewhat just to, allow for some bigger point scoring as we get deeper into this heat.
Yeah, I feel like you think that was a missed opportunity not to just straight get pitted.
It's just his positioning. I mean, he couldn't really do too much. But the other guys were deeper, but they were too deep. He was almost a little bit too wide. But I think I agree with what you said, Rich. I think in the context of today and the waves we saw this morning, it's probably going to be a lower score. There is a lot of good scoring opportunity out there. I've seen some amazing waves this morning. I mean, so yeah, just a marginal score there.
And he called it. 3.67 opens up for the French competitor. Also in this heat is another goofy foot, Jackson Bunch, 20 years old, out of Paia Maui. He's in that green jersey, as well as Levi Slauson, the 21-year-old out of Encinitas, California, who has been pretty exciting, Rich, in his heats. He's been turning his heats right at the very end, 2 times in a row.
Yep, he's had a couple of buzzer beaters, and you won't want to leave it to the last minute on this one. The nerves can't handle it. But yeah, that man on your screen there in the green, I believe that is Jackson Bunch. I got my first real look at this guy, this kid, last year here, and really impressed with his form and his style. And I think we saw him in the World Juniors as well.
Yeah.
He did quite well down there.
Well, both Jackson Bunch and Levi Slauson have something in common, in that they're both World Junior runner-ups.
Right, okay.
So 2023, Levi Slauson was a runner-up to Jarvis Earl.
Yep.
Just this year, Jackson Bunch, runner-up to Jet Schilling. So they've already graduated from the Pro Junior ranks with high marks.
Yep. Yeah, all the credentials there to take on the, to sort of breeze through the qualifying system and then get into the Challenger Series. You can just see a mix of these two swells starting to approach the lineup here. A couple of the competitors way behind the rock, and sometimes you think you're too deep, but this wave travels so fast behind the rock. It actually, it's like getting shot out of a gun. Once you just drop into the trough and you get your set your rail, So you can often take off a little bit deeper than what you think. But certainly there was a lot of barrel riding happening this morning in the warm-up. You know, some really deep tubes. Nat Young got an incredible barrel earlier on.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard about that. And on the backhand too, which is super impressive.
Speaking of behind the rock, we got our man on the rock right now. Stace, is that where you're at?
Yeah, that's where we're at, Kipes, out here with an Oakberry surf conditions update. And as we've all been talking about all morning, slightly bigger than yesterday, 3 to 5 feet, and some great waves coming through. At the minute, we've got Josh Burke sitting the deepest behind the rock here, followed up by Levi Slawson. Levi was one of the competitors this morning that got one of the better waves in the warm-up, so he's definitely got his eye in, and I'm excited to see how this next exchange plays out. Josh Burke has been starting his heats really strong, and he's in the position to do it again now. He just needs the wave, Kipes.
Hey, Stace, it's Rich. You're standing right at where the locals normally jump off the back of the rock there. Just how treacherous is that?
Yeah, it's certainly treacherous if you don't know where you're going, but even when you do know where you're going, all the best have been absolutely obliterated out here. Mick, Joel, Asher Pacey. It's almost mortifying when you see it happen, but yeah, got to know what you're doing.
Yeah, danger zone. It actually still baffles me, you know, and maybe you can explain it, Rich, is why people jump off the rock, because I see this nice keyhole right there.
Keyholes are right there,
It's just
right?
like, there's sand right
Is it
there.
a flex?
Do you know what? Do you know what happens though? So it's amazing the difference. So that little sand spit that goes out right
Yeah.
on the rock there, and right at the corner is where you enter if you go out through the keyhole. But once you hit that whitewater zone, it takes you straight down the point so quickly. And if you do want to risk it and jump off the rocks, you can actually time it, and then you'll go straight to the top of the line, right? So it's a bit of a gamble, but
Seen
yeah,
that
it is.
go horribly wrong.
Oh, we've seen people just get torn to shreds out there. You really got to know what you're doing.
Tiago back up and riding wave number 2 for the French surfer. Pretty quick on the backhand. 3.67 is the opener. He's not going to get credit for that final maneuver. We'll see what number he comes in, and he will complete his score line with 2 waves ridden.
Yeah, so just stay busy at the start of this heat, trying to get a couple of numbers on the board, then he'll settle in, because we know that 3s and 4s, well, they're not going to cut it today. They didn't cut it yesterday, so with today's action, you're going to need some big scores to get through. Look at the replay. Nice vertical attack, though. Good signs. He's looking nice and loose, really agile on his feet. Tall, goofy footer.
Yeah.
Sort of getting my first look at this guy. Haven't seen him too much.
He had a taste of the championship tour in 2023. He was a wild card at the Male Rip Curl Pro. Had a 17th there, went down to Jack Robinson, got some valuable experience, and that was the first time I saw this youngster. I think he's a European junior champ. But
Yeah, that was the first time I'd seen him as well. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, just super sharp on the backhand. But he's going to put a couple of small scores on the board here, but I agree with Rich that today is probably going to be another high-scoring day. I mean, yesterday was crazy. I mean, we saw 3 9-point rides go down, and it was absolutely pumping. The women put on an absolute masterclass out there, and I think the men are going to be doing exactly the same today. So we're seeing a couple more lines start to roll through this lineup. Looks like Josh Burke's positioned the deepest right now, really well and truly behind the rock there, followed by Jackson Bunch. So those boys maybe looking for a couple of those ones that were on offer this morning that were barreling.
yeah, I love the view here from our Gold Coast flight cam.
Beautiful.
Looking down the point. You can see all the sand shifting, and gosh,
Yeah,
the
that's
super
a-
bank, the entire length. Rich, you can
Good
talk
look
to that.
at it.
There's days that you can start there and end up all the way down as far as the eye can see.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. And that, like you said, that where that sort of whitewater turbulence is and all that sand's getting churned up, that is right at the top. That's the bank behind the rock there. A lot of sand movement, and it just so shallow, really treacherous takeoff. But yeah, this super bank, it goes for kilometres and miles down up the coast, down towards Kirra, or up towards Kirra, I should say. And on a good day, it's a leg burner. You can ride this, you get the longest ride of your life.
Yeah, and we got a great site. Thanks again to Bonsoy. Plant-based goodness. Starting my day with some Bonsoy myself.
Every time we look at this flight cam, I just cannot get over just the blueness and the clarity of the water and how crystal clear it is. I mean, it just looks picturesque right now.
Well, the Thiago heat continues, and that would have been a game changer for the French surfer if he was able to put it down. But Thiago Kriek, third wave ridden, 10 minutes off the clock right now. No movement, Rich, from the other three competitors.
Oh, it's funny, isn't it? Every time you blow the hooter, the siren to open the first heat of the day, the ocean just goes, oh, I'm just going to have a little relax. I've just been beaten up by the free surf, the warm-up session.
It's so true.
So I'm going to take a little breather.
It was honestly non-stop this morning. I was getting my coffee. I just couldn't believe. Well, first of all, I woke up this morning and I checked the cam straight away. I was like, wow, there's waves.
Yeah.
Walked down here, non-stop waves. Got my coffee, set after set. Guys and girls just absolutely ripping. And yeah, it seems to have gone a little bit sleepy, but I feel like that's sort of been the case the last few days. I mean, we're day 4 of competition now, and I feel like, you know, it's that same old story that everyone says, you know, one heat off, one heat on.
Yeah.
The ocean has rhythm. Sounds so cliche and annoying to say, but it is true. It's true.
Yeah. I don't mind some of those. It gives me a chance to give out some shout-outs and thank yous. Thank you, Switchfoot Coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
It's time to give out some thank yous that's been keeping us absolutely fueled, and there's something about the Australian blend of coffee. Am I imagining that, Flip?
No,
Is it real? Because it seems like it's a real thing.
Yeah, the Australian coffee culture is well and truly underway. And look, in my opinion, best in the world. I'm an absolute coffee snob, and I'll happily admit it. I haven't really found anything like it before, and especially, coffee culture is amazing. So many cafes here on the Gold Coast and in Queensland to choose from, and so many different blends and varieties, and yeah, you can get very creative with your coffee these days.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely loving it. So again, thank you, Switchfoot, for keeping us fueled. Down to 23 minutes, and Josh Burke is just still being the apex predator out there, Rich. He's just not going to give up that spot behind the rocks.
Yeah, he has to hang tight for a little while longer, I think. It's still plenty of time. 22 minutes. He's got, you know, he's been holding firm, and he needs to stay strong because he will get that first big set. Kind of get the feeling he's looking for the barrel. Wants to start this heat with a really good number.
If I recall correctly, last time the men ran in the round of 64, Josh got that first wave, and it was a barrel all the way through, correct?
He did, correct. He opened up the day with a good tube ride, so obviously wanting to get that type of feeling again. And yeah, sooner or later the ocean's going to wake up again and send us some good waves.
It sounds like it's awoke in my ears. It sounds like it's awoke in my ears right now. I think someone put the ambient mic a little closer to the brakes. You got like YMS shore break happening right now in my head. Okay, thank you.
One way to wake up in the morning.
Oh, that was the RF. Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, Thiago. Yeah, why don't we do this? Let's take a look at our Challenger Series schedule. From here, we go on to the GWM Sydney Surf Pro at Narrabeen, then to Bolito for the Bolito Pro presented by O'Neill. That's going to be the first week of July. Then to Huntington Beach, California, Southside Huntington Pier. Counting on those dates, August 5th through the 11th for the U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Then to the beautiful Portuguese town of Ericeira, where we will have the EDP Ericeira Pro. And finally, we conclude, this is when all the qualification happens. Most of it, actually. Some people may qualify before that. At the Corona Saquarema Pro there in Socktown, Saquarema, at Itona Beach. And so those are 6 events on the Challenger Series schedule. Your best 4 finishes count towards your rankings at the end of the year. The top 10 men graduate to the championship tour. The top 5 women graduate to the championship tour.
Yeah.
So you get two throwaways, basically, if you do the entirety of the tour. This is how it works. I told you, top 10 men, top 5 women, best 4 results. The event draw, it's stacked. 80 men, 48 women. And for the C tiers who do not choose to come on to the Challenger Series those entries become wild cards, and that's when we get to see some new names and some new reputations getting built on this Challenger Series. But I was going to get back to those top 4 results, Flick. You have a good run in these on this Australian leg. You're more than halfway there.
Oh, definitely, right? I mean, if you get it off to a good start here, 2 big results, I mean, the pressure's off. If you get off on the other foot, if you get off to a terrible start here and you have a shocker at Snapper, go down to Narrabeen and also have a shocker there, the pressure is on for the rest of the year and you cannot afford to make a result because you're already throwing away these first 2 results. So, yeah, I mean, it's so important to get off to a good start here in Australia, and it just really alleviates that pressure. Someone that I think back to last year, he's obviously on the World Tour now and had a big CT victory recently at Bells, is Cole. Cole Hauschman did amazing in Australia last year, and basically he won in Narrabeen, went to Bolito, won there, and then basically had already secured his spot.
Yeah.
Wasn't qualified yet or official, but 2 big wins back to back.
Yeah.
You know, it just, and that speaks to just getting on a roll and having momentum and really leaning into that. I mean, what an inspiration for people who are trying to come up through the Challenger Series. That run that he went on last year was, and still to now, has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the big guy from San Clemente just needs to put on his jersey at Huntington Beach to qualify. Here we go, waiting for the barrel. Got a little tuck and tube for Josh Burke. That's what he's been waiting for. A couple of cutbacks. Wave goes way tapered there. So all the points are going to come from that first bubble ride there. Rich?
Yeah.
Worth the wait?
Questionable, debatable. Definitely worth the wait to get a little bit of tube time, a little bit of vision, but in terms of point scoring, it'll stay, you know, maybe in that mid-range zone there. I just feel like, obviously, you know, he was looking for more down the line and the wave just laid down. So, you know, that's what can happen if you sit down behind the rock there. You get that tube ride, but you can sacrifice getting a big longer wall. So I think Josh will probably sit comfortably down the end of the priority order, a bit wide, but a beautiful little tube ride, just crystal barrel there. Not too deep, but would have had some nice vision. Big wrapping cutback, and again, backs it up. So a barrel and 2 kind of sleepy cutbacks, but yeah, you can see here, see how the wave just drops out? Just really cuppy. Slots in, drags the arm in the wall to slow himself down. As soon as he comes out, he just rips into that bottom turn. And yeah, here we go, live action.
Backup score for the surfer from Barbados. Throws everything at that turn. Beautifully done. So he's going to get 2 numbers on the board in quick succession, likely going to go into the lead when those 2 numbers tabulate. 17 minutes remaining. No wave ridden so far from Levi Slauson or Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, all these waves right now, they've been small scores. Let's have a look at this one again. My thoughts are now, all these waves this morning have been a little bit disjointed. It's kind of not like what I've been seeing in the free surf earlier. This one was just really had a lot of rivets in it, a lot of awkward little sections. This turn here, he threw everything at it, almost got a little bit hung up there. But yeah, that's my first takeaway from just watching it now with you guys, is that it is a little bit disjointed this morning. And is that because, Rich, that it swung a little bit more to the east?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's just a combination of 2 swells that we're seeing. We've got this south and then this east combo, and you know, you join those 2 swells up, and there's a sort of pivot point, a crease between them. Sometimes we will have moments though. Today, we'll get some great swell lines that'll hit the bank perfectly. We did see, you know, plenty of it happening this morning. So it'll come, it'll happen. I'm confident.
Well, I'm going to get a second cup right now, so I'm going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to froth it up. We'll be right back with more action from Snapper after this. Take a look at our Surfline forecast for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM, Rich. And you talk about the east swell. There it is with the arrow.
Yeah. So, you know, that's the perfect direction there. The arrow's just showing you direct east. The swell direction coming in there. So obviously if it's coming in at that direction, it's not tapering down the point as well as a south. We really want a southeast swell is the perfect direction there. And we've got a little mix of both, but certainly contestable waves. Today we've got 3 to 5 foot faces, and that'll continue on into the afternoon. And this pattern of directly offshore conditions in the morning, swinging around side shore, but the beauty is where we're tucked in around the corner here, the faces on the waves are just so smooth. And then looking further ahead, Wednesday to Saturday, it does kick up again. Through Thursday and Friday, we will have a little bit of wind and weather with that, but definitely looking at a good forecast ahead. We're going to be in for an exciting finish.
Thank you to Surfline for all the intel as we come back to the opening heat of the day. Heat number 1, round the 32. And Josh Burke, while we were away, scored a 5.5 as we're coming live from the Gold Coast, flying by with our Gold Coast flight cam. And a little bit of a sleepy start, but let's take a look at the 5.5, Rich.
Yeah, so Josh Burke just gets a good start to this wave. Clean snap, a little vertical hit, just staying right in that power pocket the whole way, and then finishes strong with the closeout snap. So, and then behind him, this is Levi Slauson. Takes to the air, gets the rear rev, and sticks it.
Wait a minute.
So, an enthusiastic maneuver here towards the end of this thing. It was only the 2-turn combo, but geez, he got some projection on that thing. Just right out into the flats, and perfect control, huh?
He has got that move on lock. Absolutely on lock. Little stall there for the barrel. Got a little bit of a shampoo, a bit of a head dip, but comes flying out of that. Just repositions those feet again. Stance is super wide, and oh my goodness, that was such a hard maneuver on that section, and just landing completely out in the flats with ease. He's done that a lot of times in this event already.
Yeah, nailed it. Here we go, more live action.
And just catching up with Levi with another ride. So the judges have a little bit of a task at hand. They got to give us some numbers for Josh Burke as well as Levi Slauson to set the situation out in the water. Priority now shifts to Jackson Bunch, who is now set up to surf an 11-minute heat.
Yeah, wow, that is not much time right now. I mean, I know we've seen this, the start of this heat was quite slow, obviously. I mean, it's looking slow right now, but it's going to be hard. He's sitting out there, he has got priority, but it still is enough time. But he's going to want to get the ball rolling, and he's going to need to drop a mid-range score, at least about a 5. When you look at the other scores on the board, I'm predicting that Levi might be dropping something slightly bigger as we go to Josh Burke. Wow, going nuts on that first turn, straight to the air. Finishes with a little float there, but putting it all on the line there.
Wow.
Just how smooth was that?
That was incredible.
Wow.
Just full-blown attack. We talk about progression, and that was it. More live action here.
Oh,
Burke just flaring up now.
wow.
Was very patient at the beginning. Get a little combo plate for her, a couple of slashes. Little shampoo tube ride. Continues down the line, building momentum throughout this entire heat. Josh Burke.
More live action.
Levi Slauson. He's fired up. Slauson just gets caught up in the rib right there, but wow, what an exchange. What's going on, Flick?
Oh, so much is going on. A lot of air time. That's what's going on. But Josh Burke, to me, looks like he is just absolutely choosing the right maneuver for the right section. He's attacking it. I'm super impressed with that last wave. I can't wait to watch these replays and break it all down. There's a lot of scores that need to be thrown on the board right now. And once these scores get thrown down, the judges are probably going to take a little bit of time to deliberate on this, but then we're going to have an accurate sort of depiction on who's out in the lead. But that last wave from Josh Burke, for me, that was super exciting.
You can tell that Josh and Levi, as we watch the replay here, Just a sleepy cutback to start things off. Deep bottom turn to quick snap. Projection floater down the line. Gets to this section here. Nice wrapping cutback. A little foam hit, but just comes unstuck on that one. But that the tube ride just blew out behind him. Throws the big blowtail straight into a little shampoo down the line, and then a couple other little turns to finish this one off. So full mixed plate. That had everything on it.
Just such a good read for all these different sections. And so much variety, straight into this carving maneuver, and then from here, just this read of, oh, okay, little bonus section, straight into the tube. And then here we go. This is Jackson Bunch finally opening up his account. Bit of a bigger set wave, but this one not standing up as much. We'll see what it does through here on this inside. Can he get a little bit more of a vertical approach? Up into the lip again. So he did need to open up his account. Didn't fall, which was a good thing, but...
Yeah, bigger wave.
Yeah, it was a bigger wave.
And that was the first real set that we've seen where the wave travelled down the bank a little bit further. And Jackson got to wind up on the backhand. Some good surfing there for sure, but I was going to say that, you know, Levi and Josh both identifying quickly in this heat that these waves are a bit broken up at the moment. So let's try and do something really big on those outside sections. Let's increase that sort of high-risk element for those opening manoeuvres.
Yeah, almost a mix between beach break surfing and point surfing when you have identify that, right? Flick is like, it's, you get the maneuver in while you can.
I feel like today, just because of this swell, and I mean, obviously, Rich, you said there will be moments where there are waves that are going to line up and hit the bank beautifully. But I think we're going to have to see a contrast in approaches of how to get big scores today. We're probably going to see people take off, get 2 major manoeuvres, or only 3, still score really high. But then you're going to see those ones that hit the bank perfectly. They're going to run all the way, and they're going to drop a big score.
Burke in the barrel.
Oh, nice.
Good job there. He's leading the heat at the moment. And then he's going to get to some solid rail surfing down the line. Oh, gouging cutback. And a little inside bonus. Let's see how he finishes.
Oh. Well, that was a mixed plate and some. Had a bit of everything on there, and beautiful ride there for Josh Burke. So I almost feel like that's probably going to be his best ride, just because it had more length to it. He was able to wind up and get a good variety of turns done all the way down the point. Perhaps didn't have that big one aerial element that he's been laying down on these shorter rides. Here goes Tiago. This is the replay here, Flick.
Yeah, on his backhand, a couple of sharp manoeuvres there, straight up into the lip again. Those 3 were really nice. Just absolutely attacking this wave, but not really finding that edge on the end to get a finish. And this is Josh. This is a wave we were breaking down before, and yeah, in my books, I feel like this has got to be his best. Just a little bit bigger in wave height, bigger manoeuvres, just really laying into that carve there. And he gets a little bit more work done here on this bonus section. But yeah, he's got a good read for the ones that he wants behind the rock here. Really identifying the ones that are going to throw, the ones that are going to barrel. And yeah, he's had a lock on this heat. He's been in control.
That was such a fun wave to ride, wasn't it?
In a free surf, you'd be absolutely grinning from ear to ear if you got that wave.
Tiago. A couple of quick backhand re-entries in succession. Catches the heel rail, goes down. Meanwhile, coming out of that replay, the last that we saw from Josh Burke, a 6.83. So Burke's starting to break away from the rest of the pack. Levi Slauson defending that second and advancing position with priority now. Under 5 minutes remaining. So it really is Levi's going to have to defend his standing. And he's in a good position, Flick, holding priority.
Yeah, he is in a great position right now. I mean, he's got the 5.43. he's definitely going to want to improve on that 3-1-3. I don't think he probably feels completely safe, just knowing that, you know, the caliber of surfers that he's up against. This is Thiago on his last one. Bit of a slower start as he's just waiting for this wave to hit the bank. When it does, he just puts that backhand attack on display. Goes up here for that one, but just falls.
Oh no, don't throw the phone.
Coach is not happy.
Well, he actually did enough on the wave prior to that, the one where he got those hammers done in the pocket on the backhand. Drops that 6.43 and moves up into second place.
So we're talking about Levi defending that second place now. He's got to get on the offensive, right? We were still waiting for that score for Thiago. Thiago flipped it on Levi. So now things are going to be a little bit more edgy for the surfer from Encinitas. 3 minutes remaining, Flick.
Yeah, good thing for him is that he has priority, but I'm just worried about the frequency of these waves and the beginning of this heat. I mean, right now things are looking a bit sleepy. If we could have a look up around the corner, maybe we can see if there's some lines coming. But for me, he's just going to have to stay composed, have a bit of belief here. But yeah, that last score from Thiago, that 6.43, served him very well. He's also going to be wanting to improve on that 3.67. I feel like if there's another exchange, if there's another set that comes through this heat, there's possibly going to be movement on this board again, because it's still quite low scoring. You know, the backup, Jackson's only got the one wave, and then the backups are all quite small. So if there's one more set that's coming through, I expect movement on the board here, on that leaderboard.
Well, Levi Slauson in his previous 2 heats has come through, Rich, after the GWM 2-minute warning. Can he do it again? Is the third time the charm for this surfer?
Well, coach is going to be stressed out on the beach right now. But look, the good thing is that he's used to do it. He's been in this situation a couple of times.
There he is.
And
Matt Myers.
Matt Myers, yeah, he's just going, you're doing this to me again, mate. What did we work on? Both times I've said, get it done early. But, well, this is the ocean, you know. You just have to adapt. Pro surfing is all about adapting and just surfing what's in front of you. Just making sure that, you know, you're very fluid in your decisions.
Well, raising the floral hat means there's a set coming. That was coach signal there.
Well,
Rich.
This next one maybe, but this is live action of Thiago.
Throws it away. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh no. That was not good for Levi. This is kind of Grom excitement right here. Thiago.
Throw it down the line.
And nice to identify that. So remember, Thiago needed to improve on his low of a 3.67. And he may have just done that, Rich.
Yeah, really structured approach to this heat, hasn't he? It's quite mechanical in his form and his style. Sort of a taller stance, but really effective in setting a lot of spray and just winding that backhand up. He's had good wave choice, just really picking those waves where he could get that work done on the backhand.
Yeah, this was really smart. He obviously went that first one, went for that air, didn't make it. Identifies that this one is going to do what it did down the line. Really impressed. I think he's going to improve on this situation right now. Make that life a little bit harder for Levi. But this was beautiful backhand surfing, just really well-placed and timed turns. Sending so much spray, brings it here onto the inside. I'd say he's going to improve on his situation. And Levi out the back with that 7 seconds.
Yeah, Levi's not going to have a chance to respond. And that's unfortunate for Levi Slauson. We're going to lose him from competition. Unless his hands left the rail on that wave. But he needs a 6.21. And I think that was after the horn.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be it anyway. You look at the size of the wave, just too small.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the scoring screen does tell the tale. That was before the horn, so Levi needs a 6.21. Because Thiago, he brought in a 5.2 on that last ride. He got that grower into the bay there. And the score comes in, not going to be enough for Levi Slauson. So we're going to lose Levi Slauson as well as Jackson Bunch. Moving on into the next round, into the round of 16, will be Josh Burke and Thiago Kerik. So there we go. We got our first winners of the day. Thiago coming back in that one.
Yeah, he made really smart decisions too. Good decisions under pressure and just really textbook surfing. Really impressed with what I just saw from him. And yeah, unfortunate for Levi and Jackson. Well, really unfortunate for Jackson with just the one wave.
Josh Burke showing us on the CI Too Happy is what he was riding out there in that heat. And geez, it looked good under his feet, didn't it?
Sure did. Well, more surfing on the way. We're going to take a break when we return. Heat 2, second heat of the morning. Mihimana Bray, Zhao Xianca, David Silva, and Jarvis Earl. They'll all be out in the lineup.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Back here at Snapper Rocks, Heat 2 of the morning at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, Kai Paguro, along with Felicity Palmatier, and Richie Lovett on the call. Mihimana Bray, Zhao Xianca, David Silva, and Jarvis Earl out in the lineup. Top 2 surfers move on into the round of 16.
Wow, what a stacked heat. There's some big names in here. And we've already got David Silva getting his account underway on the backhand. Series of sharp turns here.
Yeah, DVD, David Silva, 29 years old from Guarujá, Brazil. 4 years on the championship tour, wants to get back on that tour via the Challenger Series. Here we go. World number 4 in 2023, João Xianca Chumbinho. Xianca, ultra fast in his approach. Looking motivated. Oh my goodness, and the spin to win right at the end. Rich, love it.
So thrashy, wasn't it? It's aggressive. It's what we're used to seeing from Joao, and great way to open up for him. Just really tagging, not opting for the barrel. I thought for a second he might go for the tube ride.
Mihimana Bray, the Tahitian. A little caught up there, and he's going to stick with it, however. Riding Chile surfboards. That one just, right after that rail catch, things were disjointed for Mihimana, so he's going to have to go back and reset. And that leaves a priority to the youngster, Jarvis Earl, the 19-year-old, sitting out at a point. Take a look at some of these replays. Starting flick, How's Chumbinho?
Oh, he just looked like one of those little remote control surfers that will just go anywhere you want him to or do whatever you want him to. He just looks so fast. And yeah, exactly what you said, Rich, just thrashing this wave, brings it through the inside. He's not done yet. Gets a little air reverse on the end there. But yeah, he's looking in great form, just surfing so fast. And I mean, so tight in the pocket, great choice of maneuvers. And then out the back, Mihmana. This one, he just got the wobbly boot on that section there, and then exactly what you said, Kipes, the rest of the wave was just a bit off. It's like his foot placement wasn't quite right, but it'll be a small score for him. But looking to see where, I'm excited to see where the judges go with Giles, because that's quite a good wave this morning.
Yeah, looking energized, the first thing. Here we go, Mihimana, wave number 2 for the Tahitian. Lip glide, floater to clear that section. This one's running away on him. Behind him, Jarvis Earl. Aggressive first turn for the Cronulla surfer.
Wow.
Pokes the nose, but pulls it out. Wave goes a little ugly on the inside here, but that outside maneuver was outstanding.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, really radical turn. That's something that we haven't quite seen with the goofy footers. That was something new. Mixing it up a little bit. World Junior Champion, Jarvis Earl. This kid's star is rising. Let's have a look at the replay here. So attacks that first section up and through the lip. It's kind of like a re-entry, completely done, disconnected from the lip. Was really unique. And then this wave just had a bit of foam on the face, which is sometimes hard to surf. Just don't get that clean connection between the board and the wave. He did well, just knowing that he had to probably pull something big out towards the end if he really wanted to bank a decent score.
All right, so waiting for scores for Earl. Mihimana is going to be a small score, and Joao Chianca. So really, to set the heat, we'll see how Joao and Jarvis scored. Let's go down to Stace. What do you got?
Thanks, Kipes. Here with Josh Burke. Josh, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Oh, yeah, I guess no plan's working, so I'm going to stick to it.
How was your feeling out there with your positioning? Obviously, a wave didn't come to you straight away, and the other surfers are sitting down the line. You held strong deep behind the rock.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of patience for sure, especially at a wave like Snapper. Even the ankle height waves look very fun to catch. So you have to have a lot of patience, and we were sitting pretty deep, but I guess some of the waves are breaking from back there, and I wanted to start first, so I was making sure that I was like really deep to start first, and that part didn't really work out, but I guess it did because it got my heat started, and then, you know, it all worked out, so I'm happy.
And your maneuver selection, what were you looking to do out there, and do you feel you got that done?
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was like, there was a couple of little hollow barrels behind the rock, so I had wanted to get barreled and then do turns, so I guess I got one way to do that, but then when there was a wave that didn't really have a good wall, I knew I needed to go to the air, so I did that too, and yeah, plan worked perfectly, so hopefully my momentum keeps going up.
I guess tubes are good ramps as well.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing to surf in a contest where you can get barreled and do airs. So yeah, I'm very happy.
It's a good time of day to watch pro surfing back home in the Barbados. Did you want to say good afternoon?
Yeah, thanks to all my family, friends, and supporters at home, and thanks to the Bashba community, because that's where my surfing grew. And yeah, thank you to all my sponsors, especially Channel Islands, because these boards are working really good, and very grateful to be part of the team, and thank you to Brent Power and Britt Merritt.
On you, Berkey. Well done. Thanks, Kipes.
Yeah. Speaking of Channel Islands, score in for Joao Chianca, 5.33. Joao also on Channel Islands surfboards, getting a message from his shaper, Britt Merrick. Joao, he's on a unique version of the CI Pro. Rich, it has a lower entry rocker and more refined rails. So thinner rails and a little lower entry rocker than your typical CI Pro.
Yeah, so that lower rail just bites into the wave face a little bit more. Added sensitivity for the rider at this level, especially. You know, these guys, they can control their boards so well. And Jiao, he's been working on that model with Britt for some time now, just making those little refinements. It's definitely looking good under his feet.
What do you think that lower entry rocker does?
Just creates a bit more speed. I guess what you're sacrificing is the ability to be really tight in the pocket, but you know, you'll see with Joao's surfing, he has the strength and the ability to take it out onto the faceman, wrap it right around. He gets a lot of that tail action happening. That board will still have plenty of rocker in the tail, that's for sure, and that's where he's getting all that turning ability, tighten the pocket, but it's added speed up through the nose. So driving down the line a little flatter in the nose, you're going to get a faster entry and acceleration off the front foot.
Yeah, so when we talk about entry rocker, we're talking about the curve in the front half of the board. A lot of times, shapers will look at a board with your exit rocker, your tail rocker, your entry rocker, and the blend in between. So thank you, Britt, for giving us all that detail. We love talking boards and fins and everything hydrodynamic, Rich.
Well, yeah, I mean, equipment is just such a huge part of this story. If for each one of these competitors, if they don't feel confident on their equipment, they're entering the water in a bad way, and you need to be fully in tune with your equipment. You don't want to be wondering what your board's going to do. You want it to be just part of you, basically connected to your body and just doing whatever it is that you want it to do on the wave. You don't want to be going into a turn going, oh, I don't think this board's going to work for this maneuver. You want to just be completely connected. So, these surfers, both on the men and women, just constantly working on their boards to fine-tune them, getting the right volumes, rail shapes, tail shapes, all of it. It's a never-ending pursuit.
Beautiful conditions continue, Flick, and numbers telling tale. So in that exchange, looks like Joao with the best wave score, Jarvis Earl with the second best wave score, separated by a point.
Yeah, I think, when I go back to that wave of Jarvis, it was an amazing first turn, but it almost looked like it was slightly out of control as well. And I'm wondering if the judges might have thought the same there, because for a second I thought, wow, this could be a really high score, but when you see the score on the screen, that 4.33, I feel like it was a little, when I reflect back on it, it looked amazing, and it looked hard, and it almost looked critical, but there was an element of it being slightly out of control. So I think judges obviously just noting that. But yeah, Joao coming out ahead, 5.33. I feel like it's just such early stages in this heat. There's going to be other scores drop. All the surfers already have a score on the board, which is great. It was really unfortunate in that last heat. Jackson obviously only getting that one score. So, I think all these surfers in the, that first heat always is a bit of the guinea pig heat, just to see. Sounds silly to say it, but it's the guinea pig heat. You see where the scores are at, what the judges are thinking, what they're valuing already, and so we see a beautiful shot from the rock here this morning. Just stunning scenes, but you can just see where the surfers are positioned and just sort of how close they are to these rocks right now.
Yeah. Observation, it looks like Crocs are making a big comeback.
Well
Australia.
And truly, but let's say I think Crocs have been in fashion for always, but for the last year they really have had a bit of a resurgence, haven't they? I'm a fan of the Crocs.
Okay. They're comfortable.
More than just that, you can go four-wheel drive, you can go sports mode. So many options. You can put gibbets in them to customize them.
All right, well, here we go on the backhand. Swinging through this one, DVD, David Silva. Silva, just the 3.33 opener. And just his brand, the backhand surfing, really unique, but puts a lot of extreme angles, Rich, on his approach, and throws a lot of power, especially in the second half of the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely got the drift on that turn down the line, but a really good read on that wave, seeing that it was going to run off. So just David pumping down the line, making sure he got to that section, because that was the real money turn, was that section. Interesting
thing, we're talking boards again. David Silva riding a quad, a Slater design quad. So it's really interesting that he's able to break the line as we look at this replay on that drivey quad.
Yeah, quick turn to start off, and then another one in the pocket, and then right now he goes, okay, this thing's running off. Pump down the line, get the speed, comes from around the section, hits it, drifts the fins, and then blasts the tail again. So a four-turn combination. But look how low he's getting. Just all that power and compression in the legs. And weightless off the top here. Gets caught a little bit on that one, but this turn here where he just hits the lip, goes through it, and is almost kind of sliding on the part of the board in front of the fins right on the top of the wave and then reconnects, gets control again and comes back down. He makes it look easy, but it's really hard to do.
Oh, and on a quad too. I mean, a quad's wouldn't be my first choice out there today. I mean, but it's just working for him. And I feel like because he's so strong too, he has the ability to really pull it around. And I also feel like because he's on the quad, that is why he's making those big, long sections. You know, that is why he's able to get so much speed.
Great point, Flick, in that those quads have a lot of drive, but it's hard to break their lines sometimes too. And he's able to turn that really drivey forefin board.
Yeah, and I think it's just credit to how strong he is as well. I mean, you look at him, he's just really well built, really strong, and it was a great demonstration of just how that quad's working for him on that last wave.
And the number comes in for Silva as a 4.93. David Silva out in the lead with a 3.33, 4.93. Joao Shanka with priority, still hanging on to the highest single wave score. There's David. Father, husband, great personality, always happy, go lucky. Relegated to the Challenger Series where we'll see if he graduates back again. He did it last year. We'll see if he can do that again this year.
Yeah, you get the feeling he will do it, don't you? He's just too good a surfer and super consistent. He's just always seems to be, you know, you never really see him have a bad heat where he's just having a shocker and falling off. He's just, you know, he's the Iceman.
Yeah, he is. I think back to the Challenger Series last year and just how well he performs on there. I went to Portugal and at Uracira on that right-hand point break. I mean, he was untouchable. He was just surfing so well. He just looked so crisp. Those backhand turns that he was putting together. Yeah, I feel like for him, his backhand is his strong point. And if we look at the numbers and the stats, I mean, you know, 50% of these relegated surfers are re-qualifying, so the odds are in his favour. And yeah, I think it's completely doable for him.
Here goes David again. Zipping down the line, maybe just some repositioning to get further down the bank. Yeah, the one thing that these CT surfers that have been relegated to the Challenger Series have to adapt to, Rich, is first 3 rounds for the men, 4-man heats rather than man-on-man.
Yeah, it's a little bit scrappier vibe when you're in a 4-man heat for sure. You know, man-on-man and even 3-man heats. It's you know, it's somewhat civilized, especially when you throw the priority system into play. But these 4-man heats are, you know, right at the start, they're cutthroat. And
on the CT, the 3-man or 3-women heats, you know, if you lose, there's a second chance.
Exactly.
Here, there's no second chances. If you're not getting through this heat, it's game over.
Yeah, adios.
It is. It's there's consequence from the very first heat here on the Challenger Series. Down to nearly halfway through this heat, and I think it's a perfect time to take a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to froth, and we'll be back in about 90 seconds. Stick around.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Whether it's entertainment, surfing, beautiful beaches, wonderful hinterland, the Gold Coast has it all. João Chianca coming to live action here. And Chumbinho, quick in his approach always. Acute angles on the CI surfboard. Beautiful surfing, and just almost feels like another gear that he's in compared to most of the surfing that we've seen this morning, Rich.
Yeah, he's just so energetic, isn't he? And there's so much torque in the way this guy surfs. His upper and lower body just contorting, you know, through each and every maneuver that he does. But high energy stuff, and the turns are big too. You can see it's just, in comparison to the other surfers in this heat, his turns are just cutting deep into the water, throwing a bunch of spray. This is Mihimana.
Mihimana Bray, currently in 3rd in this heat. And his task is going to be a lot at hand. He was able to finish that one off, so he will bank a decent number. He's only got a 2.77, 1.67 right now in his score line, so needs to get something a little bit more meaty on the plate as far as scores. Also waiting for a score for Jarvis Earl, who rode a wave as we were coming back from the break. Here's a replay. This is going to start with Flick, João Chianca.
Yeah, first takeaway, just surfing at a different speed. And the connectivity between the turns, there's no bauble between that floater to that next maneuver. It's just seamless surfing right now, and just the right maneuver choice for each section. And yeah, that right there, CT surfing, we say it so much, and this is the wave we were waiting for the score for Jarvis. This is his second wave of the heat. 2 backhand belts, mixing it up, going a little bit more horizontal, trying to get down into this little bonus section, gets a finish. So sort of similar sort of wave to his opener. And this is Mihimana. So this one here, he did some good surfing, but just the wave height was just a little bit small. Say it's probably going to be his best score because he's only got a 2.77 and a 1.67. Out the back behind of Mihimana getting active again.
So we need 2 scores for Mihimana Bray, and we're still waiting for the score for João Chianca.
There's a difference, isn't there, when you look at Joao's wave? He's actually destroying it.
Yeah.
He's obliterating the wave. Whereas the other surfers, you know, with all due respect, they're surfing incredibly well, but it's more precision, it's placement, and there's an aggressiveness to Joao's approach, and that's the difference in this heat, and that's where we're going to see, well, what I think is going to be a pretty good number drop for that last wave.
Yeah, a 6.67 for Joao as he paddles back out. Here's a spread of all the scores, Flick.
Yeah, and 6.67, I think I've just got to go back to that. He's going again. We'll get back to that.
Joao, so quick, pokes the nose, goes for the nose pick reverse, and nothing going there, but he'll remain in the lead.
I just think back to that heat yesterday in the women's round of, that last women's round, you know, and we had that one heat with Bronte and Vahine and Rosie Smart. I just think Bronte, similar to Joao, was absolutely attacking it. You could see she was powering out of the lip, as opposed to, you know, it's different to the women who know exactly what you said, Rich. No discredit to them. They're still surfing amazing, but there's a difference between attacking it, like what Bronte was, and just placing the turn and it throwing a lot of spray. I mean, Bronte just looked in a league of her own yesterday. I was so impressed with that, and right now we're seeing that with Joao. And he's starting to feel a bit more comfortable now. Obviously, he's gone for that big sort of maneuver on that second one on that last wave, knowing he's sort of starting to run away a little bit more with this heat. He's locked in the highest wave score.
He's got the 2 highest wave scores.
Yeah, there we go. It's true. So he's running away with it at the moment and sort of feeling like he's got a little bit more freedom. He can sort of go for maneuvers like that.
Just see a lot of confidence in Shianka right now.
Great to see too, after having a little bit of time away. Goes for this big nose pick reverse, aka Josh Kerr, aka Jeremy Flores. But just got left behind, and that little barrel behind the rock, it's lured him up. You sit there in your heat with these with the 3 down the line here, and you're just constantly looking at spitting barrels up there, and you just go, oh, I just want to go up and surf that. Yeah. But you know, the best ride, you know, every now and then there's one behind the rock that'll go down the point. You know, you might get a tube ride, but that's really it. The ones that hit that kind of point section there, just sort of perpendicular right off the point and travel down the line, they offer the better scoring opportunities. But obviously, you know, Joao's just thinking, well, I'm in 4th priority. Maybe I'll just get a little barrel and I can swing past these guys on the way through.
9 minutes, 15 seconds, and it's time for ride number 5 for Mihimana, and he's just, I feel like almost a little lost out there.
His wave selection probably hasn't been the best. If I'm going to be completely hypercritical, I feel it's been a bit on the smaller side. That it sort of hasn't hit the bank completely right, and they haven't started to run down the bank. They've almost been refracting back onto themselves, so not really offering that. Just, you know, I've got to look at Zhao's 2 waves. I mean, the 2 highest waves of the heat. He's really done a good job. It looks like he's eyed something on.
But Mihimana, is it what? Don't even take off on that wave.
Yeah.
Why would you relinquish a priority?
Yeah.
Even if it's 1 step in the priority order.
Yeah,
at this point, at this level, it's just that was a mistake, unfortunately. And Mihimana's, you know, he's put in some amazing performances on the Challenger Series over the last couple of years. Obviously keen to do well. We might get a little bonus wide grower here. Let's see what this does down the line.
A swooping turn to begin for the Tahitian.
Nope.
And nothing happening there. Meanwhile, outside, David Silva in the white jersey with priority doesn't need a big number to go into 2nd and advancing position. Silva just needs a 4.1 to kick Jarvis Earl out of that spot. He's got under 8 minutes, and he has the luxury of having 1st priority, Flick.
Yeah, I think it's well within reach right now for David, for sure, especially just seeing the form he's in on his backhand. But knowing that when these sets come through, they're usually coming through in 2s or 3s, you got to be thinking that Jarvis sitting out there with 2nd priority is also going to get an opportunity.
Mihimana surfing under priority at this point. Slashes through a couple turns on the inside here to clear the section via floater, but he's still really going to be searching for a substantial score.
I don't see it on that one. I think he's going to need to do something a little bit more special. I just go back to Jarvis's 2 waves where he's got a 4.7 and a 4.33, and in my books I don't feel like it's close to that, so I think he's going to need more. Needs to go a bit more vertical approach, and I feel like his wave selection's letting him down.
So let's see what happened here for Mihimana. Starts to build speed. Sticky to this point. Hits the lip there. Projection floating. You can see just catches an edge there. So these little moments where it's just not clean and crisp, and you know, just doesn't feel like he's really hammering off the lip. You know, it's great surfing. You know, to the viewers. You know, he's going, well, he's kind of ripping, but you know, the judges are looking at these surfers with such a critical eye. You know, they want to be impressed. They want to be blown away. Tube time.
Shianka just pulling out the back there. He'll remain in the lead. Nothing lost on that one. Still very far separated from the rest of the pack. David Silva's lost a couple minutes off the clock since last we talked about Silva and his requirement of a 4.1 holding priority. Still plenty of time.
This heat's open, man. This heat is still wide open. Like, there's no real big score. Even, you know, Mihimana needs to stay in this. Like, he only really needs a 4.96 to get up into the advancing position.
Looks like we got some interest here. Silva with priority is going to go. Eyes on David Silva. Oh, first turn's a banger. Second turn, bang, bang. fades into this inside section,
Wow.
and now the rhythm comes through for David Silva. Oh.
Wow.
Yep. There, Miguel Pupo's reaction says it all, Rich.
That was going to be a big number, a really big number.
I feel like obviously he's going to improve on his situation still, but wow, he was on his way to a good score. I mean, this was beautiful. This is the sort of surfing that I saw all last year on the Challenger Series from him on the CT. His backhand is just, his timing when everything clicks, it just looks beautiful, and unfortunately there he just catches that rail. But I mean, there was a lot of damage done already on this wave for me. It was just beautiful surfing. I just love how low he gets on that bottom turn. Just those first few maneuvers, and he had such a good read on this section. Cuts back there through that sleepier part, but wow, you got to think he may be excellent if he would have kept going on that.
Well, 5.93, it was enough for Silva to go into second and kick Jarvis Earl out of that advancing spot. Earl now with priority, Earl needing a 6.16. So to your point, that 5.93 would have been way bigger as we turn our attention now to our former world junior champ, Jarvis Earl. Had to kind of wrestle with that wave. Needs a decent number, 6.16. Your initial thoughts, Flick?
I need to watch it from a different angle. I feel like that side-on drone angle, I couldn't get a proper read on it. I heard a few claps and a few cheers from the beach, but I mean, this straight-on replay angle will give us a more accurate sort of depiction of what really happened. 3 turns, though. I mean, if I compare it to David Silva's last wave, we'll break it down in a sec. Jow.
Chambino goes one-footed there. So that's going to be a throwaway. And here comes Mihimana. Still in the game, chasing down this wave. Still chasing, floats through that section to clear it. Chasing's really getting the lip on the heels right there. Continues to chase. And needs a number, though. That's a big number. I don't think it's anywhere close to that. Needs a 6.79.
No, there was a lot of down the line work happening. Not a lot of vertical attack or no vertical attack, which is really what the judges are starting to dine out on with these backhand surfers. So Mihimana with work to do, and Jarvis 6.16.
Well, here's your straight-on angle, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful first turn. Backs it up with a second, but for me, it was only these 3 turns. And if I go back to David Silva's 5.93, and I just remember how good that was on his backhand series of maneuvers.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's going to be that 6.16. What do you think, Rich?
Close, but again, you know, when I really look at the two together, Jarvis he's pivoting off the top a little bit more and maybe using a bit more rail, tilting the board a bit more. David's blasting off the lip and sliding, maybe keeping the board a bit more horizontal in his approach. So, you know, it's those little sort of minor differences that the judges will be looking at.
Number comes through for Jarvis. It's under the mark. It's 5.73. He's chasing a smaller number of 5.14 at the moment. David Silva, however,
look at this wave.
can pose some priority. Silva with first priority. Here he's going to use it. Silva looking slick so far. Squirting out of those turns on the quad. Got the rhythm down the line. Fist pump to the beach. And the surfer from Guarujá wants to make it a Brazilian sweep in this heat. Here's our heat leader, Chambino. João Chianca. Super fast on the snaps. And Chianca finishing up there.
So fast. Like, the whip he's getting out of the lip, as he comes out of those turns is incredible.
The Tahitian. Yeah, and that was, that's not going to change anything. Here we go, Jarvis Earl needs something big. Oh, a little caught up there. Notices that, kicks out, he wants another try. Jarvis Earl at this moment needs a 5.14, but that's if that man right there did not improve upon his scoreline. Feeling is that he will However, and Jarvis is going to need a bigger number. Here he goes. This is going to be the last attempt for the surfer from Cronulla, front-footed on that one. And an impending Brazilian sweep in this heat is on hand. Mihimana is going to need a big number. Right now needs just under a 7-point ride, but that requirement's going to grow. I have a feeling once all the scores are locked in. We got a ton of scores to get locked in. And the judges, it's time for them to get busy and give us some numbers so we can figure out the result of this heat.
Wow, lots of numbers to come in, plenty of action. That man there, get the feeling he's done enough.
Yeah.
It was a good, great display through this heat. Good surfing on the backhand. David Silva, former championship tour surfer, and looks like the CT veterans are going to flex a little bit in this heat.
I think so. I think that's what we're going to see. So still waiting for all the numbers to come through to clear the screen and give you the results. Meanwhile, Flick, let's go through some replays.
Yeah, this was Zevic's last wave, and I feel like he's definitely improved on his situation. This was really strong surfing on the backhand. He also got the finish here, which he didn't on his last. He liked it. Bit of a fist pump. Behind him, Zhao, just surfing in fast forward, it looks like. Just super quick. Just the whip he's getting out of the lip there. I mean, that was just so explosive, really thrashing that wave. So, and then out behind him, Mihimana, who's definitely going to be chasing a higher score now with those last couple that have come in. So I don't think he's done it.
Yeah, number came through for this ride that we're watching at 3.63. So Mihimana definitely eliminated from competition. Jarvis are likely going to be eliminated as well as we look at what went down at the end of that heat. We just need everything to get into our score screen to make it official. So hang with us. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to give you the big reveal. It's going to be David Silva and João Chianca moving on into the round of 16. It is a Brazilian sweep as David hits the Bonsoy athlete area.
Yeah, we'd have to think that João probably is going to ditch that 5.33 with that last ride, meaning that Jarvis was going to need more than the 6.28. And you know, given the scores that we've been seeing this morning, I don't think he got on that last wave.
No, I definitely don't think so, but super impressed again just after that time off that Zhao's had, just to see him surfing so good, so fired up. Looks electric.
He looks switched on, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Hasn't lost any of that that energy and spark in his surfing. Great to see him back in competition. Happy, healthy. Moving on through.
Sure does. That last score, like you said, Rich, a 6.3 for Chianca, so Chumbinho, as well as DVD. Moving on, let's take a look at the numbers there for that 6.3. One judge going as high as a 6.8 on the spread. And this heat's done. Trust me.
David Silva, happy boy.
I didn't do anything.
Brazilian domination in that one.
There's the numbers there, and the results are final for heat number 2, round of 32. João Chianca, David Silva moving on to the round of 16. Coming up next, we're going to bring in Ronnie, Rabbit Bartholomew, and a super special guest. Don't go anywhere. Come back here in 90 seconds, please.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by S&S Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Welcome back. Snapper Rocks continues to deliver for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And as a Grom growing up on the North Coast, I couldn't have ever imagined that I'd be in this position, calling a heat with two of my heroes, Mark Occhilupo, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Thank you, fellas.
No worries, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Good to see you, mate. The other day, that was such a treat watching you out there with some of your old sparring partners and obviously Steph Gilmore as well. What was it like in the lineup for you?
Oh, it was epic. It was a real moment in time, like Steph. I saw her get the nicest, cutest barrel. She was sitting in there smiling, and then and just to be out there with Kelly, you know, after, you know, he said he's retired, but I had to tell him before the heat, I'm like, I didn't post anything, sorry, because I know you're not officially retired. He's like, no, I know. Because, you know, he's going for that trifecta and of wildcards. He reckons it's 3 for 3, you know, like Tahiti, Fiji and Pipe. He wants them for the next 3 years, the trifecta.
He's got two of them
and
at
I
the
said,
moment.
no, I asked him, have you got Pipe? And he's like, yeah. Because they just haven't announced it yet, right? It's next year. But, you know, it's a pleasure to be out there with him. It is every time, and Joel especially, and Mick, and, you know, we surf together all the time. So everyone, don't worry about the drop-ins that we do on each other. It's just
all part of it.
It's all part of it.
Well, you won't Parko one, because when you guys surfed a heat on the championship tour together back in the day, when Parko first joined the ranks, you went up to him to flip a coin for priority.
I did. And he didn't want to do it. And I was a bit deflated.
And you've been waiting for that opportunity
you know,
to get
we've
him
been
back.
best mates ever since, but I was deflated. And, you know, it's still, you know, like Joel is so good out there. It's ridiculous. You know, just the other day, it was crowded and it was pretty good, but he just threaded 3 of the deepest barrels that you could imagine. I'm like, he hasn't lost anything. You know,
he has lost a bit of his competitiveness, though, because he gave that wave to Steph Gilmore, which was a beautiful gesture.
Yeah. I said Steph had priority, and she got that really nice first one and didn't come out, and then she got that other one. But I think she was dominating that heat, which was good because
she's so good.
She's the queen of snapper.
She sure is, mate. Great to have you in to call these next couple of heats with us. And Bugs, we've got some good ones here.
Oh, we sure do. This is a great heat. Very international. 2 surfers from France. Nat Young, who was the highest individual heat scorer yesterday, and Mikey McDonough from Lennox Head.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Charlie Cavant, Nat Young, Marco Mino, and of course Mikey McDonough. And Marco is interesting, represents France, but grew up in Mexico, Sayulita, and obviously has had the opportunity to really refine his act on sand bottom point breaks, right-handers in particular over there. So let's see how he fares. But Mikey McDonough is a really strong talent, had a good run on the Challengers last year. Let's see how he goes. This is the Bonsoy replay of his opening ride.
Yeah, he just got caught up on that cutty there, but he's such a good point break rider, Mark.
He sure is. He's excuse me, he's made for points.
Nat Young here. And this is the one guy with that championship tour experience in this field. And his backhand's helped him fetch some big results.
It sure has. It's just made him so much money. It just works so good here. It works so good at Bell's. It works so good at Margaret's, and you know, every other right-hander. What am I talking about?
He wants to get back on that CT so bad. Charlie, this guy's been at it for a while. It might be a surprise to some people. He's the forever young. Got a Grom-like face on him, but been at it for a while, and at one point was considering calling it a day, but a runner-up finish in a big regional QS at Pantin over in Europe has seen him back to the Challenger Series, and he's here giving it a nudge and surfing really well.
He surfed that wave really well, and he did yesterday as well, the other day.
Yeah, as you can see, it's just another stunning day here on the Gold Coast. You guys are kind of used to these. It's pretty rare to turn up and not see that beautiful blue water, clear skies, and just, you know, you're down to board shorts pretty early on, first light.
It was 28 degrees for a couple of months, the water here, Rab. Hey, It was a record, I believe.
Yeah, that was the hottest it's ever been, 28 degrees. It was like Indonesia.
Yeah, I think warmer, actually. And it maybe not warmer than the Ments or the Maldives, but close to it.
Yeah, actually, I had a friend come over from the Maldives, and he went out at Rainbow one day, and he came in. It was a super hot summer day, and I said, "How's this compared?" He said, "Well," he said, it sometimes gets like this in winter."
Love it. Well, numbers in for the opening exchange. And Nat Young dropping a 6.67 here. Charlie's got a couple of mid-range fives. We've got a bit of a break in the action. Let's chuck it down to Stace and catch up with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Ron. Ciao, Chianca. Firstly, mate, it's so good to have you back and surfing so well.
Yeah, I'm really glad I'm back. I'm really stoked to see everyone here. Really happy to be in the middle of this environment again, with everything and everyone ripping in this wave. And I don't know, like, Gold Coast is such a good environment and it's such a good place to be. And to be on a contest like this, surfing with everyone, it's good to be back.
And you and your partner, Luana Silva, have got this place dialed in, picking amazing waves.
I mean, as we said, yeah, Luana is on fire. I'm just sitting and warming my hands. Yeah, heat by heat, every heat's so stacked. I don't know, I was with 3 goofy footers. It's always hard to come up against backhands on right point break. So yeah, heat by heat, we got dialed in what we have to do, you know. So I was focusing and get like two good waves with steep sections so I could capitalize, and that worked for me. Not a high score surfing, but it's still on my way.
Maybe not the biggest scores, but how did some of those turns feel? Because they certainly looked amazing.
I know, it feels good because the free surf before this morning, I had a completely shocker, but I had similar waves where I messed up, and I had the second chance in the heat. And I just like remembered that I messed up, and I just like was able to fix it and capitalize. So like it was good. Some ribs on the bottom, some sideways ribs on the bottom of the wave makes the wave like a little bit tricky. Sometimes you want to speed up and the wave kind of holds back. Like, so it's a perfect bank, but it's tricky.
And a word back home in Portuguese, Joe.
Yeah, sure. Quero agradecer a todo mundo. Sei que ainda deu tempo de muita gente ver minha bateria. Quero agradecer a todo amor e oração em cima da minha recuperação. Estamos indo bem, é muito bom estar competindo de novo e pensando em surfar para vocês.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. And yeah, great to see him back, surfing really well. And not his biggest numbers, but still a comfortable victory and moving through to that round of 16, as we see Mikey Madonna getting stuck at the top of his ride again, uncharacteristic. Grew up surfing down the coast at Lennox, so, you know, just expect him to really convert on these rights when he actually commits to one of these waves.
He really is like a perfect point break surfer. Here we go, Nat Young.
Yeah, and Nat just trying to back up that 6.67. You can see that backhand so explosive.
Really is. That wave wasn't much good, but it's good that the heats are long. I had a surf this morning and was real consistent, but like Jal said, it is tricky. There's a wobble out there, and it is hard to surf. I heard a few other free surfers saying, you know, you're having a hard time, and I was glad to hear they were too, because, you know, with the reverse rip, Rabbit knows all about snapper. It puts a wonk in it. I heard Rich saying earlier that he thought it was 2 different swirl directions, but it's more the reverse rip. It does put a big wonk in it, doesn't it, Rab?
And those wonks are dead sections, and Mikey hit one before. We saw David Silver in the last heat hit one on a really good wave, and that's where you're going to lose all your power.
Yeah, we saw in the earlier rounds of the contest, you know, even though the conditions weren't huge, it was pretty easy. Once you got to your feet, the wave gave you speed, it gave you momentum down the line, and really you're just trying to pick the perfect move for each section, but you have the speed to power through it. Now there's not as much push if you miss time a turn with that wonk. You heard Jow talking about having to adapt on the wave and correct some of the mistakes he made earlier, because, you know, getting a move in mind and powering down the line and not placing it perfectly will result in a big bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like surfing a right rip bowl on your own, like beach break, because it's a full reverse rip and it is like a rip bowl. I love it, reverse rip. And I don't want to pick on Rich, Ronnie, but I mean, I also heard him say, like, they're waiting for a south swell and it's better on the south, but it's not actually, like, better. And Rab will attest to this, but here we go. Before I'll ask Rab another question, we'll get through this ride here because Nat's going through the foam, but can he find some green section here? He might not. I mean, or maybe just an end turn right here and he stabs it there. But Rab, like, I mean, a little, and oh, hang on. We've got action. It's a wide one. He's flying down the line. Oh, that was a beautiful turn right there.
Really threading it together nicely here, Charlie Cavon. And he's bringing it right through to the inside. He's been the busiest surfer in this lineup. It's afforded him the opportunity to really warm up and find his feet and figure out those wonks, but that wave really didn't have any in it. It was a nice steep wall and he had complete freedom.
Complete freedom, Rabbit. So yeah, so explain, like, I mean, you know, south swell, the pure south swell is not good. It might still get a barrel behind the rock, but after that it's over, right?
Well, I was saying yesterday to Ronnie, on a south swell, it's so readable that you can get a wave from snapper. If there's 4 waves in a set, 4 surfers could ride from snapper to greenmouth.
Yeah, but they're only going to do cutbacks.
Exactly. It foam balls off the bank so easily.
Yeah.
I mean, I think an east-southeast swell is the best here.
Yeah.
Just a touch of south in it, but more east.
Yeah, a little touch, but I mean, like, it's better without it, I think. I mean, like, you can't, you know, like, the east or northeast swell is better than a south swell, right?
I mean, the interesting one is a northeast swell because that's where you get those looping barrel sections ahead of you.
Yeah. And the points love that. But anyway, so let's see, like, what's going to happen in this next forecast. But here we go with the replay, Ronnie. This wave, I loved it, just stretched right out. And the floater was perfect because it got him into that perfect spot. And this turn, he really lays it over, and it's going to be a good score, Ronnie.
Oh, such a smooth, stylish carve, or cut down, if you will, and it just allowed him to maintain speed for these final hits here, Bugs.
Yeah.
Charlie, excuse me, is about to drop a really good score there.
Yeah, he sure is. That's, to me, the wave of the heat so far. Nat Young started with a 6.67 on that opener. And Marco here, short ride, but a punchy one.
Yeah, had a couple of decent sections there, so we got a 4.63 for that one. Numbers starting to roll through. Still waiting on Charlie's score to drop. But he was already out in front, so he's just going to add to his total, improve on one of those 5-point rides, and make life a little more difficult for his rivals here this morning. Really surprised to see that Mikey hasn't turned a number into a keeper score just yet. Just a couple of 2-point rides for him. And when I looked at the lineup in this heat, I had him pegged for the win.
Yeah, same. You know, when it comes to snapper, I would too, because I'd pick him. He's a really good point break surfer, and he's got really good wave selection. I'm surprised that he hasn't found a good one, but today's a tricky day. Like we say, it's got the reverse rip and it's split. Hey, Rab, it's split these waves, and I can vouch for it was tough out there this morning. And with priority, you know, it'd be hard because, you know, like when it's perfect, you're waiting for that good set. You can see it from a mile away, but today you cannot.
That's exactly right. As Zhao have said it, it's tricky out there. You know, a wave, you know, stands up on that outside, but I mean, unless you look along and see that wall, it's probably going to fizzle.
Yeah. You kind of try and envision what's going to come together, but you can't bank on it.
So each of the regions gets a wild card, and Mikey Wright took up one of the regional wild cards for the Challenger Series this year, or was awarded it. You really want to make it count. He had some pretty good performances last year on the Challenger Series.
Not Mikey Wright, was it?
Mikey Madonna, sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, he was pretty much the next guy. You know, there was quite a few Aussies in that 11 to 20, Ronnie. And then I think he was the next guy down from that.
That's right.
Here we go. We've got a wide set here. So let's just see these guys. Don't have a look at that. Let's see what this wave would have done. Not a whole lot, but the next one might. They're just battling the rip. They've got to it can take you out of position so quickly. Like, I mean, in 30 seconds, that rip will grab you and take you off the bank because it's so good. The bank's so good that it drops off real deep, real quick. So once you're off it, you miss the wave. And here we go. This wave looks nice.
Here's a row for Mikey.
Standing up, and it is going to be Mikey Madonna from Lennox Head. Beautiful first section. Slides that tail across the roof, just the 2 turns, but they're going to be big, solid moves.
Oh, that was unfortunate they only got 2. They were big, but that wave, we didn't see it, but it must have been good. It ran down the line. It's still going right now. It's going to go right to Rainbow, you'd seem to think, but I mean, do the judges look at that? Do they look at the wave and just mind surf it and just go, why wasn't he on it, and deduct points? Because, you know, you got to judge it for what it was. It was 2 big turns, and for this heat, it was pretty good.
There's a good-looking wave, and Mikey starts out pretty good. He just takes his time. It's kind of leisurely at that point, Mark, and that sort of did seal the fate as far as the length of ride. But as Ronnie said, they're kind of explosive moves. This turn here, it's classy. It's a little bit of slide.
Sorry, Rob, I would have went for the speed turn there for sure. That was your mistake. Because look at that wave, yeah, he would have made it. So the speed turn, and he must be nervous or something, because that's the turn he probably would have done. 99% of the time he would have done a speed check, you know, and those turns still score. I mean, that's one of my favourite turns to do, the half speed check, where you get so much speed out of that top turn and you make that section.
Bugs, with those opening manoeuvres, you know, if you get a wave that's got a great pace to it, you definitely want to dig in on your bottom turn, get up into that critical section and get that first turn done quickly. But the people that have the best understanding of this break, your Joel Parkinsons, your Mick Fannings, they'll burn sections to get down the line as well. They'll avoid those early critical sections, having full faith that that wave's going to provide down the line. And maybe Mikey left some points there. But like we said, explosive moves, definitely going to be his best wave. Looks like it's going to be a fairly decent number too.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty big, and like I said, in the context of the heat, they were 2 big turns on big section, and you know, on 2 big sections. So, you know, the judging's changed these days. Definitely, they judge everything for what it is right there. And here we go. Whoa!
Oh, Charlie digging in. Nice opening move from him. Already counting on a 7.17, trying to dispose of a 5.1 with this ride. Busy work on a wave that's really only got a pocket to work with. He's squeezing those turns in beautifully.
He is, yeah, and he surfed that wave great, but they like it when it's critical, and they'd rather a big closeout section, wouldn't they?
Yeah, well, Mikey's got the highest score of the heat.
Wow, 7.37, 2 turns. We're watching the numbers come through, and a couple of big ones dropped in last, a couple of 7.8. So Mikey jumps into a pretty good position now, needing a 4.67 to get the second. But this guy, he's just finding the really steep sections on the outside and not wasting them.
Conditions are just dreamy right now. It's so nice. I'll be interested to see what he gets compared to Mikey, but I wasn't surprised with Mikey's score at all. That, but you know, I guess it could have been a 9.5. You know, that's where the points were left.
Well, I mean, you know, you alluded to it, and Ronnie said, you know, Parker, and I mean, you get down to that line, and then you just go to town all the way to, you know, Rainbow.
Yeah, the smaller waves, they taper off a little bit more, and you don't really get that opportunity down the line. But the bigger ones, they stand up, and they go for a long, long time. We've got just under 14 minutes remaining here. Scores starting to drop for our competitors. Things are tightening up in Heat 3, the round of 32. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Well, welcome back. We're taking a look back to the Snapper World Champs Superheat, the exhibition on the opening day competition here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Mark Occhilupo was out there in the water with these guys, and it was just a special day. A huge crowd too.
It was so big, the crowd. I paddled with Steph, and she's like, "That's the biggest crowd that I've ever seen." And she's been in a few finals, Rab, and we used to. That was my turn, by the way, everyone. Everyone had a couple waves before this.
And that was money.
And I waited, so it wasn't actually a drop in. It was my turn. So
still got it, mate.
No. Well, I mean,
that was a good turn, that first one.
Thank you. Wow. I can't even remember this wave because I was paddling. Kelly was paddling up the face, and it makes me so nervous when he does that.
You were looking into that tube.
I was, and she had the biggest smile on her face.
Oh, she was buzzing. She said it was one of the highlights of her career.
No way.
Just being
it
in
was
the
a
lineup
sea
with you
of
guys.
people, and it was so epic. Mick has just been ripping straight back to...
Mate, all of you were ripping. Kelly had his moments too, getting some cover. He really does love it here on the Gold Coast, just like you.
Yeah. Moved up as a teenager.
Look at the conditions too.
Oh, look at this. My goodness, the lighting.
It was magic. Bugs, we were cracking up because Ock got interviewed before he headed out into the lineup, and you could just see that he was a little nervous, wanting to put on a good show, but also fired up for the competition.
It was just a magical session. Like, everyone had their moments. Really, everyone had brilliant moments.
The feedback from the global audience too. Oh, you would have had people reaching out for sure.
Definitely, I did, and the local community, especially everyone that I've run into, just said that was the best thing they've seen, and there's a lot of surfers. I mean, there's us and there's more, our age that are surfing really good. Bring back the Masters Tour, right?
Bring back the Masters. Let me put this to you. Would you be open to it? I'm just throwing it out there, just a hypothetical. Would you be open to it if they had a World Champs heat during the CT event next year at Snapper? Would you be open to going back out and surfing again?
That's a silly question. And Bears can answer that one.
Yeah. You're in.
I'm in.
Yeah, I love it. Now, of course, you'll be warming up all year for that.
I will. I've actually, I've been invited to that specialty event at J Bay. I was Steph's coming. I was asking Steph in the water, and I asked Kelly, and he said I'd love to, and I would, but his baby's due right then.
Yep.
So he won't be, unfortunately, but he's got more important things. Wow, he's going to be a dad. I'm so stoked for him and Kalani. That's so epic.
Yeah. Kalani was having her baby shower during the World Champs heat.
Was. But yeah, super cool, and I can't wait to get back to J Bay. I tell you, I've got a lot of really good friends that I miss, and I haven't been back for a while. I can't wait to see Sharon and Ari and all the crew.
Oh, it's going to be an amazing event, and stay tuned to worldsurfleague.com for details on that. But I'm thrilled to hear that both you and Steph will be there for it. 8.5 minutes to go here, and it is Charlie Couvant who is out in front. Thought he was going to add to his score with his last ride, but it didn't factor in. As we see on the outside, trying to take off under the lip, Marco Minnow trying to get himself in this heat. Nat Young sitting a little further down the line, swoops on this one.
He had priority, didn't he? I thought it was not that difficult of a takeoff for Marco, but the reason he did that was obviously Nat had priority and blocked him because he was in a better spot on that wave, Rab.
He was in a better spot, but I don't know if that wave delivered.
Yeah, it was all about the barrel, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it all happened just before
Nat took off.
Nat got a good turn, and then after that, I think it was a bit so-so.
It was a block.
It was a block. Ockie, it's funny when you're watching the free surfs, and when you're out there yourself, you're scrapping for anything. You're looking at those little side-winding wedges too that come in, especially if you don't have your place in the pecking order out here at Snapper Rocks. But in a heat, those waves, they're fool's gold, and you've got to let some pretty fun little waves go in order to get yourself some success through a contest.
Yeah, definitely. Today is a good day not to have priority. I tell you, there's wide ones, there's all kind of ones that come under. So let's look at this replay here.
Well, Charlie's doing some great surfing. A veteran campaigner who hasn't really broken through for monster results on the Challenger Series is really setting the pace in this one. Even his throwaway waves have had some really highlight moments, and he's working this one over. It's going to go into his top 2, 6.53, ups the requirement for Nat Young, who's in second spot at the moment. But the story here is about the surfers outside the top 2. Mikey Madonna in particular doesn't need a lot to get the second, and Nat Young hasn't been able to get rid of that 5.37.
Nah, so he's vulnerable for sure. Like Marco Mignon has not found a ramp out there. We all know how good he is, or most of it know how good he is in the air. That's his go-to, and he reminds me of my son Jay. They've got a similar air to him. It was funny. I was going out the keyhole, and I was with Mignon, and he was watching Jay surf and doing air and concentrating on it. That he's got a great air, Marco, and I'd love to see him get a ramp wrap.
Yeah, well, that's what he needs one.
But that's a big wave. Is anyone going to take it?
They sure are. It is going to be Marco. Let's see what he can do with it. He's going to try and make a late charge here in the final 6 minutes. Rips into that one, swings the tail right around, gets back up into the pocket, flashes that board vertically for a moment. This is a good wave for the Frenchman. And he's going to kick out of it. And his heat might just start now. Charlie on the outside, he's got some room to move. Put himself on a lot of good waves in this heat. And building through the inside, gets a little bit of cover. Not a lot of points in those smaller barrels, but man, they feel good on a Tuesday morning. A funky little breakdancing layback on the dance floor too.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if that one goes into his top 2.
Yeah. Look, he's just loving his time. You know, for someone who's been a battler on the qualifying series and through the Challenger Series these last few years, must be nice to get into an event and just find yourself with a bit of momentum.
Yeah, he'd be one happy man. No doubt about that. What's going on here, though, for second place?
Yeah, you know, I feel there's a real chess game going on out here between Nat Young and Mikey McDonough too, but this wave here gets Marco into the match for sure. He opens up with a brilliant turn. A series, the variety on this one, Ronnie, is phenomenal.
Flared it up, didn't he? He had a lot of steep pockets to work with on this one,
He didn't find a ramp like I wanted him to, but he surfed it really well. He's going to get a good score. So, yeah, I reckon his score is going to be probably nearly equal to the best, maybe. Yeah, hard to say, but it'll come around the corner soon.
Pretty impressed with some of these opening turns from Charlie here. There's another great carve out of the top.
Yeah.
Surfs well. He's from a little further north. He lives in Senyos, but he's from north of Bordeaux.
Yeah.
I think his parents have a surf shop up there.
It's funny, hey, it looks like he kind of grew up on a point break the way he surfs.
Jeez. Well, you know, we'd only seen the end of that wave. We didn't see the start, so I'll take those words back about it.
No, yeah. Actually, that could have been the best wave of the heat.
I think Marco, his score...
737. No, sorry, that was Michael McDonough. Sorry,
yeah. Marco's is going to drop. Go on, Ock, have a guess. You're pretty good at this game.
Marco, not the best wave now. The heat, I'll guess it was 717 maybe.
Okay.
I can't say maybe. I've got to guess. Sorry, take the maybe out.
Yeah, 717 is the guess for Ock. That's what he's thinking. Marco's going to drop, which will mean he'll be chasing more to get to that second spot. Nat Young, he's vulnerable though at the moment. 3 minutes to go. Nat's in that position of priority on the outside here now.
I'm going to make a bigger call. I'm going to make a 763 call.
Oh, I like it.
I just think it was an insane ride from start to finish.
Big money going down here in the commentary booth.
Well, let's see where the number falls. The judges, no doubt, making some comparisons, making some reviews of what's unfolded so far in this heat. They're looking back at Mikey Madonna's 7.37, which prior to that last exchange was the benchmark. That might be the case, but will it stand as the number one ride? Just over 2 minutes to go here. And this is the point in the heat where Marco really wants to get word on what that score is, because he's going to need to chase something else.
Every time I'm watching, and when I used to compete, that was the annoying part. Just give me the score quick. Can they like go in fast forward at the end of a heat, the judges?
You know, well, Nat Young needs that score as well. You know, just in case it bumps him, because Nat is really, and Mikey McDonough having this chess game out there. This priority, this 1 and 2 priority is so critical right now.
The priority is getting the score right, but then you're right, Nat wants to guard his priority, but he's let Marco find some space here, and that's not going to be the wave that he needs. Mikey Madonna on the outside. He's still chasing a number to potentially get himself up in the second spot here. Only a minute and a half to go. Likely this will be his last shot at it. Needs a 4.67. Strong finish. Looks to the beach. James Woods on camera there, coaching Mikey at this one. Nat Young on the outside though. Watch this backhand. Blitzes the section. Assaults the pocket once again. The surfer from Santa Cruz, the veteran campaigner in this heat, really did put together a nice sequence of turns. And Charlie just can't help himself. He's got to ride another wave.
When we get to that Nat's replay, I want to just explain a bit about his surfing that probably not many people have picked up. But before we do that,
okay, 777.
Wow.
777 Rab 1.
Yep, on your bugs. 1 zip, 777. And that puts Marco up in a second spot. So he got the number he needed to make the jump. He didn't even need to improve on his backup on that previous ride. So he did enough, but we do still have scores coming. So this might be a very short lease that he has on this second position.
Exactly. Mikey's ride was strong, and then Oki's going to give us a rundown of Nat's ride, and they're both pretty strong ride. What a finish.
What a finish. That was epic.
Charlie has upped the ante as well. 6.9 for him on his last wave. So he's added to his scoreline. This heat's all but over. And it's the battle for second spot now.
Yeah,
maybe he did need to better it just in case, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, now Mikey's, it's all been up, but he only needs a 504.
Well, and the point needs to be made that even though Charlie upped his score, we could see a shuffle here from the surfers in 3rd and 4th place.
Oh, we sure could. This was such an exciting finish.
We're going to go on hold for a long time, I reckon. So go grab a cup of tea and let's work this one out.
Yeah.
It's the Nat and Mikey.
I don't have a great short-term memory either, so I've almost forgotten what we're waiting on here, but I know we saw a lot of good surfing in the final stages here.
You know what I like about Nat surfing is the part after he snaps. He just recorrects so quick to get back up. That's what I really like about his surfing.
When the wave offered him the opportunity to flow from one turn to another, the double pumps were gone. It was bang, straight from one turn into another. Charlie, this is his wave.
Well, Nat got 5 in.
Okay, scores in for Mikey Madonna now. Here's the replay of it. And this one did get him up in the second spot, a 6.5, but we are still waiting on a score for Nat Young here. So it didn't take Mikey to the lead. And Nat's got a number on the way that might just push Mikey out of that second position.
Well, what does he need?
Needs a 7.21.
Gosh, that's a big score required.
Don't claim it yet.
No. I mean, I think what they're doing is celebrating good surfing in a clutch moment, but we're waiting on the result to come through. Nat Young's kind of shaking his head here. And that number has come through. And Mikey Madonna, after a sloppy start by his standards, has really saved himself here in the later stages. And he is pumped. Because when you look at the schedule, this is one of Mikey's best opportunities to convert a big result.
Yeah, well, he got
forehand.
He got a 9th last year. He got a 9th here and 9th at Narrabeen last year.
Well, he'll be buzzing on that result. And it was a really close finish, a close heat, especially for that second position there. Have a look at those numbers. I felt like Nat was going to get a bit closer with his last ride. But it is a big result for Mikey Madonna, surviving in second place. Charlie Cavon, though, unstoppable. The busiest surfer in the lineup, getting the victory there. We're going to take a quick break. More to come with Ockie and Rabs in the booth.
The Jack.
Welcome back to the show. We are taking a trip down memory lane, 2003, when the local boy, the most local boy, Dino Morrison, got the job done here. Massive moment for Dino. He took that #1 position on the rankings. Bugs, you must have been so proud.
Yeah, it was a classic. I mean, you know, Dino and Ockie in the final, what a classic, you know. It was a stoker.
And Ockie, you had to serve a lot of heats that day. Everyone was exhausted, but Dino, he just was never not in that lineup. He was well and truly primed for the final.
Yeah, I did run out of steam. I had a couple good heats before the final, and I guess I peaked too early. Yeah, and it was Dino's day.
You had an amazing semi-final, remember that day? You were on fire. And Dino, he had his peak performance in the final.
Not the first time I peaked too early.
But have a look at that. Dean Morrison, love it. Still surfing incredibly well. And at one point, Bugs, you were calling him the most barreled man on earth.
Well, I made a prediction. I said by the time he's 40, he'll be the most barrel surfer that ever lived, because we live right at Kira Point.
Have a look at the results. Some just iconic names there.
I can remember Dingo when he was so young, and he lived with Rab. They surfed so much, and he just became so good so quick.
Yeah.
A little ripper.
He was really good at it, Big Groin Kira, when he was really young, you know.
Yeah, and still is. He was just a contest-winning machine as a grommet too. I remember seeing him at regionals and stuff, and he was a couple of divisions below me, but oh my God, he was a presence, and still a presence in the lineup here when the waves are firing, for sure.
Absolutely.
Another great heat for you here as we move through the round of 32 for the man at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Heat 4, Maxime Housineau, former world junior champ. He's been to the CT before, and he'd love to get back there. Callum Robson in the blue jersey, fresh off being relegated from the CT. Hiroto Ohara, one of Japan's best ever, and a winner of a major event over there, the US Open. But this guy, Dakota Walters, out there in the green, having his first real run at the Challenger Series after blitzing the regional QS. And for me, this guy is just got potential to burn. Great talent, a great competitor too. Seems to be really comfortable doing his best surfing in the jersey. He has big airs he can call on. This is an average wave to take at the start of the heat though.
Yeah, well, he got a 6.5.
5.5.
5.5.
He already had three waves.
Sorry, 5.5.
But yeah, he's just a kind of went that free surfing route for a little bit. It really allowed him just to, surf without the constraints of a competitive jersey, and then he returned to competition. Had little wins along the way with brief contest appearances, but really dedicated himself last year to the regional QS and surfed really well. And the bigger his surfing gets over the next couple of years, the more dangerous he's going to be.
Absolutely. Spent a lot of time with Dakota. We ride for the same team, and he's rooted for Billabong for a long time now, and he definitely went free surfing for many years and didn't really want to compete at all. He was the free surfer, and now he's turned himself into a little contest machine. And I'd lead to believe, I reckon he would qualify first year. What do you think, Rab?
I think he's got so much potential. There's a lot of contests he could win.
For sure. Yeah, his dad was a qualifying series campaigner, Jeremy Walters, great surfer from the Angari area, and he had some big results on the QS. But Jeremy, I reckon if you got him and Dakota to stand back-to-back, Jeremy would probably not even get halfway up that frame. At one point, Dakota Walters, like someone put him on the rack, the torture machine, and just started cranking it up and just stretched him out. And it's really only been this last year that he started to add some muscle to that lanky frame, and as a result, the surfing's getting bigger all the time now.
Yeah, good point. Really good point. Someone's way deep here. It's O'Hara. Wow, that was a nice turn there. This wave's going to split a little bit, and what's going to happen down the line here? He's going to do some cutties, maybe get a last section in there, and he did. The wave didn't have much power there, but that's the kid that won the US Open, right? And when he won, he just wanted to buy cars.
That's it. That's
him.
Classic interview on stage. One of the best. But he is such a good surfer. He fits that classic Japanese perfect technique style, but he explodes out of that style with some really big turns as well. I love watching him surf.
I love it too. That was a while ago. He's been trying to qualify for a long time, and it's been a while since we've had a Japanese on tour. We used to have them back in the day, didn't we, Rab? We had a few on tour. And it's been a while, and it'll be good to see.
We've got the Japanese representatives in Kanoe Igarashi and Connor O'Leary, of course, but like a Japanese-born and bred competitor, there hasn't been one, like you said, for a long time, and not a full-time campaigner ever.
No, well, it was actually before the CT era, when Shuji Kasuya was
and Takao Kuga.
And Takao Kuga. But Shuji was, he was like, we called him the Tom Curran of Japan. Yeah,
Love
that
it.
beautiful style.
Yep. Yeah, he did. And Takao Kuga ripped. He was like a king in Japan. He was big time, that guy. And he surfed good. And there was another one too.
Well, the campaigning on the qualifying series for a long time was Masatoshi Ono, who everyone called Japanese Oki. He had a great style, used to rip through those big calves, and I think, probably the closest anyone's got to stacking up with you as far as calf muscles go. But Marono always travelling with the Japanese team, and likely is here. But we'll see how Hiroto fares in this one. As you said, even though he's very accomplished, been a while since he's got on one of those magic runs through a contest and achieved a big result. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Another heat score total, solid one for Charlie. 14 points plus. He's with Stace.
Thank you, Ron. Charlie, you said you're working as a surf coach back at home. Walk us through those frontside calves.
Yeah, not a surf coach yet. I'm just at school doing the surf instructor course. Another day to live the dream,
Walk us through those perfect canvases, because you had some amazing wave selection out there.
Mojo is still here, and once you have that wall and nobody on it, you just let the surf do the talking. I just don't think too much. I just try to stay on rail and just do the surfing I love to do.
And do you have your noise-cancelling headphones on when Matt Bemrose is talking to you?
No, I take him off because Matt Bemrose just says so much good stuff. It makes me laugh so much. I love him.
Of course. Did you want to say a very good morning to everyone back at home?
Ouais, bonjour tout le monde, enfin bonsoir tout le monde. Je pense qu'il y a pas mal de monde qui sont en train de dormir, mais petite bise à Paul Bail et mes parents et ceux qui sont encore réveillés pour checker tout ça. Et voilà, on va rester dans le rythme. Allez, la bise.
3 a.m. in France. Everyone's just had their dinner. Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Stace, and well done, Charlie. Ripping through this draw at the moment. As we get back out there into the lineup, Callum Robson getting his first ride here, former winner of this contest. And he won it when he was actually already qualified for the CT. He wants to win it now more than ever because he wants to get back to that championship tour. Maxime Husseneau, he's been campaigning for a long time, finally got to the CT and was bumped back to the Challenger Series after 5 events. But it's been a slower start to this heat. No big numbers locked in just yet, as we see. We're waiting for scores to drop. We'll see what kind of work Callum did on the outside in just a moment. But first up, let's see what Hiroto was able to achieve on his ride.
Coming from way back, Rab, and I like it, but the wave didn't cooperate, did it?
Not really. It's definitely not quite hitting the bank now, standing up the bank, but it's sort of coming back at him.
Dakota getting in on the mix, so just catching up on what's unfolded so far in this heat. Nice swoop there.
Great swoop. This wave again gets a bit funky. Oki, no, it looks like he's trying to get to the inside section here, but again, I think he just gets another little roundhouse cut in, and the wave fizzles out.
And then Callum, this is his opening ride on.
Yeah, well, nice first snap for sure, and the second one's a good car, but doesn't have to be a long ride, as we know. And gets a third snap in there. So Callum probably, we didn't see the start of that, did we?
No.
Whoa.
We only saw this part
yeah,
now.
We only saw it that part. That's a very big score and a nice way to start your defence.
Big time. Important, like, confidence builder too. He sort of survived his opening round heat in second spot. Hiroto up again. Boy, I love that cut down. Surfing with a lot of speed. So compact off the bottom, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Gets very coiled.
A little pocket rocket.
He sure is. Wow, look at the spark through the inside here. Trying to chase down that final section. Now you want to finish the wave off, and when you're jumping off there chasing a section, it sort of takes away a bit of the magic, but he did do great work on that ride prior to getting to that point. So waiting on some big numbers to drop here. You know, you look at these young campaigners coming up against a CT caliber surfer like Callum, who's had some big results, even a runner-up finish in a CT down at Bells Beach. You know, it's all the carve work. It's sort of like they're slicing little chunks out of the wave, and then Callum goes out there and he's just cutting off huge slabs. You know, it's a chunky, meaty turn that he's delivering on those critical sections.
It'll be a really interesting score, because I think that'll set the scale of what raising the bar to another level.
We're waiting for these numbers to drop. Let's talk about the celebration of 25 years since the documentary was premiered. It's on tour again, Ock.
Thank you, Ronnie. Yeah, it is. I start tomorrow in Noosa, actually. I'm going up to Noosa, so got some good friends up there, and it's just going to be one of those tours where I get to see everyone, hopefully. I mean, I'm thinking a lot of the younger kids haven't seen the documentary, and no one's seen it on a big screen yet. Jack McCoy's tweaked it to fit on a big screen. It's, that raw 16mm film that he used, so it's really good. The soundtrack is great. I can't say the surfing's great.
Come on. I can vouch for the surfing, but it's an incredible story, the story of your career.
Yeah, my family's in it. It's from when I put on a lot of weight. They film that, film me training to lose the weight. They film me comeback rap. It's everything's in it. Yeah, so come along. It's going to be up and down the coast.
Bugs, it's one of the great surfing biopics. It really is a brilliant film, and like Ock said, Jack McCoy was the master of 16mm, and his water vision is so timeless. It's pin sharp. You can take frame grabs from it and blow it up into huge prints, and some of those will be for sale at the shows.
Yeah, well, no, look, Jack was a master of the trade, and he was a genius. both director and cinematographer.
I'll tell you what Elsie was good at. We'll get back to that in a moment as we see Maxine up here. He's had a few waves, hasn't dropped a big score yet, but that might change with some tidy rail work here. Rips through that carve, back to the pocket, stands on the tail to get some more speed out of this one. Just trying to really place these turns nice and tight to the bowl, but that wave is going to fade away. We are still waiting on scores, but Jack McCoy, one of his greatest gifts was his ability to pair the perfect song with the perfect turn. Ran his soundtracks, you know, they're brilliant without the surfing vision, and together they're magic.
It was the golden age of making surf movies. I think that whole 16 mil golden age, and Jack's made some of the best ones ever.
Wow, look at Maxine, he's found a ramp. Nice straight air. Wow, he didn't make it.
Yeah, just didn't get that tail release that he wanted, and as a result, kind of the water hadn't softened yet. It was a high impact landing, couldn't stick it. But yes, the Jack McCoy tour is on. The documentary celebrating 25 years. If you want tickets for the Noosa show, tough luck, it's sold out.
Seriously?
Sold out, mate, so you are going to get the opportunity to catch up with all your friends. But the good news is, if you're down in Byron Bay, May 2nd, there's a show down there. You can go to jackmccoy.com to get your tickets. He's touring it through the Gold Coast, Newcastle, Wollongong and Sydney, Avoca, Melbourne, Lorne, where it will wrap out. And the final show is sold out too. He had an extra show down there at Lorne, so get on jackmccoy.com.
Yeah, get on there. Yeah, so Lorne, thank you. They sold out a show, and I love it down there so much. I'm going to stay with the Perrys and Surf Bells, maybe even, Cathedral Rock or something, which is close to Lorne. And oh, I love it down there. I can't wait. It's going to be winter time, and I'm excited. I've got a big winter coming up. I'm going to J Bay. Going to have to throw a snow trip in there too, my goodness.
I'll see you at the Byron show off.
Oh, yes, unreal, Ronnie. Let's have a soda water together.
Only because I can get a ticket to that one. I can't get one to Noosa. Otherwise, I'd drive up with you. We've got 17 minutes remaining here. Hiroto Ohara has taken the lead. 7.5 on his previous wave. We had a good score drop for Callum Robson too, 6.83. Callum's been super patient though, and just sitting in that position as second priority at the moment. You'd think that he's going to maintain that patient approach and back his surfing and his composure under pressure.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because Dakota Walter sits out there with priority. He's yet to get I'd say, a really good wave. You know, his surfing's on point. But this will be a great battle between first and second priority. And Maxine is just going to be he needs to get into this heat.
Yeah, he does. Unfortunate, that he didn't land that air, but Dakota's not in a good spot. No. Even though he does have priority, that's the only good thing going right now. I can see kind of a big set right now. Is that an illusion, or is this a kind of a big piece of water right here? But let's see what's...
Well, something stacking up here and taking off deep
in the barrel.
Getting into the pit for a second. It was Hiroto, but Dakota down the line is going to swoop on this one. Nice roundhouse, clean work so far, but needs some more high impact turns here as he loads up. Nice hit there. I mean, a clean sequence of turns. Might be his best wave, but he'll likely need more with Callum Robson sitting on a pretty good number at the moment and now assuming priority on that outside section.
Yeah, well, he's got 15 minutes, 40 seconds to get a good one, but I do feel that was Dakota's best one. Now, Hiroto was lucky he didn't come out of that barrel because Dakota had priority.
Maybe that's why he pulled in. He was just in there thinking, if Dakota takes off, I'm going to jump off, and I reckon that's what he did. Here we go, though. This wave could be good.
Oh, love that kick on the tail from Callum. So this is Callum chasing probably a mid-range score. You've got to be thinking Dakota's going to improve his situation, so Callum might need a mid-range 5 out of this wave as he floats here. Easily finds some space to get around the section and get a final hit in. There's that cool composure.
Wow, solid ride. He could go to first on that one.
Covered a lot of distance, didn't he? He really did, with not a whole lot of effort, so I'm thinking same.
Waiting on some numbers to fall in here. Well, let's have another look at it, see what this first turn's like, Bugs.
Yeah, well, he's always thinking down the line, and that's great with Callum. Look, he's thrusting down the line, big sections to get around. Now he goes to work. got a ridge to get over here, Ockie.
He did it. Nice light on his feet. Really light. Gets the float to project himself into this section, and he hit it as hard as he could, really.
The wave was disjointed in parts. Dakota on the outside. This is the another wave for him.
No, well,
no, this is the same ride. Excuse me. So we're waiting on the number to drop for this.
Yep.
Still waiting on the number to drop, but yeah, this is going to be close. I think Callum's wave, his first turn was pretty decent, kicked that tail, but there was moments in that ride where just because of the lumps and bumps in it, he was a little disjointed, and the final sections weren't that typical clout from the CT surfer, the freshly relegated CT surfer, so going to be close, I think.
I think it'll get better when the tide comes in, Rab.
I do believe it will. I think that half-tide mark will be really good.
It's going to be interesting to see where the numbers fall in here. Dakota's definitely going to drop his best number. Well, it wasn't his best number, only a 5.17, but he's loading up now. And he's going to go to the air. Tries to complete that rotation, just lost contact with the equipment. 9 times out of 10, you can count on him to stick that turn.
You're so right.
In the pressure of a big heat like this, when he's making a fully committed effort on the Challenger Series, just loses contact.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, here's a nice little barrel. Maxine.
Oh, what a gift on a Tuesday morning.
Oh, there's a big ridge to get over there, though. No, that's broken in half. That went off.
It had, yeah, like, I was surprised he got over it, but it didn't matter. The wave was done.
So 5.17 for Dakota Walters with his previous ride. Yeah, you got to really have a close look at those turns, don't you? And start to compare them to some of the moves laid down earlier on by Hiroto Ohara. The judges are playing comparison with what scores they've already dropped in the heat.
Now, I saw Dakota checking his feet there, Mark.
I did.
And looking to shore. I mean, he might have.
I did see that too.
Like, there's something going on here.
His board flipped over on that air, and his foot might have hit his fin. He's so accident prone, this kid. Like, seriously, like in that QS in, was it Bondi or wherever, where he got his 10 and broke his ankle at the same time?
Yeah, well, a lot of people probably don't know about that, but in a regional QS event, in a final, Dakota Walters
done an air, made it.
It was in the semis, wasn't it?
Semi, maybe.
It was in
the semi. He made the air in the semi. He got a 10.
Look at that
rode
technique.
Out of it. But look, the board flips here. Oh, no. It didn't happen, sorry.
And
there was no fin.
It might be just that he's sitting there, yeah.
Oh, here we go. Good looking wave here. Steep sections, and Dakota unloads some big turns. Probably frustrated with his last number. And really digging in a little bit harder. Really letting the judges know that he's putting everything into this one. And he's going to get a nice connection through the inside now. Watch out for the big finishing turns. Nice float here, composing himself nicely, not overdoing it. Already on his way to a good score, and that's going to feel good. There's no claim, but the body language suggests that he's happy with that one.
Well, he's gone from the injury bench to the top of the pops.
So he also cut his foot, didn't he? Really bad over in that NIAS contest, was it?
He's had a number of big injuries, ankle injuries, but the one that we were talking about was a huge air, which he stomped and actually had a high ankle sprain. I think he tore a ligament, needed surgery. So yeah, he was up against it, but he has come back so strong, and that number might just get him up into the top 2 here. He needs a 6.96. 10 minutes to go. We'll update you on the situation after this Bonsoy brew break.
GWM, where we got some great rides, and you can get a great ride to the ultimate surf trip. You come here, you scan the QR code, put yourself in the raffle for ultimate surf trip that you can bring a mate on. As while you're here, you can also experience some virtual surfing utilizing the green screen. Let's go check that out.
I feel dangerous. I'm going rodeo style. I feel dangerous. I feel dangerous.
Welcome back. Big heat on our hands here. The round of 32, a heavily stacked one, with all these competitors chasing and achieving big results in the past and all looking to stay alive in the mix. Hiroto Harap, he was hanging on to the biggest ride, but Dakota Walters dropped a 7.77 on his previous wave. He's up again. Not going to ride this one through to the death, though. But Dakota has jumped up into that second spot. Callum Robson, he's now after a 6.45. Maxime Husseneau, he's after an 8.4. But I feel like the judging's been really solid here. The judges have really had to dive into the finer details with some really comparable waves. And Dakota ripped his last ride, especially those outside sections of the wave.
He sure did. We're waiting for 4 scores of 4 surfers.
So Maxime here on the replay, this one during the break.
It was a nice first turn. I love that layback there. Really kicked it. And this wave, even though it gets small, he knows he dug his nose and then lost all his speed. But this is a wave he claimed at the end. So let's see what happens at the top. It was a pretty nice turn. 2 quick ones, carve right back into the foam, and then just finishes it. So could be a good score, Ronnie.
Yeah, well, he's already got the lead, so he'd just be adding to his numbers here. But yeah, really solid stuff. Oh, waves are so fun out there right now. And Dakota, he's trying to get rid of a 5.5. Great turn, right in the pocket of the wave, and again, nice combo on the outside.
But it ended, it shrunk. I mean, what's he going to get? Is he vulnerable?
Well, look, the thing is, he only needs to improve on a 5.5, and that was a much bigger wave than what he scored on earlier. Even with those 2 turns, he might just add some extras, which will help his case here. Callum Robson, he's got some work to do. As we see, Max again. And this guy's fighting hard to get himself out of 4th position. Already has another number he's waiting on to drop here. This is turning into a good battle. Maxime does so well to bottom turn around the trough of the wave and get himself tight in the pocket. Even on a tapered wall, he can really fit those turns in nicely.
He does need 2 scores.
Well, we're waiting for 2 scores, aren't we, for Max? And that was, I think, his best 2 rides.
Yeah, well, Max has been really busy in the lineup, but hasn't connected with the better set waves. Dakota, just by way of rhythm, has somehow found himself on the quality set waves, even though he's surfed more rides in this heat than anyone. It's sort of worked in his favour, that rhythm.
That's how he surfs heats. I mean, he is incredible at finding waves.
Incredible at finding waves, but, you know, sometimes that strategy can really work against you if you don't get opportunities with priority. He's just very lucky that people keep taking rides as well. As we see Max down the line here on that replay. Punches through the pocket on that first turn. This wave gets ugly pretty quickly, though.
It does, yeah.
I mean, tidy work. He's chipping away. He's given himself a better requirement to chase down. He got a 6.1 on that wave. And now he's after a 7.18. Scores coming through for Hiroto, looking good. He's going to drop another big one here, 7.07. So starting to get a little harder to track him down. Dakota needs a 6.8. Callum Robson's after a 6.45 to get himself up in the 2nd spot.
He's been waiting a while, hasn't he?
Yeah, Maxime might have another score. Hiroto, I think, felt like that was maybe better than his first wave.
Yeah, well, he might have. By the look of it, I mean, it doesn't matter because he's got the lead. It doesn't look like he's going to get past. It's just, is that score come through for Maxine yet?
I think he might have another one on the way here. Or maybe actually Dakota has another score coming.
Oh, here we go. Here's a set.
This wave's interesting. This will be Callum Robson, I would say.
Yeah, Dakota's got another number on the way. So Callum's going to have to serve his heart out here. An awkward takeoff, but it sets him up for a tube. He's going to punch his way through. Needs to do some big turns here as well, though. And he's going to throw the reverse and stick it. Callum Robson, you don't see it too often, but he can throw a big air at you.
That was surprising. I actually saw him try one in the free surf, but he made a massive mistake there by going for that barrel. Massive. He was such a good wave to do 2 huge turns. With the barrel, the barrel wasn't great, so he's like, I've got to go big.
I kind of felt like he was faking a recovery in that barrel. I think something happened on the takeoff.
He got a little stuck. He kind of fell onto his heel side rail, it felt like, and he almost, as a result, turned and faded.
Yeah.
You're right, he stumbled on takeoff.
And so it's no point yet.
No, but he's, it's a good air, there's no doubt, but, I would not give it. I mean, he's made that mistake. That 2 huge turns were possible there, you know what I mean? And we've seen a lot of airs these days, even though that was lofty. I could be wrong and have been wrong, so let's slow this down. Not too sure if the judges are allowed to slow that down, but it was a pretty lateral air. I don't think so.
Dakota's upped the ante, though, 6.17 on his previous wave, so a 7.12 required out of that. It is something different. It's a little unique compared to what we've seen, but at the same time, he was less in the barrel and more in the lip for the majority of the tube ride.
The tube was not a tube. That was no points.
No, that's what we think. It was a head. It was a
no points
shampoo.
Yeah, no points in for the tube. So it's only for this one turn. So yeah, they'll take their time. They can. We might even have one more set. Who's going to go? Has it got enough warp?
Sick air. Oncoming section, short ride, as you said, not a lot of points in the barrel part of it. Man, he cleaned up the mistake pretty well. It'd be surprising to see them throw a 7.12 at it, but they definitely might get close. I'll say that, and it's probably right there. Just based on what we've seen in this heat and the fact that no one's really stuck at an air just yet, this could be interesting.
There's another point because he hasn't stuck one yet either that I can remember in a heat, so that might add to it too. The judges should not judge like that because I remember an instance at Bell's when it was a Cole Houshman, Gabriel Medina heat, and Gabriel done a full aero, didn't get a big score.
Yeah, but that was a scrappy.
Because he does them all the time, I don't know.
No, I think it's just a scrappy landing on that air. As we see Callum still fighting, not trusting that he got the job done on that previous ride. He's still waiting, and he's going to be waiting on 2 numbers to drop now. And this heat is going to come to a close. What a heat it was, though.
It was incredible. Like, it was so entertaining, just like our last one. It is such good conditions for a competition. It's so consistent, Rab, and I was surprised today when I woke up and there was this north aspect to the swell. I was like, yeah, they were on. And what do you think?
Our concern too, Bugs, was is there going to be enough opportunity for 4 surfers in this lineup? And clearly, looking at the fact that Maxine's had 10 waves, Callum's had 6. And then you've got Hiroto on 5 and Dakota Walters on 8. There's more than enough opportunity.
Yeah, everyone's had a pretty good run at it, and that was such an exciting heat. The last 2 heats have been amazing.
Numbers starting to come through. Dakota Walters waiting nervously out there to see if he'd done enough. The numbers come in for Callum on his last wave, or his previous ride, sorry. The barrel to air, it was a 6.6. And that wasn't enough, and his last ride maybe was less convincing.
Yeah.
So just doesn't feel like it's going to happen for Callum here. Maxine's got a couple of numbers on the way here too. So we're still waiting for that official result. Let me just say, Occy, absolute pleasure to call a couple of heats with you.
Thank you, Ronnie. It was so fun to be here, and I got to go to work. I'm off to Noosa tomorrow, but I'll be back because everything's local. The next show's at Byron, and then after that I've got... I'm going to be here to watch the event.
Oh, we'll get you back in to call some heats because the waves seem to come whenever you're in here.
Well, yeah, I'd love to. Rab, it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. It's so good to have you in the booth.
Absolutely. And Bugs, thanks for having us, of course. We love our time up here on the Gold Coast. They were special heats, and the results are still being determined here at the moment. We're waiting for them to drop. Callum signing autographs. He's been a big name to have in this draw, and it just feels like that run for him might come to an end here.
I got that feeling.
Dakota's still waiting to hear the result. Well, the good news for Dakota is it's official now. Those scores coming through, and Dakota's going to hang on for second place. And it's going to be Hiroto Ohara, the Japanese competitor, getting the victory here. And Hiroto, he'll get that news now from the onside announcer, and he's absolutely buzzing. We're going to take a quick break here. Stay with us. We're going to bring in Stace and Rich for the call.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Another cracker midweek day here at the beautiful Snapper Rocks. The action continues. It's been non-stop since the event window started on Saturday. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined in the booth by none other than Richie Lovett. Rick Love, how are you?
I'm great, Stace. What a morning. This is a little bonus for us. It's just, it's pumping. That last heat was incredible, just endless amounts of waves. So hopefully that sets the tone for this afternoon.
That last heat was incredible. It was absolutely nail-biting down to the finish there. Callum Robson just falling short. It was Hiroto Ohara and Dakota Walters getting the nod. That's 3 heat wins on the trot for Hiroto. He's starting to form up, Rich.
Yeah, he is, and he's a formidable force. He's done so well in these events over the last couple of years. He's had event wins, so he's no stranger to holding up the trophy. And well, these waves are so suited to his little compact style, just positioning perfect. And yeah, that was a big one to get through.
Another surfer who suits this break beautifully is in the red in this heat, Sami Pupo, the defending champion. He'll take on his good friend, Matheus Herdy, Ian Gouveia and Lucas Silveira, also from Brazil, rounding out this heat. There's always plenty of support for the Brazilians down here on the beach, Rick, and I think this heat will be no different as we see this gentleman get this heat underway. Ian Gouveia has already got a 4.67. We'll catch you up on that as we see Matheus Herdy here streaking down the line. He's another surfer who I think his style suits his wave brilliantly, and as we see the variety there in his surfing, this wave double up down the line, beautiful snap out of the lip, casual in between the turns, slide in the tail. He's done 3 majors already and they've been different, every single one of them, as he continues down on this wave. peters off into the little Marley zone. But as we see that tide filling in throughout the day, Rich, we're going to see these little waves just continue to run. And another finner to finish. Matthias Hurdy, that's a scary start for his competitors, Rich.
Yeah, that was a nice tidy wave, well managed all the way through so many different sections, and he kept us entertained all the way through it. You know, he kept a good pace with it. Matthias, he's been one of these guys that we've touted as a potential championship tour surfer, and he seems like he's really settling in to his form in these heats. First heat, he really opened up, showed us what he was made of, and this one here just goes for the air rev. Bit of a flat spin, but it was a functional manoeuvre to get him down the line. Just started leaning into that bottom turn. Nice tail release slash. So as these sections are popping up in front of him, he's really taking advantage of it. Hunts this little low road. It goes again, and you just know this guy, it's a high-risk manoeuvre, but it's not high risk for him because his make rate on these airs is just so high. I'm going to say probably top 3 in the field.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. And we saw him take this approach in the Mexico World Tour event where he received a wild card there and finished equal third. It was like every time he stood up, you knew he was going to the air, but that's not to say that it's predictable. It's still really exciting, and it's, you know, it's explosive surfing. So it's all on display here. A massive part of the judging criteria on these point breaks is obviously flow, but then variety, another big part, Rich, as we see Ingvar catching up here with him.
Wow, just hammering that opening section there. Streaking down the line, really comparable to David Silva, Ian Cavea, and this wave just tapers out. And then this was Matthias behind him. I think this was his opening ride, actually, and this was the 4-pointer. So way up behind the rock, gets the tube ride, comes out with a series of scintillating roundhouse cutbacks. A little bit of sizzle on the end of those.
There's a couple of really nice carves in there. If he can find some steeper wall and a longer wave to work with, I think we could easily see him go excellent today with what variety he's shown already. His 2 scores locked in, a 4 for that first ride, the tube, and then backed it up with the 6.5. And I think that, you know, Ock and Rab and Ron were talking about the swell direction earlier today and what this break loves. It really loves. It can handle anything. It really, you have something out of the south, you're getting tubed behind the rock, or if it's northeast, you know, it's running down the line. But today with this little east swell that we have, what it suits is rhythm surfers.
Yeah.
You can get a lot of waves under your belt. You can try all your different turns out. You know, the 4 for Matthias, you know, it won't be a keeper score, but he got a little tube. He can try out his board on the rail, see how everything's feeling, and so far he's looking really locked in. But while we wait to see some more action in this heat, we're going to throw down to another surfer who's locked in, Felicity Palmer-Tears with Hiroto O'Hara.
Hiroto, absolutely amazing surfing again. It seems like each round you're getting 7s and above. It seems like you've cracked the code out here into Snapper.
Yeah, just Snapper gave me some waves, yeah.
That heat was heavily stacked. The guys were dropping score after score. How did you remain composed throughout that heat?
I knew that heat's gonna be like that. Like the waves are like cooking. Like there's so many waves, and then you know, with the good surfers, for sure I need like maybe like 7 or 8, and then yeah, it almost like same like Fran, like just waiting for the wave that I think if I can get a score, and then yeah, and then pretty much all the heats, my priority routine's going pretty well. Like. Somebody get it like not good waves, and then after that like there's a bomb coming, like you know the rhythm is very good. So yeah, if I can continue this rhythm, maybe I can get some more scores.
And obviously it's a long year ahead. The big goal is to qualify for the World Tour. Have you got any smaller goals throughout the year and for this event?
Just heat by heat, like wave by wave. Like it's been like I've been doing this like over 10 years, and then I never qualified before, and this year I feel like my mind is a little bit different than other year, that like I'm not thinking about like end of year. Like I'm very happy to be here and then competing in Snapper Rocks, and then I'm just having fun. So I think that's the most important thing. So that's all I'm trying to do, and then yeah, hopefully get through.
Well, you're looking in fine form out here. Good luck in the next round. Back to you, Stace.
Thanks, Flick. Congratulations, Hiroto, and looking locked in for sure, Rick. And it's really hard not to look at the end of the year. Obviously, everyone starts, and it's quite clear everyone wants to qualify. But I would say the way the tour is set up at the moment, with how good the destinations are and how good the waves are, it's pretty easy to just stay focused on what's in front of you.
Yeah, step by step, wave by wave.
Oh my word, Rick!
Look at this thing. Wow, that one actually caught a couple of the surfers out of position. It was more of a bit more south direction on that one, half stage, just behind the rock.
Just a little behind the rock, but what this wave does is it pulls the sheet tight, and very, very good chance we will see more waves in this set hit the bank nicely. Please back me up here and not do the commentator's curse.
You're on here.
All right, exercising his priority. Up and riding, Lucas Silveira. And he has the right to do so. He had the higher priority there over Ian. Ian got out of his way. With that being said, though, unless this thing's got something special down the line, I'm not too sure that was the start he was looking for, Rick.
No, it's always a bit of a blow to the ego when you start with a 3 or a 4. It's really up in that 6 and better zone where you want to start your heat, aka Matthias Hurdy with that 6.5. Boards are looking good. JS Forget-Me-Not model, I believe, he's on.
Yeah, that was an interesting one talking to him the other day. He had to get in Jason's ear and get him to make it for him in a squash, because typically that board is, comes in a round or a bit of a pin tail. So, I guess when you're doing as good a surfing as Matthias is, and you spend your time with your shaper, though, you can work around them.
These pro surfers, they're a little bit fussy, but they know what they want.
I think this event is a great spot for all these surfers to come to. It's obviously one of the most central business locations for surf in the world. So many good shapers here, so many of the major brands here, and I think a lot of the surfers enjoy coming early to these events to work on those parts of their game, like their equipment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this coast is riddled with surfboard builders of the highest caliber. DHD just down the road. Obviously, we just talked about JS, but then Pizel has a setup here. So does Lost, Luke Short, the Sharp Eye crew had a catch up with those guys yesterday. Marcio Zuvi's in town as well, so it really is the spot to come and really work on your equipment, which is going to set you up for the entire year.
Lucas Silveira now, I would say, just looking to reposition here. Not a whole lot on offer on that wave. And speaking of positioning, it was nice to see Matthias Hurdy just get up with a lower priority behind the rock. We saw it in the first heat of the day. Levi Slauson and Josh Burke able to do some pretty big airs just behind the rock there. And I think if you've got that in your wheelhouse, you should definitely be executing it. I can recall the air from Italo many years ago, the backside 10. That was a short ride, but when the swell's like this, it does offer that closeout section down the line that with how skilled these surfers are these days, you don't need that typical 10-turn wave to get an excellent score. If you do a big enough air, the judges will reward you, and we did see that earlier in the round today, Rick.
Yeah, barrel to hack to air rev. It's a pretty nice, neat combo, isn't it? And more often than not, it's going to get you a big score. And, well, Sammy Pupo, he's taking his time to get this heat underway down the point. Saw a little surfer there just having a look. But Sammy is looking to open his account strongly, and 35-minute heats. So it does afford all these surfers the opportunity. That last heat was riddled with waves. This one, as we're used to, tends to get a little bit sleepy at the start, but this will come on strong towards the end, no doubt. We want to see the defending champ in action.
For sure, we've given the surfers an extra 5 minutes in this round, as we did yesterday with the round 32 for the women. Having another look deep behind the rock there, that's Matthias Hurdy. As we see a couple of lumps on the horizon, we'll see if the surfers look to get things going here. Here it is, the man in red, the defending champ, Sammy Pupo, up and riding, drawing hard off the bottom there. Beautiful snap in the lip as he brings that one around to set up the rest of this wave. He knows what a good wave looks like out here. He's been on plenty of them. Huge blast of the tail to finish. And that was the kind of start worth waiting for, Rick, as we see Ian Gouveia here pick up what is the third wave in this set. And as I alluded to earlier, the later waves in the set typically drawing off the bank a bit better, get you a bit more vertical face. And Ian Gouveia is certainly putting that to the test now as he rips through a series of nice backhand turns. And a tidy finish for Ian. He's looking fired up, Rick. And behind Lucas again. This wave got some similar characteristics to his first 3 rides. He just can't find the wave with that extra wall on it at the moment. But the rides from red and white there, certainly 2 of the stronger rides we've seen in this heat so far.
Yeah, it's, you know, those waves that have that closeout section, that end moment, the exclamation mark, you know, they are the ones that have really dropped the hammer scores this morning. And, well, Ian Gavea on his backhand, he ripped the shreds out of it. But let's have a look at Sammy Pupo first. Jams the first one, nice and tight in the pocket. Big wrap, so two different turns executed, and then he comes down to this closeout section. Just that drift that he got on that end section, and the ability to keep control. So right there, the fins were disengaged and riding on the roof of that wave momentarily before he shoved it down back into the trough. This is Ian Gavea. This is a fun wave to ride there. You've got that little corner at the start, which he cuts back and stays with it. Now it builds again. Here's that easterly direction coming into the point, a little straighter on. That gives him this lovely wall to start winding up on. Little tail drift on that one, gets the low road, and then slams it shut.
And then Lucas on the 3rd wave, or 4th wave of this set, Rick.
Yeah, just tail drift, snap to start things off, wraps the cutty, but you can see a softer wave here. And as a result, the pace of the surfing a little bit slower. Just a quick adjustment there, the leggy around the toe, always annoying. Just puts you off slightly. That's a better wrapping turn. Look, he's surfing well, but I think just the pace of that wave, it's not really allowing him to sort of come from behind the section, get that critical nature in the turn.
How hard is it just to bite your tongue there in Lucas's situation when you've seen every surfer ride a wave? You know, Matthias Hurdy was in and out on the 1st wave, Sammy went the 2nd, Ian went the 3rd, and then you're sitting there with your priority going, oh, I want to get involved, but you just have to be patient, don't you?
You've got to actually let that 3rd wave go. In his situation, he would have been better off just waiting, climbing up the priority order, and the only way, that is the only way that you can break the rhythm of the heat. Otherwise, you will be stuck in that rotation where you're kind of down the order and you're basically getting fed the scraps. You want to be up at the top of the front of the trough where you're getting the lion's share of the good oil.
Get in the prime cuts. As we see outside, Ian Gavea here, he's looking to just keep the rhythm going. Beautiful first snap out of the top. Bit more venom in those two as he comes around the corner there. And this wave coming through the inside, a beautiful finish. That was a really well-surfed wave. Didn't have the wave height of the prior ride, but, you know, some venomous surfing there, Rick.
Yeah, just obviously looking to build his scoreline, get his 2 foundation scores, and he can start to build 18 minutes on the clock. So good timing, good heat management up to this point. And we've still got scores to come in for Sammy Pupo for his first ride.
We saw it in the last heat. The judges, 2 heats ago, excuse me, taking their time to get the scores in. And it is important in a heat like this with the surfers' opening ride, particularly of Sammy's calibre. It is a real heat setter, you know, and it's something that judges think about. They've got the 6.5 already there for Matthias. And this next exchange between Sammy and Ian, not Ian's last ride, the ride before, really set up the structure for the rest of this heat. And they don't have to agree, and nor should they. Some up, some down on Matthias's ride, but the average is 6.67, so really close to Matthias Hurdy's top score there. And, you know, it sets up a pretty good start for those 2 competitors already getting into the good range. And then Ian Gavea's ride dropping in there, his second last, a 5.67. Sammy Pupo obviously was one of the you know, stars at Margaret River. He had the big heat with his brother Miguel, and he went on a really good run over there, but just fell a spot or 2 short of qualifying for the World Tour. So he'll come back to Snapper as the defending champ on the Challenger Series here at this event. But Rick, he had one of the most amazing dance manoeuvres over the shelf there as we check in with the Bond University health check. What did you make of that exit from Sammy on that ride?
Yeah, it was pretty gnarly. Not the type of dance floor you really want to be, you know, throwing down the Michael Jackson moves. The thing is just, you know, full of little rocks and crevices. Luckily, there's a little bit of kanji and seaweed on it, so it didn't tear him up too much, but a couple of stitches on the foot. And he's, you know, made it really clear that he's had to back off on all the free surfs and all the practice sessions, just letting that wound heal so that he's in fine form for these heats.
It looks like to have picked another great wave here. Sammy Pupo up and riding. Beautiful first snap out of the lip. rips the carve. I just love this bloke in transition. He's just got such clean rails, great variety in his surfing. Another slashing carve there as he keeps his speed down the line. He'll be looking to put an exclamation on this finish.
Solid as a rock, man. As we catch up with Lucas Silveira behind him.
Really well put together wave there from Sammy, and just professional, you know, like he hasn't put a foot out of place yet in this heat. And behind him, this wave, unfortunately, just a little deep there for Ian. It definitely had some good characteristics about it, but he offers to let that one go. But Rick, what's it like when you're running with an injury like that? It's not something that's going to rule you out of competition, but you obviously have to take it easy with your preparation. You find it to be beneficial at times?
Look, what it can do is really focus you in on what you have to do, and you start blocking out all that white noise and all those other little thoughts that typically could come into play if you were fit and healthy. It's like, look, I've just got to, you know, put myself on the best waves. There's that element of adrenaline too that happens in a heat situation, and you know, you can have a little niggling injury or some pain somewhere, but when you're up and riding on a wave, it all just seems to disappear until you get to the end of the ride. You pull off and you go, oh, ouch, grimace moment. But yeah, you know, it's beware the wounded athlete. That's a saying, because it does really hyper focus you in on just what you have to do to get through.
Yeah, no doubt an emotional couple of weeks for Sammy, and he's putting it all to the side at the moment. His performances so far this contest have been scintillating, and it doesn't look like he's got anything holding him back. It's a unique look to be surfing in one booty, but he is, as we've spoken about, he is just running a couple of stitches in that back foot. And if there's any wave that's going to test that, Rick, it is 3 to 4 foot running snapper. You're going to want to make sure that thing's well protected, because after you've rattled off 6 or 7 huge turns down the line, you're definitely going to be testing the doctor's handiwork.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's not big enough that you're washing speed off, or the waves sort of taking you, with enough speed down the line. You're still generating speed. You're still pumping and working the board really hard. You know, pushing on the deck of the surfboard, trying to get all that acceleration.
We've got some good numbers dropping for Samuel Pupo's second ride here. It's going to put him out into the lead by quite a margin. It's going to leave his competitors chasing a pretty hefty score if they want to take that #1 spot off him in this heat. There it is, a 7.83. The highest scoring ride of the heat so far, as we see these beautiful lines trickle into snapper here. Up and riding Lucas Silveira. He's really looking to get into this heat, Rick. He has not put himself in the game so far. He had an amazing first round. As you see, a nice big carve there from the big fella. And a better wave here for Lucas. He'll be looking for a big finish on this wave just to really add to this tally and the good start that he's had, and he gets it. Starting to build into this heat now. Still plenty of time remaining. You know, just under 13 minutes on the clock. Matthias Hurdy, after coming out of the gates really strong, Rick, hasn't really got back on the scoreboard yet after that 6.5. I'm pretty convinced that he won't be hanging on to that 4 at the end. He's got Ian Gouveia and Lucas Silveira breathing down his neck.
Yeah, well, Lucas Silveira, he's just dropped another number in the 4 range. It was his best score, but mate, some good surfing on here, some better signs, clean snap. And quick check turn comes down to this next section, and that was a beautiful wrap with a bit of tail release. A couple other little hits down the line, but you'll notice, you know, this wave is petering out again. So for me, it's all about wave choice with this guy. He's just not giving himself the chance, the opportunity to really put his best foot forward and his best surfing on display.
It's like you mentioned, it's all about that rhythm. And now he's just continuing to put himself at the back of the priority order. That was his best number, a 4.9. As we see behind Sammy Pupo, a little deep on this occasion, but similar to Matthias. I like where he's looking to get waves without priority up behind the rock and just test his luck up there. While we take a little lull in the action here, Rick and I are going to have a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. This heat has 11.5 minutes remaining.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro. Seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Some great flashbacks there with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and talk about the anticipation. I can speak to that. It's so cool having these events come to town every year, and you get to see where the level's at. And the level at the moment certainly isn't letting us down. Lucas Silvera here with third priority, streaking down the line. He really needs to get involved in this heat. He's had some amazing individual turns so far, some beautiful carves, big Larry finish, but Richie just needs to put it all together on one wave. As we see Ian Gouveia here on a better, steeper looking ride. Big vertical float to start that one as he keeps his momentum down the line. What? And he goes for the... I have never seen Ian Gouveia do that before. That was insane.
Oh my goodness. That was radical.
Absolutely speechless. Are we going Matt Miola like hippie flip vibes? But I'm going to have to get the textbook out on that one. I think that might only be frontside.
Backhand, double grab, spin to win. And that was a surprise. I was paying attention to the wave just because I wanted to sort of highlight the difference between the wave choice between these guys. Ian just, he keeps finding these good little runners that stand up down the line. This one was running off, just hits that quick section there, but still focusing down the line, pumping for speed, takes to the air, double grab, and a full spin, lands it cleanly. Does this over Lucas's head.
Wow.
So he lands on the roof of the wave and then brings it back down. Wider stance here. Okay, so let's watch it. Double grab. Mate, he had the perfect head rotation, the shoulder rotation, the board followed, and he just kept it all anchored to his feet by way of that double grab. And a beautiful salute.
The kiss claim comes out a lot at Snapper, but it's usually someone coming out of a barrel, they blow a little chef's kiss, but not on that occasion.
I don't know how high they're going to go on it, but geez, that was like
it's such a hard one to break down because it was like you don't see a lot of those, particularly in competition. You certainly see, guys like Matt Miola and Chipper Wilson and all these crew around the world, doing similar manoeuvres. However, when those guys are doing them, they're a lot more vertical. The only critique of that was he was a little flat, but he had the speed. It was a decent section. He comboed it up with a turn at the start of the wave. There's plenty to like about it. So,
mate, it was exciting.
I'm glad I'm not sitting down there.
It was definitely exciting. It was progressive. It was high risk. When you think about the entirety of the field, and all these, these are the best surfers in the world, but can they all do that? Not everyone in this field could do that manoeuvre.
No, absolutely right. Another name that comes to mind is Dion Aegis. Seen Dion pull a bunch of them, Mikey Wright. But again, you see it outside of competition. It's very rare that you see that in competition. And my phone's absolutely blowing up off the hook there, so thanks for that. KK Flip. It's been like 12 years old since I can remember a name for that. Holy smokes.
Wow, he honestly went about 320 degrees. Didn't quite go 360, but geez, he did well. And well, that's a clean make. That's 100% made, no question about that. And to do that with a jersey on, it's pretty special. And it looks like the judges, they loved it.
8.73, Ian Gouveia, rightly so, is elated.
Yeah, I like it. I like where they went with it. It was high risk, this tour, it encourages a progressive approach. It wasn't like he wasted the wave. That was all that wave really offered. He got that clean snap done and just went, I am going to throw the kitchen sink and the blenders, the mix master, everything, the toaster. He threw everything at it.
Not too often we're speechless in here, Rick.
Got ya. Absolutely got ya.
That was insane.
Mate, what that's done, it's created a fair gap between Sammy Pupo, Ian Gouveia, and Mateus Hurdy. His requirement now. That is it's growing and fairly significantly. A 7.9, so he basically needs an excellent score. He's been waiting a long time. We're down under 5 minutes now. So it's a special kind of wave now that Matthias Hurdy is going to have to find. And well, Ingabea, he's just gone, all right, I'll have some more.
Might just stick to the rail on this one, Rick. Oh, wow, huge first turn there for Ian. He's feeling it now. Two beautiful backside Rios. As he'll look to connect this dots together on the end of this ride. But it's amazing, isn't it, when you have a ride like that and then the ocean just seems to want to keep delivering these waves to you. There's no way he had first priority for that wave, and he's just gone, thank you. And his performance has like lifted a level again after that wave.
Well, he was looking to get rid of a 5, 6, 7. If he gets anything over a 5, 7, he's going to he's actually going to take the lead here, which at this point in the heat you would have to say, you know, out in front, safe as houses. But you know, maybe don't build the garage just yet. We've got some crazy competitors in the water, streaking. That was a slingshot at the start of that thing. Fanging down the line, blast that first hammer and a second, sort of carved off the top on the second turn. Really good display of backhand surfing here. Love this guy's style, really smooth, compact.
Love this angle down low. You get to see how tight and critical he is to the lip there, Rick.
Oh, great variation of that backhand hook with that drift off the top, straight into the next one. And just totally in sync. So here we go. Here goes Sammy. Oh!
It's not a long ride, but it didn't take Mikey McDonald too long of a wave to get a good score in that last heat. There's this two-turn combo there from Sammy and a fall there for Lucas. And we also saw a short ride there for Matthias Hurdy, I feel. However, he will regain first priority after those gents rode their waves past him. So he's still in a position to get his 7.91. He's got first priority. He's sitting out the back, waiting patiently. Ian Gouveia did better his score and does go to the lead, a 6.07. And he's certainly got control of this heat, and he's having an absolute ball out there. Sammy Pupo in second. We are waiting for a score for Sammy. He needs a 6.98 if he wants to get the lead back. And as I mentioned earlier, you don't always have to get the longest wave out here. If you can get two big turns together in quick succession, the judges have been rewarding that highly. So wait with anticipation on that score for Sammy. And then really, for me, it's Matthias Hurdy. I know he's got the excitement factor in his surfing, and we've seen it already from Ian. And I think if anyone's going to fire Matthias up, it is Ian, as Lucas just gets Ian into that wave. And Ian's just having a free surf at this point. He's having the time of his life. He does need to better the 6.07 if he wants to put a bit more of a stranglehold on that second position. He's absolutely ripping. Una mas. This wave just won't end.
Low road.
Samuel Pupo did get the lead back after that last ride, an 8.1. The judges have been pretty consistent with that, Rich.
Yeah, it's just eliminating safety surfing, isn't it, when the judges send a message that with 2 or 3 good manoeuvres done in combination, all connected with speed, they will throw you a score. It tells the surfers, put it on the line, dig in hard, go for the high-risk turns, don't safety an average wave all the way down the point and expect that we're going to reward you.
Sammy Pupo will be stoked to hear that score. He's put together a professional heat. He really hasn't, let the lead get away from him at all this heat, even with all the drama and Ian surfing 1,000 waves around him. Sammy's just stuck to his guns, and he's selected beautiful waves, and he's surfed them, well up to his potential and beyond. So he'd be stoked with his performance as this heat is counting down, 30 seconds on the clock. We see Matthias Hurdy stroking out to meet this set here, which is not a bad idea with the clock coming up to 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, at this point he's just hoping for a real grindy barrel behind the rock, just looking for anything, but I feel like the ocean will not cooperate with him. But you got to give it to Sammy and Ian Gouveia. Just an incredible display.
Lucas Silvera needs a 9-9. He's got it in him, but not today.
Yep, victim of wave choice there from Lucas Silvera. Just never really put himself on the right waves.
There's a defending champ on screen there, Samuel Pupo, with a convincing victory. However, wave of the heat and turn of the event, manoeuvre of the event, I should say, Ian Gouveia, with the most exciting air we've seen out here in a long time. He locks away at 8.73, the single highest score of the heat, and firms up second place there with a 6.07 in the dying moments. So we see a victory lap here for Sammy Pupo. It'll round this heat out. We do have a very exciting heat coming up around the corner. We'll get into that any moment now as we take a short break. We'll be right back at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, as we take an eagle-eye view here of the setup in the beautiful Coolangatta, southeast Queensland. We'll get a look at how this magical wave operates here. It's the very top of the Super Bank, Snapper Rocks, down through Little Marley into Rainbow Bay, and off tapering down into Greenmount and the Coolangatta stretch before hitting the almighty Kirra. This is how, look at how the sand pumping works here, and the bypass system. The one on the left rarely gets used. It's the main pipe at Froggy Beach there. It pumps the sand out. And it's a modern miracle how it all comes together here. My name's Stace Galbraith in the booth with Richie Lovett. Richie, back-to-back excitement those last two heats. We're lucky to call the last one. My jaw is still on the floor.
Yeah, some amazing surfing going on with some big old heat scores. But this one equally as exciting.
No doubt. Alejo Munez will take on Al Cleland Jr., Jacob Wilcox and Jadson Andre. And boy, oh boy, I want to say a couple of veterans taking on a couple of juniors, but really Al's the youngest one by far. Jacob's been doing this a long time. I still consider him a bit of a youngster though compared to, say, Jaddy Boy. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting heat as we see up and riding. Alejo Munez, he had an exciting first heat, Rick, and he'll be looking to keep that going here.
Yeah, he sure did. So Alejo drives hard off the bottom. We've talked about this man. He's had several years on the championship tour. He's got a ton of experience. He's got big moves. And unfortunately just coming unstuck on that one. But yeah, he had a great opening round here. Jacob in the pit on the backhand. A little bit of a shampoo there. Drives down the line looking for more. A huge turn. Gets the board right at 12 o'clock. But for me, Jacob was one of the most impressive surfers of the round before this one, a round of 64. And mate, this guy chipped away for so many years, made the tour. Heartbreak moment at Margaret River falling off, but you know, he's taken in his stride, he's got the maturity, and he's just getting back to work here on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, he did his first heat at a canter, I thought, and he really just showed his maturity and the sort of the lessons that he'd learned on the CT about wave selection and how to structure a heat. And I know we're only early days here at this event, but I can't see him having any issues getting back on, Rick.
No, with performances like that first heat and even this first wave, he's going to set himself up well to really go deep in this competition. But this is not an easy heat by any stretch of the imagination. Jadson Andre, obviously a permanent fixture on the World Tour for many, many years. The Brazilian battler. Now, he's had to do it the hard way a number of times, so he's used to having his back up against the wall. And then, well, Alan Cleland Jr., mate, hasn't he come on the scene in the last few years? Yeah, incredible surfer.
Big time. He can do it all. 2 foot to 20 foot, Al. He's, you know, he's an incredible talent, and he's keen to get his season off to a good start here. As you see Jadson Andre deep behind the rock. This wave is going to have a little split in it, but sometimes these can work out down the line. Not the case today for Jadson. So he just repositions himself down the line, and not a bad move. I think every surfer, as they're warming up, they see these waves behind the rock, and they obviously all want to start there. But I think with, you know, a 35-minute heat, you want to back yourself in to get a few waves under your belt rather than dropping anchor. We haven't really seen that work too well today.
It can be fool's gold. You know, there's 1 in 50 waves out there maybe at the moment where it's going to go all the way through, and it's going to be the dream wave. The high percentage play is to sit off the top of the point and look for these ones down the line.
Jadson Andre now working his way down the line. He's just looking to get a start here and feel out his equipment. He's certainly looking sparky and fired up.
I reckon this guy's got one of the tightest radius backhand hooks in the business. His ability to pivot off the top is quite remarkable. But mate, eighth wonder of the world, surely, the Superbank. It's just an unbelievable marvel.
It really is. As we take a little lull in the action here, we're going to throw down to Kaipo's out and about. Kipes.
Hey, I'm at BioGland, where there's tons of supplements available right here on site. We're going to talk about the B vitamin family, B3. This is B3. It's great for skin condition as well as energy. 1,000 milligrams per capsule here. You can take that on the daily. The B12, my favorite, helps you with energy and cognition. 2,000 micrograms per tablet here. Daily consumption, once a day is all you need here. BioGland's got this and more. Come and visit them. They're right on site.
Thank you, Kaipo. I'll take the skin. Rich, you're into the B12 to get that brain working.
Yeah, mate, I think we need a bit of that in our life. We keep coming down, expecting we're going to have an easy day, but mate, this is unreal. We have had 4 days of competition now, and we haven't been disappointed.
No, not at all. It's been great entertainment, and after yesterday, there was that feeling that today could provide us a little surprise, because I think once we saw the forecast, we thought, okay, well, if that's what was going to hang around a little bit longer, why not just hang around another day? And it's going to set us up beautifully for the rest of this window. We're going to be able to really cherry pick the next little bit of swell that comes through, because I will say we will increase in height, but the direction that it starts out is pretty south.
Bit south, isn't it?
Bit south. It's not super favourable for here, but there's enough sand behind the rock. There'll be waves. I just don't see it doubling up too much down the line. But then as those days kind of go on into, you know, Friday and into the weekend, it starts to come around to the east again as that storm kind of comes up the coast, and I think we'll see, you know, we should be finishing this event in some cracking conditions, Rick.
Yeah, well, Saturday's our final day, and there's also a bit of weather coming. I know Sydney's just getting hammered, like the Central Coast and Mid-North Coast getting just pounded by wind and rain and all sorts of nonsense down there, but up here we've got, well, for the most part, fairly blue skies, sun shining, and crystal clear water. So it's we're at the good life up here on the Gold Coast, mate.
Just another day, Rick. As we see a couple of lumps out the back here, you'll see the surfers probably not be too tempted in this one. It's you know, characteristic of a pretty bad ride if it's already kind of peaked up in front of you. You want to see these ones that haven't actually broken yet and double up down the line, which looks like Al Cleland has seen that in this wave. Excuse me, Jadson Andre is going to go underneath everyone. He just paddled out the keyhole and went, thank you. as he rips off a few turns on this wave down the line. It's hitting the bank beautifully and offering up a few nice sections for Jaddy. Thought for sure that had enough in it to want to use your first priority, but obviously Al didn't see it. Jadson did, and he looks back to the shore, and I'd be pretty stoked as well if I got that way with fourth priority.
Yeah, so, you know, that was a little gift there. You know, Jaddy was just deep enough, and the other competitors just, you know, playing a bit of standoff there, just eyeing it off, thinking, no, that wave's not quite good enough. But, you know, Jaddy, he actually made a bit of lemonade there.
Big time. While we wait for a replay of that ride there, we're going to throw down Felicity. Felicity's with Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, Sammy, on paper, that was one of the heats of the round. You came up against 3 of your other countrymen, and Ian Gaveo went nuts. Mateus was dropping good numbers. It must feel good to get the win.
Yeah, it felt good for sure. We had a really slow start for everyone, and then Mateus got the best wave, a 6.5 under everyone's priority. So after that wave, I was like, maybe that was a mistake, but nice wave came in. I got to get my 6 and then back it up with a 7. So I felt really comfortable after that. And then Ian just dropped the craziest air I haven't seen yet, but he said it was really good. So, and then I had to get back to the lead. That was my focus after hearing that score. And yeah, that's it.
And I noticed you're still wearing the booty. You had that injury at the end section of main break last CT event. How's the foot feeling?
It feels still pretty sore. I got 2 stitches right under my foot, so it really hurts, especially on my back foot. So it keeps rubbing on the tail pad and hurts quite a lot. And I haven't surfed since my last seat, and that's something I usually don't do. You know, I like to keep surfing a lot, so this is something different for me. But I guess it's working.
It doesn't look like it's hurting you too much right now. I know it's coming up to about 11 p.m. at home. Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Yeah. Obrigado a todo mundo pela torcida. Feliz em avançar essa bateria, uma bateria bem forte, né, no papel, e conseguir achar boas ondas, fazer boas escolhas. E feliz em avançar. O pé ainda está doendo bastante, ainda está com os pontos. Eu pretendo tirar nos próximos dias aí, mas tá dando para surfar, então tá show.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Sammy, defending champion. Looking in fine form. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Flick. Congratulations, Sammy. And yeah, interesting to note there, Rick, that he has not surfed in between heats, which I know for a young bloke like Sammy, that must be hard, you know, just to let all these free surf sessions go by and just be surfing your heats. But man, it's certainly working.
He looks like he's on point. Doesn't look like the injury's really hampering his performance too much. He may be in a bit of pain, but it's definitely not noticeable. But you're right, it's tough to watch all these really fun waves around the area and not get involved. This is Jacob Wilcox. Really tight pocket turn there, up and over the roof on the second one. Great extension on this little insider. Not much height to it, but he's getting some work done. Just looking to back up at 6.33. Then this is Jaddy. This is that tight pivoting turn I was telling you about. You know, the radius of that turn is just so tight and acute. So fast. He's got caught a little bit on that almost over-amping on those final 2 manoeuvres.
Jaddy over-amping? No. Great display of backhand surfing there, and you can see the 2 different styles from the 2 surfers. Jacob able to get that up and over manoeuvre. That's why you'll see him with the bigger score, I believe, just getting that tail through the lip and kind of drifting. Jaddy had some beautiful carves as well. They both come in the 6th region as we see Jacob now streaking down the line. Beautiful second turn there as he keeps his flow, and that one twists the hips a little bit more. Big finish.
That was
Thanks
huge.
for coming, Jacob Wilcox. That's going to be a big score as we see Alejo down the line here. Nice blast out of the top. Keeps his momentum moving forward down the line. He waits for this wave to get a bit cleaner on the face and just never really found his feet after he came around the corner there. I'd be curious to know what Al Cleland Jr. is not seeing in a few of these waves.
Yeah, well, you know, you can sort of get stuck in a position where you get too fussy. And perfect example, Jacob Wilcox saw that insider. He saw it down the line. The potential that swell line offered as it hit the bank was incredible.
See a replay here of Al Rich.
Yeah, Al just takes to the air, gets the spin, almost lands it. And then Alejo Muniz, he was hoping for a little grower section here. Nice long cutback to start things off. The wave starts to bowl up. Now he gets a few of those snaps. But this thing just was riddled with surface bump and texture and foam. So just coming on stuck. But this wave here, Chippo saw something down the line, starts to really open up. The face goes green on him, and he starts to wind up this backhand. A series of backhand hooks in particular. That last one just completely knifing that final turn. Gosh, this guy looks just in such good form at the moment. Perfect positioning, gets the tail release. It's a little shimmy, like the body's sort of working with it. That one there was completely vertical.
Amazing surfing there, and from my perspective, it gives the judges a bit of room here to really get that scale up. You know, we do see a lot of waves here that look fairly similar. That one to me clearly better. And as we see Jadson now up and riding, wow, huge first snap out of the top there, explosive for Jaddy. He'll be looking to add some extra majors on that ride after such a fantastic start. Just a bit of work through the middle to get that done, and then a nice close to finish. He's looking to better a 3.83, and he'll bring that round for a runaround. The runaround worked to good effect last time, Rich, so why wouldn't you do it again?
Yeah, opting to come in and run around, put himself right in the slot, go through the keyhole. Just gives the arms a little bit of a break, but does keep the energy and the focus on the thighs and the legs, which take a bit of a beating on these waves at Snapper.
Speaking of thighs and legs, look at Jono, our cameraman, go. He's already up to 40,000 steps today.
It's a good view of the beach here. Snapper rocks. And just a mellow trot, not really exerting too much energy. But what do you reckon, Stace? Is he shaving a minute or two, or perhaps a minute off rather than paddling?
I'll be honest, I'd probably say that it's a similar timing depending on how you get out through the rock. But what it does do is it actually takes you away from having a wave go under everyone. So in an east swell, you will see a lot of surfers choose to paddle. Like Judson's, I think, been the only surfer this whole event that's done a runaround. And there's a really good reason for that. However, it could be throwing the other crew off. So, you know, it worked for him last time, so why not try it again? But I would say that it's pretty uncommon, and timeline-wise can be pretty similar. It's just about where you want to position yourself.
Well, like you said, you completely eliminate the opportunity to pick up a big wide set that maybe the other competitors are too deep for. But what it does do, it'll put him right at the top of the peak here, which really, you know, he's still going to be in fourth priority. So it's not really going to matter in the order. But obviously it's working for Jaddy. Feels like he's in a bit of a rhythm with the runaround.
And he's done well there. Like I will say, you need a bit of luck paddling out the keyhole sometimes. He's not jumping off the rock, so you do need a bit of luck on your side, and he's got it. He got out there without having a duck dive. So he's absolutely nailed that as far as his positioning where he wants to be. He's absolutely nailed it, and he's going to better his score just slightly. Although I will say for the work rate on that wave, I would think he probably would have hoped to get a little bit more, but it was just the wave didn't really offer any more critical sections after that first turn. So all in all, saving time, probably not. He probably wasted 3 minutes in total by not just kicking out after the first turn. As you see down the line here, he wants to go Italo on this one. No, he opts for the float. Just loses his footing there a little bit, but probably not too detrimental to the score. That wave was pretty small from the outset. As we see behind, Alejo Muniz just in and out. It's one of those places, Rick, every time you look out at the horizon, it's such a minefield. It just looks like it's just set after set after set. But as we've seen today, there's a big difference between, you know, some of the smaller waves and what a set wave actually can provide you as far as scoring opportunity goes. So it is a real test of patience for these blokes out there with priority.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. But all really knowledgeable. All our surfers in the field, men's and women. You know, you have to be really good at ocean knowledge, swell knowledge, reading which waves are going to be the right ones, and it all happens so quickly. You've got to make really fast decisions. Yep, I'm going to pull the trigger, I'm going to go. I feel like there's, 7 points or above on this ride, and that just comes with hours and hours and hours in the ocean. Good looking set here, though.
Here we go. Don't want to jinx it like I did last time, but there's definitely some movement out the back there. And it's as we see Jaddy just sneak up under everyone again and keeping them honest with 4th priority, Jadson Andre. Takes this one down the line. He is looking to better a 4.8 as he comes unstuck there. As we see behind the surfer in blue, 1st priority comes from behind the section. We'll look for this one to get into open water. Al Cleland Jr. as he sets up the rest of this wave. The board looking magic under his feet. Nice snap out of the top there. Speed's not a problem for Al as he brings that through the inside and just comes unstuck on the reverse that occasion. Jacob Wilcox behind looking fast. And unfortunately falls on the finish as well. That leaves Alejo Munez on the outside with priority. We'll wait for his chance to enter this exchange. While we wait for that to occur, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Don't go anywhere. We have got a cracking finish to this heat on our hands. Stay tuned.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined in the booth by Richie Lovett, and we're just coming down to the back third of this heat. It is heat 6 of the round of 32. We will commence this men's round today with heat 7 and heat 8 coming up, and that'll be it for the day. No more action after that, but not to fear in the meantime. We've got plenty of action still to come with Alejo Munez taking centre stage right now with 2 cracking frontside hooks off the top and through the inside here, connecting a few minors to go with a few of those majors at the start of that wave. And he was looking for this wave for a long time. He started for a 4.83 and then a 3.5, and then he had a fall, and then that's his best ride of this heat so far, and he knows it, and he lets his mates know on the beach. That one felt good, Rick.
Yeah, that was his first wave where he really got to connect up and link those powerful turns that we're used to seeing from Alejo. Just such a contrast in styles, between the front side and the backside surfers. And Alejo with this real wide fight stance. Gets so much leverage, just blasting the tail on the second turn. Big, powerful hack to back that up. Now he streaks down the line. Big wrapping cutback. So great variety. Quick snap there, and then he says, okay, there's a couple more points in this. I'll stick with it. Get the closeout section, get that final manoeuvre, leave that lasting impression for the judges.
Oh, this angle's going to look great at these two turns, Rick.
Oh, bang. Just watch this. Blast the top of the lip out there. Look at the plume of spray just falling as he's already back onto that hillside bottom turn. Great slash there. Gets the tail release. Mate, these waves are just so fun.
Angle of the wave, angle of the camera, I should say, gives the wave, what the surfers are seeing, and just that beautiful cup and coping that you have to work with. Maneuver selection key, but how hard is it, Rick, when you're coming off the bottom to actually pick one? Because you could probably do 5 turns on that
exactly.
one section.
It's just such a fun, rippable face. Great slope to this wave.
Al Cleland Jr. there just kicks on the tail, waiting for this wave to get a bit steeper. A couple of nice setup carves as he'll look for this wave to double up down the line. Another carve there. We'll need a few majors on this wave if he's looking to really get himself in this heat. Couple of nice turns out of the lip. We saw the couple of air attempts from him earlier without the finish, and he just gets the finish on that wave. 10 minutes on the clock, and likely Al's best score to come there, Rick.
Yeah, he's just trying to surf his way into the heat at this point, I think, and try and get some rhythm going, get some time on the board, because he's really only had those 2 waves. This one's going to still be very conservative with the score. And he's going to need more. He still needs 2 waves, in my opinion, at this point, if he wants to progress through this heat.
Yeah, with everyone holding a good score or near excellent at this point, I'd have to agree. Alejo Munez's last ride, a 7.77. And, I love Alejo surfing when he can find those waves that he doesn't really have to work for his speed. He can just sit on the tail and put the turns together. And that was a great example of that last wave. And he looks like he's found another set wave here. This wave a little flatter to start. It steepens up, but he goes down. He really could have put that heat to bed here. Jadson Andre needs to get back in the mix now. He's been riding a lot of waves, but it's time for him to put some quality on the board. And he also slips as Jacob sits out the back, and he'll watch on of those 2 falls and take note. He's sitting on the single highest best wave so far this heat. Jacob is a 7.83. He's backed it up with a 6.33. While we wait for these gentlemen to reposition themselves out the back, we're going to check in with Kipes, who's out and about.
Hey, what I got in my pocket? That's the question. It's a golden key. How did I get said golden key? I came over to WeatherGuard, I scanned the QR code, then I got a chance at getting a key, a golden key. Now, ultimately, not a lot of these keys work, but if they do, see if the golden key pops open the WeatherGuard. You pop open that WeatherGuard, you get 100 entries into a raffle. What can you win in the raffle? One of 2 custom DHD surfboards, as well as a $500 WeatherGuard voucher. And come by WeatherGuard, they also have wax combs.
Well done, Kipes. I'll take one of those wax combs. Also got the fin key. I'll take a few tickets to the raffle too, and I'll take an EE Juliet model from DHD. Thank you, Rick. As we have a look at the Gold Coast flight cam here, just scanning over the Little Marley rocks. Many a youngster has been ripped across there, but thankfully the Gold Coast City lifeguards always on hand to offer out any help should it be necessary. But it's kind of just part of the ritual here, Rick, getting cleaned up across the rocks at some point in your grommet hood.
Yeah, you got to lose a bit of skin. Got to leave a bit of skin on the rocks here. Got to just come and surf these amazing waves. But Alejo Muniz, 2-hit combination there.
Looking to replace the 4.83. As we see out behind Jadson Andre, he's not going to slow down. He's got one gear, and that's go. Jaddy needs a 6.44 to turn this heat. And I'm not seeing it in that ride so far, neither's he. Alejo's looking for a situation update as we take a look at the scoreboard, and Al Cleland Jr.'s last ride, a 4.7. We did see the first ride there from Al, the 0.93. It was one explosive air. It sort of can be the tail of your heat sometimes, hasn't it, Rick?
Yeah, absolutely. Both Alejo and Jacob, they're starting to put a bit of distance between the rest of the competitors here. And I still think, are we still waiting on a score for Alejo here?
Yeah, we are. He's going to drop a small score for the fall, and then he had the 2-turn combo. And
wow, this next wave.
That score could be crucial for Alan and Jadson and their requirements to progress. As we see off down the line here, this looks like it could be the surfer in blue, Al Cleland Jr. Second priority, opts to take it this wave. Set up carve to start there. He's looking for some steep face as he gets up into the lip. This wave got a bit of a rib in it, but sometimes that can be sort of advantageous to the surfers if they can kind of, you know, manipulate it to their favour and have it sort of turning off the lip. But Al just a little behind the lump on this one, and he kind of knows it there with the body language and the kick out. As we see Alejo behind. Same again, that wave just has a little bit of a rib running through it. We're still waiting for a couple of scores to lock in for Alejo. His backup is a 4.83 that he's looking to improve on.
Well, he has been really busy in the last 10 minutes. Got a number of scores to lock in. And well, he only needs a 6-4 to take the lead off Jacob Wilcox, who's waiting patiently for something special. He really wants to lock this thing out. So let's see what happens on the outside section. Alejo, just big layback hack to start off. And another one. So building as he's going down the line, more of a projection floater and a foam climb. Then he comes through to this inside. I like how he's starting to push a bit harder, get a bit of tail release into these turns, and then the closeout hit. So a well put together wave.
And Jaddy behind. Jaddy needs a 7-2-1 now to turn the heat, but that's before Alejo's score is locked in. Alejo increased on his second prior ride with a 5.6. And I'd almost say I like that last one better, Rick.
I think I do too. There was just more variety in it, and he seemed just to flow between those turns. They were connecting a bit better. Transitions were a bit smoother. Let's see what happened to Jaddy. So quick turn to start things off. And another one. So some good surfing here, but you know, if we have to put the sort of microscope on him, a little slip there. It looks like he just disengaged the fins ever so slightly, but a lot of the same turn, maybe not enough variation. I think back to Jacob's waves when, you know, he was blow-tailing and then a nice vertical hit on the backhand, but he was mixing things up enough to really catch the judge's eye.
Yeah, definitely one of the harder turns you could do on the backhand out here is that one where you kind of go through the lip and blast the fins and, you know, keep your head down but also drift your tail out. And Jacob had that on the 7.83. These backside surfers, they certainly know how to throw rooster tails, Rick, but some rooster tails are better than others.
That's true. You know, we've had this discussion about the goofies of the natural footers, and you know, the natural footers have the advantage of being able to sort of stay horizontal, the big roundhouse hook, and then come behind it. And you know, I'd have to say that they've probably got more variety to tap into. So the goofy footers, they really have to find that variety, and it's difficult to do on the backhand out here, but well, Jacob looks like he's cracked the code.
He certainly has, and he's looking pretty fired up. The 7.83 was a great ride. As we see Jaddy now still looking at underneath priority. He's definitely had enough attempts in this heat to think that one of these waves will turn into the wave that he wants, but he's going to need a bit of help again on this wave. His requirement has increased to a 7.99. So basically, he will need to lock in an excellent score to get the nod on this heat.
Well, that wasn't excellent, unfortunately. Great surfing, but he needed an 8-point ride to make this shift happen in this heat and move into second place. And with 2 minutes 20 on the clock and halfway down the bay, you'd have to think it's going to be a tall order for Jaddy to get through this one.
Yeah. I think he's looking fast. He's looking spicy. It's just the wave quality at the minute is just letting him down.
Well, there's a desperation in the way he's surfing as well. It's just not the pace of it while he's going really fast. And he is getting some great manoeuvres done. The canvas just isn't there.
And with Alejo increasing on his last ride, as we expected, a 6.43, it's put him into the lead. Jacob Wilcox now in second. He needs a 6.37.
Now's when it becomes a bit of a psychological battle between the two leaders. Jacob Wilcox will want to come away with a win here. You know, yeah, second's great, you progress through, but you know, if you're marching through the rounds right at the top with a number one next to your name, that always feels good. That fuels the confidence.
What about this round as a whole, Rick, as you're entering it? It's the last of the four-man heats. You know you're only one heat progression away from getting the man-on-man. You know, it's almost harder than a first round heat.
Yeah, you're right. It does add a little bit of pressure. You know, you're so close to really settling into that true championship tour format. Man-on-man priority comes into play, and you know, you do have a lot more opportunities in those two-man heats, obviously, and you can really you know, settle into that way of competing. Here goes Jadson again.
Streaking down the line here, Jaddy. Not see a big score out of that wave as he'll make his way in. A valiant effort from Jadson Andre nonetheless, and you'd never expect anything less from him. He's an absolute machine when it comes to surfing these heats, particularly these four-man heats. He usually surfs himself into a pretty good rhythm, but on that occasion he just kind of couldn't get out of that 4-point range on the back up. He started strong, but on this occasion he will not turn the heat, and he'll look to focus his energy down to Narrabeen, which will start up in a week or so's time. It's the second event on the Challenger Series leg here.
Yeah, a lot of good things happening in Jaddy's life. Expecting a baby. He's certainly had a lot of time in the competition jersey. Alejo Muniz, he's going to get the win here.
Alejo's had a couple of great heats. He's starting to find his rhythm. He's picked some nice waves and done some exciting surfing. Jacob Wilcox will settle for second on that occasion. He led for the majority of the heat, and he's certainly starting to click into this wave as well. We will say goodbye to Jadson Andre and Al Cleland Jr. We'll see them down in Narrabeen in a week or so's time. Plenty more heats coming up this afternoon. It will be heat 7 of the round of 32. Don't go anywhere. There's plenty more coming up as we take a short break here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
The round of 16 is taking shape as we knock off more competitors here in the round of 32, getting stuck into heat 7 now. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the great Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, let me just start by saying thanks for having us back up here, mate. I love this zone. Always a lot of fun, and the waves delivering big time.
Yeah, look, it's been a great run throughout the event. We've been able to manage to run every day, and you know, when the bank's like this, you get up every day, and it's going to be 2 to 3 feet at minimum.
Hard to walk away from. I think the feeling was maybe there was going to be a lack of energy today, but it swung around a little bit more east, and as a result, a bit more direct on the bank today, and there's plenty of opportunity out there for 4 surfers in each heat. And this is a fantastic matchup. Kais King out there in the red. He's been one of the highest scoring surfers on his road through to this point in the competition. Oscar Berry, the Grom, out there in the blue. Really starting to improve and get some big scores going himself, but it is going to be Kais getting us started here in heat 7. Obviously coming from Byron Bay, this guy has a great point break flow. Also surfed a lot of junior events up here on the Gold Coast. So you'd call this a home event for him. And on the outside, Dylan Moffat, who's been one of the star campaigners on the Challenger Series the last few years. But he's not going to be at every event this season. So he's got to make the most of these opportunities. If he can get himself a big result, he might get some more call-ups. What a finish on that wave. He's so powerful.
He's so powerful. That was a great exchange between Caius and Dylan. They're kind of both in the same boat.
They are both not full-time campaigners this year, so you're spot on there, Bugs. The surfer from North Narrabeen, though, has really been consistently putting up big numbers on the Challenger Series for 3 years now, and back in 2022 missed out on making the jump to the CT by 1 place. He finished 11th that year.
Oh wow, so close.
Let's have a look at his opening ride. So we just saw him on his second, but this was a 5.33, Bugs.
Yeah, 5.33 in the opening ride there. Just got a little separation there. So he brings it back around, gets now in the little power pocket. So you know he's going to finish strongly. Wraps it back there, thinking down the line still. A little air rev there to finish her. Just a neat little finish, and Caius opening up with his first ride here. Goes into his patented point break assault.
Yeah, solid. And you've seen so much of Caius' surfing. He's good mates with your son Jagger, and they could travelled and competed a lot against one another. And Caius has always been heavily touted, but it felt like his momentum got stalled at different stages by injury.
Yeah, well, he did. This wave here is this is a scintillating ride by Dylan Moffat. He maintains his speed through all the sections, gets stronger as the wave goes on, and a great finish.
That's a finish. I mean, when that wave starts to close out down the line and you know, the energy is starting to dissipate just a little bit, to bring that ride back to life with a punchy turn like that's going to score well. So Dylan with the second number on the way. But yeah, Caius, good to see him back and surfing to his full potential.
Yeah, look, he was looking really good. He qualified 2 years ago for the Challenger Series, and after the very first event, his back went. I'm not sure whether it was an injury or whether it was one of those degenerative things that just, you know, it caught up with him, so to speak.
I think he had a bulging disc. And yeah, it killed his momentum, and it's been hard to get back to this point. But great form he's shown through this contest.
Well, that first round, in the round of 80, he was pretty much the highest scorer. Yesterday, 2 days ago, he won his heat in the round of 64 as well, so he's off to a tear.
He sure is. More wave action on the outside here. Still got some numbers on the way. And this is Kai Odriozola. And he's really impressed me. His first shot at a Challenger Series event, and he survived some big heats already. He's going to throw the full rotation. Wow, it was swift. Exploded out of the section. But the Grom from San Sebastian couldn't stick that one. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Stace.
It's Flick Ron, but I'll
sorry,
take
Flick. Take it away.
I'm here with Alejo. You're starting to put a couple of good heats together now. Looks like you're finding rhythm out there.
Yeah, I've been coming here for so many years. I surfed the World Tour here before. Last year I had a shocker on my first heat, so I just wanted to do well this year, you know. My first round heat, I think it was maybe on paper the hardest heat of that first round, and to make that heat, it gave me a lot of confidence for today as well, but I also was on a really hard heat again today. I started really slow my heat, but then I found my rhythm, and yeah, happy to be here now.
So 2016 was your last official year on the World Tour. Talk to me about those last few years. You've obviously got a young family now. You've had a couple of surgeries. Talk to me about your mindset coming into this year and, yeah, how you're approaching it.
Yeah, when you're there and you miss the cut, you know, it's really hard. Then you realize how good it is to be on tour, you know. I just want to go back and try even harder, you know. I was trying harder, but looking back, I think I could be more focused and smarter on each heat and try my best. But yeah, I've been through some surgeries, but my kid and my wife helped me a lot to put everything back together and keep trying, you know. I've been training so much. I feel good. I'm staying at a friend's place, which it's really amazing too. So yeah, love you, my wife, my son, they helped me a lot.
And I know it's getting late at night in Brazil, but do you want to say a few words back home?
Yeah. Obrigado a todos que estão na torcida. Tchim, tchim, mamãe, amo vocês. Vamos para a próxima.
Awesome. Good luck in the next round, Alejo. Back to you, Ron.
Thank you, Felicity. Sorry about that. And yeah, Alejo, the veteran, moves on as we see. Kai up again, really throwing everything at this wave, knowing it's a smaller ride, has to surf out of his skin to turn it into a decent number here. Gave it a good nudge, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, Kai's the lone European surfer in this heat against the three Aussies. Dylan's been thereabouts, very close to qualifying. Kai's getting it back on track, and young Oscar Berry, he's on it for the whole year.
Dylan Moffat up again. He throws everything at it. Got to say, Alejo Munez, he's such a cool customer. Love the accent. Could almost have, you know, I don't know, like a Spotify account where he does guided meditations or something. You always feel pretty relaxed when you listen to his interviews.
Yeah, it really is. It calms you down.
But this has been a great start to the heat for Dylan Moffat, 7.33. Hasn't been able to turn his following rides into better numbers and back that up just yet, but it's been pretty positive for people that have gotten into the 7-point range in the opening stages of their heats. Generally, they've gone on to find another keeper score later on.
Yeah, you know, O'Hara was one classic example in a super hard heat, but he got that early 7.37 and then backed it up with the 7.1 a bit later. That saw him into first place.
Well, here goes Kai again. He just dropped a 5.27 on his previous ride. Well, this young man from San Sebastian has a big future ahead of him. Nice little rotation to finish this one off. Beautiful city that he hails from.
San Sebastian. Yeah, it's a wonderful place to visit.
24.5 minutes remaining, and let's see if the Grom can keep the dream alive here. I mean, this is an intense field. We've got a lot of repeat campaigners coming back, and he's survived some big heats already.
He sure has, and he's really keeping busy in this one, Kai. This wave's a neat ride, a smaller wave, but he's got a bit of down-the-line action. Certainly covers every centimetre of the wave face. But, Ronnie, they say the third round in golf is moving day. This is the third round in you know, a Challenger Series. This is moving round, because if you get third or fourth in this round, it really is a clean and clear throwaway result. You get through, you've got a minimum equal 9th place. Now, 9th mightn't get you qualified at the end of the year, but however, it certainly is a good anchor result to, say, add a top 3 result too.
Oh, it's huge. You know, you go back and have a look at the rankings from the past couple of seasons, and those 9th place finishes are counting results for a lot of the men that have made the jump to the championship tour. So you're right, this is a big opportunity. You know, even getting yourself that 3rd place can be pivotal once you get to the end of the season.
Oh, you know, it's amazing. And obviously, you know, you get into that round of 16, you can come 9th, but that's where the ascent to the top becomes very steep.
It does. And for the women with that compressed field and limited spots, it feels like the jump to the quarters is where you really start to bank some important results, and maybe even semis. But here we go. We've got Oscar Berry up. His first crack at it out here. This guy's got a great mix of power turns to go with the progression, and he rips through 3 nice carves to get this ride going. Now probably thinking about busting the fins free, but doesn't find that rampy opportunity on the inside before we see some replays. Let's see what Kaipo's up to.
Hey, we're here at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard on my trusty lightweight fiberglass P150. Let's take a look at the upcoming women's round of 16, where we go head-to-head competition. I'm excited about these heats right here. Number 5, Luana Silva coming up against Vahine Fierro. They were top performers in the round of 32, as was Bronte McCauley, who went excellent. She had 2 9s in a round of the 32 heats. She's coming up against Kobe Enright. Those are 2 heats in the round of 16 that you are going to want to tune in for. That's the update from the Bailey Ladder leaderboard. And remember, as always, measure twice, cut once.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, there's some big heats to look forward to. Some high-scoring competitors meeting in the round of 16 for the women. Back out into the lineup now. We've got Dylan Moffat up, already leading this heat, trying to get rid of a 5.33 as we zoom in, taking a wide shot, showing just how long this wave is stretching out. And the 24-year-old from North Narrabeen, just relentless on this ride, one turn after another. And it might just be enough for him to push his heat score total a little higher.
Very good chance of that. Looks like Caius King might have got himself in another ride as well.
Well, he's shaking his head. I think he's taken a fall there, Caius. He has been so rock solid through his first couple of performances here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Let's see what goes wrong here.
Yeah, he puts it right up there. Oh, yeah, see, he starts incredibly well.
Well, that first turn was sick. And he's trying to make that connection through to the inside. So less about a mistake for him and maybe more so just a little frustrated that wave didn't pan out better down the line because the first turn was dynamite.
Yeah, that's what happened. It was just the wave. That first turn is incredible. He'll get some points just for that. And Dylan Moffat trying to improve on his backup score. Nothing, there's just no extra little moves. He just springs into action.
Yeah, he gives it everything, doesn't he? Here's a replay of Oscar Berry. 6.5 for this one, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Oscar gets some good carve work on this wave. He doesn't go to the air, which he loves to do, but this turn here, that's just such a good gouge. Maintaining his speed, he's really hitting the spots. He's really hitting the power point. Even though he never got the finish here, as you know, he wanted to get fins free in the air. He's really developed his rail-to-rail carve game. Oscar, he's put on a bit of beef. He's looking really solid. And an exciting young surfer. He has earned his way all the way on the Challenge Series, all 6 events, Ronnie.
Yeah, big semi-final finish for him over in Nias in pumping conditions in the regional qualifying series event there. That was the big result that helped him elevate his position on the regional QS, but 21 years of age now. And he's just really, I think, been the benefactor of his geographical location as a Grom. Growing up around the Angari area, leaning into master craftsmen like Rod Darberger originally, now moving to the Luke Short designs, the LSDs, and Luke's an amazing shaper, and those boards have looked fantastic under his feet.
The boards look very spicy.
But yeah, living on the Gold Coast these days, and you know, like a lot of aspiring young Australian surfers, you know, there's your surfing's inevitably going to be pushed. Even in your free surfing sessions around here, every session turns into a heat drill, basically.
Oh, well, it's such a highly competitive zone, and so many surfers and aspiring professional surfers have relocated up here. Every kind of session out here when it's pumping is a bit like a Hollywood set. There's photographers everywhere. And it's just a natural competitive zone. So
it is.
You know, they're really pushing each other. Having said that, in the whole draw here, the only homegrown surfer left in the event is Kobe Enright.
Oh, Kobe's been ripping too. So we'll see how she fares when she takes on some of the high-scoring surfers in that round of 16. She's been dropping good numbers herself. But it is going to be a great battle for those quarterfinal places on the women's side.
Oh, it sure is. And as you said, sorry, Ronnie, but as you said, with the women with 5 advancing, that I'd say 5th place quarterfinals is your minimum counter. I think you're right about top 3.
Yeah, you've got to get into those semis. Dylan Moffat ups the requirement for his competitors here, dropping a 5.87 on his last ride. Caius King hanging on to second. But it's a a shaky step that he's standing on at the moment, because Oscar Berry's got the second highest score of this heat and hasn't dropped his second ride yet. Just over 16.5 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
We started just to help mentor young Indigenous kids through some of the life barriers that they have to come through, and we use surfing as one of the tools. This has happened for nearly over 8 years now, something that we look forward to every year. An opportunity for the kids to not only showcase Aboriginal surfing as a whole, but really inspires them to go out and surf with mentors. We're stoked to be part of it, and yeah, we're looking forward to every year.
The Jurakai Surf Culture crew, the mob there are just an awesome bunch of people. The Slab family, just a really well-known family in this region, Bugs, and you know that they really do carry on the traditions and the education, I think, in a really positive way.
Oh, you know, the Slab family in Jurakai, the tradition is carried on through story, and they really study the history.
Yeah, it's awesome. And the World Surf League want to acknowledge the Gundjerbara and Minyangabal people of the Bundjalung Nation. Pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. Definitely want to extend that acknowledgement to all First Nations people here watching the event today, and those of you watching at home. This is a special part of the world, not just the coast. Of course, that's where we're focused today with these pumping conditions, but the hinterland here is a thing of beauty. There's a volcanic crater behind here. Really deep connection for the local crew here to that area, and it's stunning to check out. Here goes Caius King. Bonsoy replay, live action, sorry. And Caius, he had a slower start to this heat than what we've seen from him in the earlier rounds, but he lit that wave up.
And the thing is, what he did on that wave, first of all, he had third priority. He went super deep. He got one of those waves that started small. The other surfers with high priority weren't interested in it. You can see they're trying to tack back against that reverse rip, and that current sort of, Caius just knows it. Look how deep he is on this wave, way around the rock there, and it doesn't show to be much here, but then it comes into this inside section, and Caius with his point break nous goes to town. This turn here is amazing, and then this one finishes it out beautifully. Wow. That is going to be... See, he got a 5.27 on that one manoeuvre before.
Yeah, you think about that wave like the fretboard of a distorted guitar, and Caius just riffed all over it. And he's actually named after the band Caius. Josh Homme, the front man for them, went on to form Queens of the Stone Age. But Justin, Caius's dad, is an absolute rock pig, and he instilled that love of heavy metal music into his boys. As we see Dylan there just losing the back foot. But yeah, a really well-known surfer, Caius. You know, we've watched him come through the ranks, him and his brother Rasmus. Kai's has a dream to get to this championship tour. His brother has kind of changed his tact, as we see Kai just throwing the rotation there. And this is Oscar Berry now looking for a backup score. Huge carve, massive spray falling beyond him. You know a surfer's moving water when they get into their second turn, and the spray from the first is still falling out of the sky. Oscar moves his way through to the inside. Always kicks that tail free. And now loading up for a big finish here on the inside. Just continues to plug the tight critical hits on this one. And he only needed a mid-range 6 to get up in the second spot.
What's happened now is that this is really tightened up. Kai's King got a 7-7. And what is this one going to be, Ronnie?
Well, just the first turn is so clean.
Just amazing. He really carves that around beautifully. As you said, that spray still falling from the sky. Bit of a fluffy section here, but he makes short work of it. Powers into the next section. Now he goes back to work again. Massive rooster tails. This little zippy turns through the inside, just adding points all the way. And he elects not to go to the air, but he just finishes it. That first turn's a beauty.
Great skateboarder, and you know, street wasn't his thing. He loved half pipes. He liked the bowl, and you can tell that this little kicktail turn, you know, it is like putting the wheels over the coping. He's so comfortable with that move, and he can just plant that all the way down the line here at Snapper Rocks. But it's the carving game that's got him through that regional QS, and here on the Challenger Series banking some good scores. It's really improved.
Well, this has really tightened up this heat now, because Kai's King and Oscar Berry are going to get very, very close to Dylan Moffat, who came out of the blocks with a 5.87, then a 7.33. That 5.87 might need to be improved upon, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's the Grom that's going to be under fire here.
Yeah.
Kai is going to have some ground to make up, because his 3 opponents out here are all holding on to pretty decent, strong individual rides, and they've backed those up. So Kai's got some work to do. He's got to get in that priority order and put himself on a better wave.
Well, that's it. It's the wave. He's been on 3 very similar waves, smaller inside waves, surfed them really well, but hasn't been able to break through to the 6-point range at least.
Keeps getting himself on these medium-sized waves and trying to force a rotation out of them. And the key to his success early in this event was getting in that priority position and just sticking to really clean surfing, not forcing anything. So let's see. He's in 3rd priority at the moment, with 2 really experienced competitors above him in the order who already have good scores. So it will be tough for him to save himself in this heat.
Having said that, Kai's King had 3rd priority when he got the 7.7, so it can be done.
Oscar Berry's about to drop a good number here. He needs a 6.61, and he's going to do it. He drops a 7 and jumps up into 1st. Dylan Moffat hanging on to 2nd at the moment. Kai's needs really not a whole lot, just a 5.5 to get himself back into a qualifying position, and Kai's after a 7.93.
Well, look at that, 13.20, 13.10, so 1/10 of a point difference.
Bugs, you've seen it all here on the Gold Coast. As a competitor, originally breaking through, serving your first events here on the Gold Coast, then as obviously an administrator, but as a fan of surfing, does it ever get old? And just how many heats do you reckon you've watched here on the Gold Coast?
Wow, that's a good question. It never gets old, because surfing keeps moving, it keeps progressing, it keeps evolving. And every day, like, you know, when people go, who don't surf, they look out there, even on these point breaks, and they go, I don't get it. It looks so repetitive. When what they don't realise that the ocean is this living, breathing life force, and every day you come down here, it's different.
Love that. And yeah, it'd be years, right? Years, the amount of time you've spent watching other people surf.
It would be years, yeah.
That's in heats. Yeah. That's not even adding the heats that you surfed yourself. But a good portion of your life has been based around this sport, and I love the fact that your passion for it is still so strong.
Yeah, it hasn't diminished at all.
Does it ever just overwhelm you? Do you just think about it? Because I've seen you a number of times when you see something exceptional in the water start, bashing at your own rib cage like a silverback and getting a tear in your eye at the end of every event.
Yeah, it really hurts when you bash yourself.
Oh, that's awesome, mate. I love your energy for it. And, yeah, as I said earlier, always an honour to sit next to you and call these heats, especially when you've got, these young guns just fighting for every point they can in this lineup to chase their dream. And you've been in that position. And, man, it's a lot of pressure for these kids.
It is a pressure cooker, and there are certain rounds of each tournament that are the pressure cooker. As I said, this is the moving round. This is where you either go forward to the higher peak, or you have a pretty ordinary result.
Exactly. Well, how often do we hear people's, almost glass half full a result that's a 9th place? They say, well, I did pretty well on the Gold Coast. I had a 9th place finish. No one is glass half full with a 17th.
No.
Everyone's like, oh, well, I had a shocker. I had a couple of good heats and then I had a shocker.
That's right. And the thing is, you've had a couple of really good heats. So look at the score here. 13.5, 13.2, 13.1. This heat is on a knife's edge.
It's all about that backup too. Who's going to stick the second big score on the board here? Oscar Berry's going to give it a shot. This wave tricky to read. Just the sidewash cutting through it. Couldn't draw that clean carve out of the pocket, so he went for something a little different. He does have those moves he can call on, but even someone with a strike rate in the air as high as Oscar Berry is going to really struggle on a wave that ugly. Just under 5 minutes to go here, so Oscar, priority-wise, is now looking to, well, it looks like he's going to go that deep option and try and pick off one of those insiders, hoping that someone doesn't exercise their priority when he does take off.
Very interesting situation. Caius King with priority. Dylan Moffat under siege. He's been leading the heat. He's dropped back to second now. Caius King breathing down his neck with priority. Dylan Moffat was second. What a duel.
Well, to me, it feels like the way Caius has been surfing and the fact that he really clicked into gear on his last ride. He's going to get this 5.5 at some stage. He will get an opportunity. Oscar on the inside, moving up the point. He's going to get out of this one. But, yeah, I just can't see Caius failing to execute at this point. He's just in too good a vein of form.
Yeah, I totally agree. The thing with this heat, though, is that Oscar Berry's not in safe ground, because although his backup score is the highest, his first score is the lowest of the three.
Yeah, that just means that those requirements aren't too lofty for Caius King and Dylan Moffat here. And Kai, as we said, he just got a little left behind on that opening exchange, or the opening exchanges, and you can tell by his wave count that he hasn't really settled in for priority just yet. He's had a couple more rides than the next most busy surfer in this lineup, and as a result, he's only had mid-range numbers.
Now, if you look at the positioning here, you've got Dylan Moffat just sitting just outside and deeper than Caius. Caius now making a little move. I've got a feeling that, one, Caius is positioned nicely, with that first priority, but Dylan is positioned to kind of sucker Caius into a wave.
And Dylan is, the ultimate nice guy, but you can't fall for that smile. He's grown up in one of the most competitive lineups on the Australian coast, North Narrabeen. Even though we get some very crowded days out here at Snapper Rocks, I'd say you'd have a harder time wrestling away from the locals at North Narrabeen.
There you go. Good call, Ronnie.
Oscar just mucking about on the inside. Doesn't stick that one. I don't mind the tactic, though. Keep your rivals guessing. Once he takes these insiders, he's trying to sucker his opponents into taking a wave that doesn't have a lot in it, and also just going, you know what, you've got the kind of moves that might turn in the score that will help you drop that 6.5. So he's given it a shot. But here we go. Some movement here down the line. Caius passes this one up, and when you look at it, you can see why. Far too small. So he's been waiting for a while now for this opportunity. And while I'm confident he can get it done if the wave comes, the stress levels build a little bit, don't they, Bugs, in this situation?
Well, they do, because he's got to wade up. I mean, Caius needs a 5.5. He can do that on not a set wave. That is a fact. He could just get one of those inside runners that hit the bank properly. It doesn't have to be a set. Dylan, meanwhile, with that second priority.
Okay, these guys are getting into position now, but have a look at the lumps rolling through this one. Caius passes it up. Dylan's going to take it. And he's going to try and improve on a 5.87 here. A minute to go. Nice hit out of the pocket, but you could see it when they were paddling for this wave, trying to get in position. There was some lump in it, but this second wave's going to be cleaner. And Caius digs into a couple of nice turns here. We've got to wait and see what he did on the outside, but the last turn was very strong.
We didn't see the start, but the last turn was on the money.
You could tell he was on edge. The board wanted to slide. He maintained control. It was a committed finish to that ride.
And here, the battle zone between these two is that if they can get a good result, they might keep getting invited.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there is some spaces at each of the venues, and have a look at Caius here. So rips into the first turn. Not a whole lot in that, but the second turn had points in it for sure. So it was only a 2-turn wave, and he is after just a 5.5, but I mean, I love the finishing turn. It was one of the strongest turns of the heat.
Wow, this is really on a nice edge. You got to go back to that 5.27 he had for one unbelievable turn, and you compare that with I don't know if that first turn was super dynamic, but combined with the second turn.
It was a combination, wasn't it? It was a combo, and I think he's given himself a really solid shot here with that finishing turn. Oscar Berry, he's feeling pretty good about his chances now. Dylan Moffat, I don't think he improves on the 5.87, Bugs.
Well, which means Oscar's through.
The Caius King needs a 5.5, and we're waiting on those scores to drop.
And there's nothing Dylan could have done about that, because Caius had priority. So going on that first wave was not a mistake at all.
Well, he's keeping a cool head, but my feeling is that this is right there, 5.5, and he needs that last turn to really push the number up. Clean combination, dynamic final turn. What are your thoughts, Bugs?
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. It's right on the money. It's right there, because I'm going back to that. He did one turn for a 5.27, and this was 2 turns, but one very dynamic turn.
Steep section, rips through the carb. Not a whole lot in that, but this turn, I loved it. I really liked it. I think it should get there, but it's going to be close. And the number has just dropped, and unfortunately for Caius, the judges didn't see it. He got a 5.27, so they gave him the same number as his opening ride.
Same number as that one amazing turn, and that's what I nearly thought. I went, that first on that first wave was a better turn, but this was a combination of a 1-2 combination that I thought could have gone either way.
It was always going to be very close, but Dylan Moffat is going to hang on to that second position. The numbers so close, separated by 1/10 of a point, second and third. Oscar Berry, though, an important win, maintaining this amazing little run that he's on. And he laid down some great turns in this one. We're going to take a quick break. We've got another good clash coming up with a couple of rising stars and a couple of serious campaigners.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Welcome back to the show. It is a special part of the world, and we have some unbelievable talent here performing at Snapper Rocks and loving their time in the jersey. They don't want it to end, so that's the other big bonus to surviving these heats is getting yourself potentially a head-to-head clash in that round of 16. Out there at the moment, Dimitri Poulos representing the States in the red jersey. George Pittar, who's just been a revelation through the Aussie leg, those CT wildcard spots. He used them to good effect, claiming a semi-final over at Margaret's. He's out there in the blue. Michael Rodriguez, who's been to the CT a couple of times and wants to get back, he's out there in the white, the Brazilian. And then Ian Gentile, who really has had some great performances on the championship tour and was one of the first surfers just to miss out by the slimmest of margins over there in Western Australia of keeping his place on the CT. Ian's out there in the green.
Yeah, this is a power-packed heat. All four of these surfers put in a great showing in the previous round.
Yeah, it's going to be Michael Rodriguez just owning that inside position to kick this heat off, and this is arguably his favourite event or favourite venue where he puts the jersey on. He's had so many stunning performances here. Quarterfinal in this event last year. Quarterfinal as a championship tour rookie back in 2018. And he's got just, you know, some of the best forehand surfing in this draw.
We spoke about that surfboard under his feet yesterday. I mean, it's so spicy, and you know, you knew he was going to have a mortgage on that inside positioning at the start of the heat. You know, when he first came in 2018, he was virtually behind Big Rock. You know, like the outside rock. It was unbelievable how deep he was.
Well, we had a wave for Dimitri early on. Oh, nice flare there. Love that kick on the tail. Just rips back into the bowl as well. 4-point ride for him, though. Didn't get a whole lot down the line.
Yeah, well, this wave here is really starting to shape up for Michael Rodriguez, and just putting that X factor on all his turns. This wave just sort of peters out for him.
He just absolutely nailed the timing on that ride, and so often does out here at Snapper. When he hits the lip, hits the pocket, the most critical part of the wave, he always arrives at the section at the perfect time to release the fins, to throw lots of water.
And it wasn't a long ride, but he got a 6.5, so you're dead spot on with that one. Good call, Ronnie.
Just keep an eye on it. Pay attention to just where he places each of these moves. So, I mean, this is a flat, tricky section to read, and already he's done pretty well with the placement of his manoeuvres. Just easily rolls over the double up here, and again just clicks at every scoring opportunity. Oh, behind him, Ian Gentile stands tall. He likes the feel of that. Nice rotation from him, and he's one of those guys who's probably one of the taller surfers in the draw. Big lanky style, but very well rounded, has all the moves, and he's been blowing our minds since probably before he turned double digits. He was a prodigy as a Grom. And he disappeared out of the spotlight for a while there, but he's back in a big way.
He's back in a big way. Just missed out at Margaret River, but he's here with some fire in his belly.
Yeah, that was after a semi-final finish at the first event of the year too. So it was a head scratcher for everyone that he was in trouble of not making the back half of the season. But here we go. Let's see what he got done on the outside.
Yeah, Michael, Ian, he comes through this inside section. Oh, beautiful slashing turn there, and he comes through. He's going to go to the air. Wow. Oh, no wonder he liked it.
Well, he did great work before the final turn. But that's someone who, you know, is comfortable in the big moment and really seems to recognise that he's in a position now to bank a big result after being relegated back to this Challenger Series. It's You know, this isn't a heat where you want to count on a couple of mid-range scores to perhaps survive in second position. You want to go after the wins. Make a statement.
Feel like he made a statement on that wave for sure. Be interesting to see how that weighs up against Michael Rodriguez, both his rides. Ian just pretty much pulling everything out of the playbook for that one.
Michael Rodriguez a 6.5, quickly backed it up with a 5 here.
And this is Michael Rodriguez' 5-point ride. So this one here again, this is when you're pointing out how he's just hitting every point so perfectly. Look how easily he gets over this ridge and straight into his repertoire.
Oh, that little swallowtail is just working so well for him. But that was a gross wave.
It really was.
Ian Gentile's about to put a good score up. Just on 27 minutes to go here.
Now you've really got to keep yourself in check of where you are out there. With this reverse rip, it's getting stronger in the afternoon, and you'll end up around the corner.
Rodriguez again, just keeping that habit of perfect timing alive as he puts together a little two-turn combo. Here's George Patap from Manly on Sydney's Northern Beaches, North Stain. If you want to get a little more detailed, it's important to them that you don't just say Manly Beach. You can't say Queenscliff, obviously. From the south side of the pipe.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, great performance from George, and you've seen him kind of come through the ranks. We saw that amazing clutch performance in the last regional qualifier last year. Second place to get to the Challengers, and from that moment, he's just been on.
And I thought that for several years with George. I thought he's really got the moves to make a difference at the higher level. And this is the higher level. He's just done an amazing Australian leg on the championship tour. But here we go. This is where he really belongs to.
Yeah, well, even when he cracked that final at Surfest last year, he had the frame of a stick creature. He was tiny. He was so lanky. He'd obviously had a big growth spurt, but there was nothing on him. He was just skin over bones, and he's really recognised that, added to his weight, added to his power. And he was laying down the kind of carbs at Main Break Margaret River to get an edge over some really big names, even dropping the world #1 in the quarters. It was impressive.
So impressive.
Lovey's just fast twitch approach, Bugs. He does have that kind of lankier frame, but man, he moves quickly through his turns.
Yeah, so here's another way for Michael Rodriguez. We're still waiting for this score to come in. And as we finish that one, we saw George Pitar. And this wave here, it seems like it starts to get going on it, but he has to do this series as the wave diminishes in power. Kind of feels like the energy's sucking back towards him, and that wave just peters out.
Rodriguez just keeping busy out there at the moment, still waiting for the scores to come through.
Well, Ian Gentile, that's 7-5. Sits pretty.
Yeah, you can see why. He was on his way to a pretty good score already, but then to arrive at the final section when it's all cupped out like that and you've got to project out onto the flats, that shows some real commitment, and it's well rewarded. Gets himself the highest number of the heat so far, and needs a basic backup score to get himself the lead here.
So, Ronnie, last heat of the day?
Yeah. Okay, we might get away with ourselves, Bugs.
There you go, mate.
But it must be fun for you, Bugs, having got into the sport in the longboard era and seeing just such an incredible evolution take place. What do you make of it? What do you make of this game now, the surfing that you're seeing?
Oh, it's extraordinary. I mean, I see surfing out here on a daily basis. It's a very high level. A lot of great surfers have relocated here, a lot of homegrown, amazing surfers. And I just love seeing incredible waves being... Like, over the last 10 days, we've had all the Challenger Series surfers here, I mean, snapper's just bruised. It's just been so ripped to shreds. That's the beautiful thing about the ocean. It handles it.
It does. Very, very resilient. Here goes Rodriguez again. Has some speed, but the section doesn't really get there early enough to throw one of his unbelievable wares at us. So he opts out.
You know, Ronnie, a lot of people say, you know, snapper's a man-made wave. In 1969, I sat on the hill there and watched the Queensland titles, and it was Peter Druin and Mickey Stafford and Robbie Dean taking off behind the rock at snapper with backwash, and it was so exciting. I myself never ever got to surf in an international event out here at Snapper Rocks.
Wow.
My whole career was Burley Heads and Kirra. Never ever. I had one professional event out here, and it was a final with me, Robbie Bain and Chappie Jennings, and it wasn't even behind the rock, but Bainey made it behind the rock.
No way.
Oh yeah, we came out bloodied.
Love it. Just pushed you back there. There's George Patar. So didn't get a whole lot out of his first couple of rides. Counting on a 3.53 at the moment. And inside of here, it's going to be hard to juice any decent points out of this one. And he'll get back out there. 21.5 minutes to go. Felicity is with Oscar Berry.
I am, and really happy, Oscar Berry. You've first official year on the Challenger Series. You've equalled your best result, which was a few years ago. You got that wildcard berth here at Snapper. It must be feeling good.
Oh, feeling amazing. It's always good. I don't know, it's such a good incentive, surfing Snapper. Like every heat you get through, you just get to surf another 35 minutes with no one else out. So, and yeah, to make it to the man-on-man is pretty sick, because one other bloke in the lineup is going to be unreal.
And we were just talking, you know, obviously it looks really perfect out there, but it actually is hard to pick the right waves. You obviously found a couple. What did you do?
Well, I don't know, I live up here now. I grew up in Yamba, so moved up here 5 or 6 years ago now, and I've spent a fair bit of time out at Snapper. So, and I still found it really hard out there, to be honest. There's a lot of wobble and sort of wonk, but and like that reverse sweep sort of chopping the waves up a little bit. But I was just, yeah, sort of glad I just picked a couple with a good line, and I don't know, had to do a little bit of surfing around to like find my pockets, but then once I got into the rhythm, I feel like I could just do my surfing and go hard and fast, and yeah, post some nice scores and yeah, get through.
Well, your timing has looked amazing. I know it's a long year ahead and it's your first year on the Challenger Series. Have you got any goals, obviously to qualify, but any other goals?
Yeah, obviously to qualify is like the main goal, because who doesn't want to qualify, but top 20 would be really nice, just to sort of get another shot at it next year, guaranteed, before, like, so I don't have to come and do the Indo comps and all our regional comps. But yeah, I just want to bring my surfing and want to surf good and be entertaining, and I feel like, yeah, if I'm doing that, then I'm happy.
Well, you're definitely entertaining us. Good luck in the next round of 16. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Felicity. Some movement on the outside here. Michael Rodriguez up at the moment. Cutting back to the bowl, hoping this wave lines up through the inside, but it fails to. 19.5 minutes to go. He had a busy start. It's put him out in front, but we've seen a couple of waves ridden here. So we're waiting on some scores to drop. Oscar Berry, though, we mentioned just how strong he's looking. He's often down at the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre, big part of their program, along with many of the Australian competitors in the mix, men and women. And they get access to incredible facilities down there. Unbelievable gym and access to great coaching staff, including Chelsea Hedges, the world champ. And here goes George Patar. Hasn't really put it together in this heat just yet. This wave, funky creases right through it, but he reads it well.
He needed to get it going in this heat, George. It's been a slow start. He hasn't got even to a 4-point range yet, but I feel he just inserted himself into the match.
Yeah, it's really been going all the way of Michael Rodriguez and Ian Gentile, but we do have a number on the way for Dimitri Poulos here.
Yeah.
Who earns his place on the Challenger Series via a regional wildcard after a solid performance on the Challengers last year. He finished 22nd.
And look how fast he surfs this wave, just streaking down the line here at Snapper Rocks. The speed this young guy's getting is phenomenal. It's one of the zippiest waves we've seen. And it's a fabulous ride. It's pretty much the same manoeuvre all the time. That's the only difference, but By gee, he got a lot done.
Yeah, plenty of spark. Electrifying through those turns, as was George Pitar and his opening move here. Have a look at that bump that he's dealing with.
He really is. That wave is broken up. It's just warped in 3 or 4 different directions. And we wait for that score. But, Ronnie, just to finish that story off, it would be remiss of me not to mention the great Coolangatta surfer, Graham Black, the goofy footer. He beat Druin for that 69 world title, Queensland title. And back in the day when you won the Queensland title, you were the king of the jungle.
Oh, exactly. Like those state events, the Queensland titles in particular, were massively sought after. 17 minutes to go here. We're waiting on some big scores to drop. We'll give you an update right after this Bonsoy brew break.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the show, and what a show it's been today. Big numbers drop. The fight for the round of 16 is on. Heat 8 unfolding at the moment. 14, just under 15 minutes remaining in this one. Ian Gentile has the lead. He's backed up. He's 7.5 now with a 5.27. You can see him making his way out. This one during the break, Bugs.
Yeah, here we go. An answer by Michael Rodriguez here, trying to get that #1 spot back. And Rodriguez snaps and just goes to town on this one. Series of sky-high rooster tails coming off his board.
Just a couple of turns, but, you know, this guy is the master of timing out here at the moment. Final turn didn't go his way, but you'd think that he's going to drop the 5 that he's hanging on to at the moment and just up the requirement a little bit. George Petard's got a score coming that's going to be his best. And it's actually Ian Gentile holding priority and still sitting on the outside. So he's, you know, I think with that 7.5, he's thinking, you know, you've got an opportunity here to shut the door on your opponents by just banking another big number. 6.13 for George Pitar, chips away at the requirement for him. But Michael Rodriguez still waiting on that last ride to drop, which is likely going to better his 5.
And, of course, Dimitri, he got that 6.4. That is a handy score to have at this stage. So he's equalled Michael Rodriguez's best wave, just about.
Yeah, pretty impressed with the 21-year-old from Ventura. Obviously gets to sharpen his forehand up a little bit too, up in that region, Bugs.
Oh, yeah. That's a great region. What a great town.
So still waiting on a score to drop here for Michael Rodriguez. He's taken some chance on some insiders as well. And the swell lines just keep stacking up and unloading here at Snapper Rocks. Not a huge swell, but definitely got some push to it today, which has been nice. And here we go. George Patar is going to make his move. Nice carve out of the top. Bit of a trademark turn where we're coming to learn from this youngster. Tricky one to read. He keeps finding these ones with these bumps in it, Bugs. He does well to finish off, but I just can't see that one getting into that mid 5-point range for him, and he might even need a little bit more than that by now.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Dimitri's up. Hasn't he got a special looking board under his feet? So he comes flying down the line now. Whips that one out of the top. Kicks that tail so beautifully. Flashy surfing from the Californian as Michael Rodriguez gets on the attack again. Rolling through to the inside, swings that tail. Always great variety in his surfing. Likes the feel of it, must have done some handiwork on the outside. Ian Gentile trying to get rid of the 527. Used his priority on this one. Let a lot of waves go. Took a chance on this wave. And building some speed down the line. And he's going to swing that tail and keeps control. And yeah, he's, you know, to pull the trigger on a wave like that, to wait that long, he must have had some work on the outside as well. So we've got some replays coming that are going to give us a better idea of how these numbers are going to fall.
A pivotal point in this round of 32 heat. These replays and the judges, a lot to unpack. Or a massive exchange between all four surfers.
Georgie Pitar has just not put himself on the best waves in this heat. He's had one okay wave, which he served very well for a 6-1-3. But whether he's just out of rhythm or just not waiting for the right wave to do his best surfing, I'm not sure. But he'll definitely get a little more patient in the final stages here. But have a look, no priority. Oh, it's just been gifted to George now. Must be at the takeoff zone, so he'll get a shot here in the last 10 minutes.
So here we see Ian Gentile on his wave. Now, is this the same wave? No, it's not. That's not that wave that we saw before. I thought I saw George on an early wave. He used his priority on that wave. But this is an interesting ride, I feel. The speed this young guy's got as he links these sections together is phenomenal. And it's so zippy. Is there a major turn in here, Ronnie?
Yeah, it's all done with a lot of intent, but have a look at that move. This is the wave that we saw Ian Gentile stand tall on when he finished it. He was pretty happy with it.
Yeah, and it's a great finish here. So Ian, he's looking to solidify number one. The control he had at the end there was going to be the difference. Now, this is an interesting ride as well. Michael Rodriguez, gosh, he just carves this one. That is great surfing. And now this wave is standing up for him. Rodriguez square off the bottom, wraps it back around again. A third major maneuver. These are big turns. And, you know, gosh, that's got to be close to his best ride, Ronnie.
Yeah. The thing I love about his surfing is he's not just playing the same hit over and over. You get something different each time from him. And Rodriguez, again, just taking chances on insiders, having a look. On the outside, here goes George Patar, using priority on this one. And it does reel off a little cleaner than some of his previous waves. He's chasing it, but easily gets back out in front with his remarkable speed, whips through that carb. He can be so impressive in these tighter pockets too, still letting go of solid turns as he rolls down the line here. Really chipping away at it. Solid finish. He looks to the beach for an applause from his mates. strong contingent of Aussie campaigners on the Challenger Series at the moment, always getting behind one another. There's a lot of camaraderie there.
George finally got a wave that had some draw off the bottom, and that's the difference. All these other waves have been, you know, all funky and not linked up. That one linked from start to finish. He was able to pull out his full repertoire of big moves. That is a great exchange right there.
Yeah, he was on clean sheets there. He's been jumping into an unmade bed on all these other rides, Bugs. There's just been lumps and creases all over the place. But finally, a bit of room for him to get to work.
Yeah, I like the look of this wave from the onset. This is just clean as. The way he gets around this whitewater, he just effortlessly, as you said, he can just generate speed out of nowhere. And
look at that turn.
I know.
Amazing. And a little wrap in here too somewhere.
I don't know if you noticed this, but I noticed it on the first go around on this wave. If we ever saw it again, we get a flash from his watch.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
A little sparkle.
Yeah, it was a sparkle.
Mate, surprised it didn't come off his teeth. Here we go. Dimitri Poulos, every competitor just putting everything into it out here at the moment in Heat 8. Everyone with good scores. Everyone sending hair and spray all over the place. And Dimitri's been digging in big time. And he needed a number, 6.38, to get up into the top 2. But we still have scores to drop, so that the pitch is a little unclear at the moment.
It's very unclear. This has turned into just an all-out throwdown street fight. This is unbelievable. These guys are dueling back and forward, blow for blow. Every wave counts. They know they're critical. This is the go-forward round. They all want to make it, Ronnie.
Oh, Dimitri's just ripping in here.
Yeah, he rounds it out there. Not the best looking wave, but such a well-surfed wave.
Just that little flash of the fins on that final move. You know, it shows that he's really pushing on the tail of that board, gets that release. Dimitri could be after a pretty decent score here. We've got a couple of numbers to drop, so stand by.
Well, is he going to take a breather? Because I think there's multiple waves for each competitor. Several guys have got 2 waves to count here.
Yep. Yeah, this is interesting. The judges haven't even really had too many opportunities just to get caught up. There's just always someone riding a wave, but waiting on the numbers to drop. And it's crucial that these competitors get those numbers soon, because it's going to be really compressed. It's going to be very close between second and third. We know that. And even fourth isn't going to be out of it. So you want to know where you're at coming into the final 4.5 minutes.
Well, Michael Rodriguez, a 7.43, nearly the highest wave of the heat. He has solidified and consolidated the #1 position at the top of the helm here. Ian Gentile under threat now.
Yeah, the 7.5 for Ian Gentile. I think he gets the slight edge just on the strength of his opening carve on that ride. But Michael Rodriguez, there's just, you can't deny it. He's definitely got one of the strongest forehands, maybe the strongest forehand in this field at this particular location. There's just some kind of connection between him and Snapper Rocks.
It certainly is.
He's up again. Draws off the bottom, swings that tail. And now loading up. Just taps into the power of this wave so well. And gets back out in front of it. Nice hit there. Always plumes coming off the tail and rail of his board when he lays this thing over. And he's going to bring it through to the inside. Another strong kick on those fins, and great control as he rides out. Ian Gentile might be fighting for a place in the top 2 here.
Well, he likes it. He liked that wave.
Yeah. I mean, Ian hasn't sort of faked it with his claims yet. We've seen just the first time we've seen his rides, we're looking at the last couple of turns, and he's sort of throwing his fist up, so I'm guessing that he did something pretty strong out the back. Dimitri Poulos still has a wave to come through, but You know, no one's taking chances on what they did on their last ride at the moment. They know it's close, and they know they might need more to get back up into the top 2 here.
Look, regardless of the outcome, I'm really impressed with Dimitri Poulos. I just love his aggressive approach to wave riding. Okay, so this is Ian's wave that he enjoyed. I think this is the one he was pretty stoked about. Goes into the section now, and pretty wild ride. And he just keeps winding around a small wave. For his big frame, he is going so well on this wave.
Yeah, I mean, he throws the fist up, but for me, it's nothing on what Michael Rodriguez did on his previous wave, his 7.43. So he's trying to better a 5.43. Ian Gentile. As we see Michael Rodriguez on the replay, just chipping away at it. He really liked this wave.
Well, the big mover, though, has been George Pittar. A huge move there by the young surfer from Sydney.
Dimitri Poulos just throwing everything into each of these moves. Yeah, I love that finish as well. So we've got a couple of numbers to drop still from the previous exchange.
So Ian Gentile now needs a 6.31. So we're waiting for scores there from him. At George, a 7.67, the highest score of the heat so far on that wave that finally lined up for him, Ronnie.
Yeah, nice and flashy out of the lip. The judges liked it. Dimitri Poulos, he needed a 7.18 out of that previous rider. It came through at a 6.63. Just some great surfing unfolding here. George, he has that lead at the moment. 6.13, 7.67. Or sorry, that the best ride of the heat, 7.67. But no surprise to me to see that Michael Rodriguez is leading this heat. Here goes George again.
Well, it's taken him a while to get going in this heat. That one won't go into his top 2.
No, it won't. And that's going to give Dimitri Poulos an opportunity here with priority on the outside. 20 seconds to go. When you reflect on this heat, great surfing from all competitors, but speed has been a big factor. Michael Rodriguez, George Pittar, Dimitri Poulos, they've got those bigger numbers with their speed. And Dimitri needs a good score out of this one. God, that's good small wave surfing as he gets the roundhouse in. Just such a great fight from the American. But I just don't know if there's enough height in that wall.
No, I don't think so, but what a heat. An outstanding performance by all 4 surfers. Nobody deserves to lose that one. They fought so hard. We're waiting on scores for every surfer. We think we know the situation.
Here goes Michael Rodriguez again. This one for the fans. Man, he surfs so well. He deserved to win this heat, and probably deserved to win it by a larger margin than he did. So impressive, his speed. Just a real power output too. But George Pittar, his run has been remarkable these last couple of months.
And he started so very ordinary in this particular heat. Looked like he was way out of the picture.
Well, that Timmy Patterson might help Dimitri Poulos. Might not help him out of this heat, but it might help him to qualify for the championship tour this year. That was a great looking board.
Great surfing.
Even on a knee-high wave, Bugs, he let go of a huge roundhouse.
Oh, it was phenomenal small wave surfing.
Still waiting on some numbers to drop to make this result official. But like you said, you know, you can't take all 4 surfers through to the round of 16, no. But definitely no losers in this one, especially surf fans. Great show.
Well, Ian Gentile, he was leading the heat for a good portion. We thought that 7.5.
There are 4 magic boards out there. Michael Rodriguez kissing his mate Matt Biola's design here, the Mayhem.
Oscar Green comes in at a 5.
Yeah, only a hug for the girls. but a kiss for the surfboard. Did you notice that?
George. Well, Ian Gentile scores in, Ronnie, so no movement there.
No, 5, 6, 7 for Ian Gentile. Well, a little bit of movement. He jumped up into third, but we'll see how this last number drops for Dimitri. You know, it also, Bugs, I think just when you see 4 competitors surfing that well, you're going to have 2 surfers there probably looking at it, scratching their heads going, what more could I have done? You know, what did they do? What did my opponents do? They must have gone mad because I was ripping.
They have every right to think that. George doesn't know.
Hang on. He's going to get the news in a second. The riding hand has turned into a fist pump.
There's Dino.
And there's the results. So it was just a 3.9 for Dimitri on that last wave. It was far too small to fetch him the number that he needed to jump into the top 2. And the results in, Bugs. What a performance from all 4 competitors. But it's George Pittar and Michael Rodriguez going through.
And congratulations to those two. But look at the 4 surfers. 13, 13, 13, 13.
Wow.
Decimal points.
An unbelievable performance from Michael Rodriguez. Super impressive stuff. We're going to take a quick break. And we got the WSL post show just around the corner. Stay with us. Welcome to the WSL Post Show. So many big highlights to break down from an unbelievable round of 32 performance from all our competitors. The round of 16 is going to be unbelievable and not to be missed. Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Parmentier. Richie Lovett. Flick, what did you make of today's action?
Oh, just huge. Another huge day. And I was really surprised to see the waves turn up. Maybe the biggest we've seen so far of the waiting period. But if I had to pick one spectacular moment, I couldn't go past Ingeve's crazy air on the backhand. That thing just stood out to me.
Yeah, how was that thing?
Yeah, it was a nugget. Caught us all by surprise, but I like that the level just got wound up a notch today as well, and we saw some really progressive surfing. That last heat was amazing, super close, but a lot of them were. We had big numbers today, big heat totals.
Yeah, we've got some highlights to break down for sure, but right now let's hear from the winner of the last heat of the round of 32 with Stace.
Thank you, Ron. Michael, how good is it to get a competitive heat like that just before you go into the round of 16 where it is man on man?
Amazing, amazing. The level on this challenge series right now is just very serious. Crazy level, feeling so good, and it's just amazing to have a heat like this.
Earlier, your conditions were a bit glassy. This afternoon, wind, a bit of a ruffle on it. What do you make of the conditions?
Was pretty hard, but to be honest, I prefer like this. When it's too glass, I don't know, it's just different. That kind of windy session remembers me home. So yeah, feeling home when the waves are conditioned like windy conditions.
We've seen a couple of crazy airs this event. We know you've got some big airs in you. Are you going to pull some out soon or what?
I don't know. Depends the day, the conditions. But yeah, I still have this, and I don't know, if I need it, I will do it for sure.
Thanks for your time. We'll let you enjoy this beautiful afternoon. Thank you, Ron Dog.
You're welcome, Stace. Thank you. And thank you, Michael Rodriguez, for another brilliant performance as he powers through to the round of 16. And you heard him say it. He's reserving that air game for when he needs it. Right now, he doesn't have to do it, and he might win the event the way he's surfing.
Yeah, he's tailor-made for these walls out here at Snapper Rocks. If I had to, build a wave for him, it's definitely what we've got out here. Crazy air game. I actually want to see him tap into it. Don't keep us hanging. Let's go.
Mate, he's giving us so much variety. Yeah. So when he does pull it out, it'll be off the back of a couple of big power turns as well. So bring that on. So many heats that we could dive into today as standouts, but we're going to start with heat number 6. Big scores drop. Richard called this one. It was a great battle.
Yeah, it really was. This was men's round of 32, heat number 6, Jacob Wilcox. He was lucky not to get the unlucky, I should say, not to get the victory here. But this guy is just surfing so well, completely on point. This backhand hook of his, he's showing us so much variation with it. Wave choice, really, really good. But Alejo Moniz, the former championship tour surfer, so strong. This guy, he sort of reminds me of Maximus Decimus Meridius with the beard going. And he's been working out. This guy has just built more power into this stocky little frame of his, and he's just jamming these power turns and really hammering it.
Oh, mate, how do you follow that up? Yes. Are you not entertained? Yeah, that was really solid from Alejo.
Oh, it was a great performance, and I got the chance to speak to him after his heat, and he was saying, he's had a couple of knee surgeries, and he's actually feeling in a really good place right now, and getting all the strength from his family back home, his young little family. But yeah, it's been a while since we've seen him on tour, since 2016, but I feel like he's clicked into a good form here now. He seems to have figured out the rhythm of snapper, and yeah, it's looking like he's in fine form.
Yeah, lovely bloke. Had some big results as a championship tour competitor. He wants back. He wants back on, as do all these surfers, and some for the first time. Jacob Wilcox, you think he wants it? Oh, he was blistering out there today. You think you're going to come off getting bumped off the tour, a little downtrodden, a little melancholy. Well, he is, really turned up with some added spark and fire in his belly.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks really, really good, and he's bounced back really well mentally. You can tell, falling off tour, he's just gone, okay, well, I just need to dig deep again. And I guess he's used to it as well, because he's been pounding away at trying to get on the championship tour for so long. He finally got a little taste of it. He wants more, and he's on track.
He sure is. We're going to get into the Boost Mobile heat of the day. And again, this could have been any number of heats. There was so many exciting exchanges where we had 4 surfers dropping big numbers. But we went with this one, heat 4, the round of 32. Callum Robson. God, got started so well in this heat.
feel like this was one of the best heats for waves that came through. A lot of, overhead high sets. And didn't our surfers just take to it? Callum Robson showing why he is a former winner of this event. Some beautiful arcing turns. And, it was a super competitive heat, this one, and unfortunately Callum didn't find his way through it.
Well, Callum, like Jacob Wilcox, has rebounded beautifully form-wise and come into this event looking so sharp, but you've got to remember that there's a wave of campaigners on this Challenger Series that want it just as bad, if not more.
And this guy right here, Hiroto, I mean, he's been a standout for me since that opening round. I mean, he posted a couple of 7s in this heat, but he posted them in the first couple of rounds as well. And coming up against who I think is really in form right now, Dakota Walters. It's his first year on the Challenger Series, and he has blown me away just with the form he's been able to have throughout this event so far. But yeah, Hiroto, for me, he's a standout surfer in this draw, just picking the right waves, placing the right turns for every section. But yeah, this was a cracker of a heat and high heat totals.
Definitely. There's some competitors in this draw, Rich, who are going to have a great chance at every location, but they definitely have highlighted certain venues to achieve maybe their best result. Hiroto's got to be eyeing off Snapper as that location for him.
Yeah, running right-handers, that compact little style as we see. This was Callum taking to the air, just really unlocking some of those more progressive manoeuvres. But it was our young Japanese surfer. He's had victories on the Challenger Series before, and it's that Curran-esque type of style. It's beautiful to watch, and he's got the manoeuvres. I love to see Dakota Walters doing well. Honourable mention too to Oscar Berry. I feel like out of the two newcomers, those guys are really battling it out, both from down there around Angari Way, but really just settling into this Challenger Series format.
Yeah, he didn't have it all his way in that heat too. He fought back to get the numbers that he needed, Dakota Walters, to stay alive in this mix. And he's one guy that we've kind of tagged as having a great shot at graduating to the Championship Tour in his first year. It's a lot of hype to pile onto a rookie campaigner on this Challenger Series, but he's really strong and super well-rounded.
Yeah, I think they're big shoes to fill, but if anyone's going to do it, I feel like he is. And at the moment, all signs are pointing that way. He's really impressed me in terms of just his way he's put together his heats, not only the surfing, but just smart decisions, holding priority at the end of heats and, just not letting things run away and smart decisions under pressure.
Yeah, he's a great little competitor, that's for sure. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast. Today was an absolute gift. We knew the energy was going to drop, but something about the new swell direction today just gave us really great frequency in sets, and it just pumped from the moment we called the comp on.
Yeah, absolutely. More east in the direction and a little bump in the swell period, and that resulted in just some fantastic conditions today. Just totally rippable. It's that side snapper where you're just in attack mode the whole time, and we'll see that over the next couple of days. It'll trend up and down, and then we've got a little bit more coming towards the end of the week. Finals day will be Saturday, but we got to get there first, and we'll come down and check it tomorrow. Might be more of the same, and then we'll get this next system that's travelling up the coast at the moment, and we're going to see waves above head height, I think, and we could get some real nice barrels behind the rock.
Yeah, Snapper just keeps delivering, and you can't walk away from days like today. So we will be down here having a good look at it, maybe in our shorts, maybe getting ready. Not shorts for you, Flick, but we'll be down there ready to maybe get a piece of it ourselves if they don't call the contest on. Let's get into some of the big moments from today. It's the BioGlen Daily Dose, our top 5 moments, and there is plenty to choose from. Joao Chianca, what a return he's had, coming in at number 5.
Yeah, really aggressive performance here from Joao Chianca, and just sort of picking up where he left off. He doesn't look like this time away from the tour has hampered him at all. He's in great spirits, he's in great form, and just that real full tilt, 100% aggressive approach, completely on show, just ripping these waves to shreds.
Dakota Walters coming in at number 4. With a couple of solid scores to get himself through to the next round.
Yeah, we've already spoken about him today on this post show, and for good reason. He is looking in fine form. It's his first year on the Challenger Series, and in my opinion, just surfing with so much maturity and beyond his years. He just looks very put together. I mean, just with the decisions he's making at the end of heats. But yeah, cruising on through this draw. I'm excited to see how far he can get.
Living on the Gold Coast these days, had the family in tow. They were pumped to see him through to the round of 16. Number 3, Jacob Wilcox, a stunning return. Bouncing back big time after being relegated to the challenges.
Yeah, he's really just starting to muscle his way through the draw here. And now that we're through the 4-man heats and onto man-on-man, I think he's going to do really well.
Sammy Pupo, another one, and a former winner here, looking to go back-to-back. Just looking well and truly to be back to that winning form.
Oh, he was looking so good today. For me, a cut above the rest. I feel like he's surfing with a different speed to everyone else. He's just got this energetic presence as well as soon as he gets out there. And the thing is he's only surfing in his heats because he's still suffering that foot cut at the moment. And yeah, just really impressive.
What? Unbelievable, that combo that he put together. But this is our number 1 moment. Ian Gouveia taken to the air, Rich. And what is this, a backhand corrupt?
Mate, we were debating that in the booth when it actually happened, but one thing is for sure, it is absolutely incredible. Double grab. And, 320-degree rotation. He's got 40 degrees so do it again tomorrow, please, and do the full rotation. That's what we want.
Oh, I mean, the air was impressive. The claim was even better.
I just love that the judges, rewarding that really high energy, super progressive aerial style of surfing. There's not many people in the draw that can do that manoeuvre, so they've rewarded it. It's great.
Yeah, or maybe there is, but they're not doing it because...
In competition, yeah.
They're in competition, but when someone sort of sets the benchmark like that with an individual turn, you get the feeling you might see a bit more of it.
Yeah.
So bring it on. Let's have a look at some of the matchups we can look forward to in the round of 16. Have a look at this huge matchups on the women's side with some of the highest scoring surfers from the round of 32 coming together.
I mean, all these heats are great, but you can't go past heat 5 and 6. I mean, all 4 surfers there in the round previous were the highest scoring surfers, and wow, I mean, the Bronte-Kobe matchup, the Luana Silva, Vahine Fierro, I mean, and they're both backhand versus forehand. They're going to be great duels, but I mean, India Robinson, Macy Callahan, Heat 3, all Aussie matchup. Heat 4, Isabella Nichols, Nikki Van Dyke. There's just so many good matchups. Every heat is a great heat,
they're
right?
All good.
They're all strong. They're all great.
I'm looking forward to every single one of those. It's going to be awesome to see. And the level's been very high across the women's and the men's event so far. But the men's event, I'm looking forward to seeing how these matchups came together, Rich.
Yeah, well, it's it's been an incredible day of competition. We're starting to see the best, most consistent competitors really starting to rise, and they've been shining through. Sammy Pupo, Jacob Wilcox. I cannot believe those guys are actually going to meet up together.
That could be the final, couldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Oscar Berry and George Pitter. That one sort of breaks my heart too, because I want to see both of those guys go through. But some incredible matchups here.
Oh, I love them all. Joe Chianca is a wrecking ball in this draw, and he's not even counting on points towards qualification, so he could really make things interesting.
David and Goliath match up there with Hiroto and Mikey Madonna. That's going to be an incredible forehand matchup as well. So, look, the bottom line, in both the women's and the men's draw, we're in for an absolute smorgasbord of good surfing.
Yeah, and we're going to have, really worthy champions. I feel the Challenger Series level has come up a notch, and that's been the observation of surfers on the Championship Tour as well. You mentioned Rio Waida posting how impressed he is with the standard. Obviously, for those campaigning surfers, these youngsters, Rich, they've got a level to get to coming up against Championship Tour quality.
Yep.
But something's different this year.
I just think a couple of years of the Challenger Series now, and we're getting the ex-tour surfers coming back, and they're coming back with big surfing, big manoeuvres, and it's forcing the field to actually follow suit. And if they want to start competing with Sammy Pupo and these guys who are just so in form, they've got to do big turns. They've got to produce.
Oh, awesome. So much to look forward to. Big round of 16 heats. The matchup's established, and we'll be down here tomorrow to see if we can get competition underway once again. But right now, we're going to leave you with highlights. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Too fast, too fly, too flaunt it, too gas, too high, yeah, we on it. We go wherever the crew going. I'm ready, so tell me who want it. Too fast, too fly, too flaunt it, too gas, too high, yeah, we on it. We go wherever the crew going. I'm ready, so tell me who want it. I'm dangerous, call me the revolution. Teach the class, no substitution. Greatest it's time for retribution. Showers, who got the power? Cue up the bass drum, turn it up louder. I hit the sweet spot, you hit the sour. Their time is over, welcome to ours. This is not a game, no time to play. Watch out, move out the way. I'm your king, you must obey all challengers. You got to pay, I'm too fast, too fly, too fronted, too gas, too high, yeah, we on it. We go wherever the crew going. I'm ready, so tell me who want it. Too fast, too fly, too fronted, too gas, too high, yeah, we on it. We go wherever the crew going. I'm ready, so tell me who want it. We like to party a little too much. Pump up the volume, fill up the cups. All of the girls coming in looking funkified, staring at the pumps and the humps and thighs. I like that, you like that, we like that, let's party. I like that, you like that, we like that, let's party. Oh yeah, come on, so funky. Yeah, I've been a minute since Dennis. Show them that I got no limits. Handle the business, move in the building and kick out the tenants. Just getting started, I ain't finished. You know that I'm too fast,
This
too fly.
copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.
I'm ready,